Adaptation is so often a tricky business. Whether it's films, television, video games, or novelization, you're inherently taking someone else's creation and morphing it to suit a new medium. A process that can cause even the most well-meaning to end up further from the source than intended. In fact, it's arguable that even the phrase adaptation has become like a dagger in the heart for fans of the original work. Terrified that their beloved experience is going to be transformed by the hand of a self-assured director or disrespectful studio. We lay awake at night hoping that that next adaptation is going to be The Shining or Shawshank Redemption, and that we'll be spared another Golden Compass or The Dark Tower. It's something that the author of Lord of the Rings, J.R.R. Tolkien, even all the way back in 1957, was all too aware of. In a letter to a friend, he wrote that he was excited at the idea of seeing his works represented on the big screen, but was terrified of his creation being vulgarised, twisted beyond recognition for mass appeal. An issue that would prove to be a roadblock that would take decades to remove. It led to a world where for the longest time, Lord of the Rings was considered the unadaptable book. Too long to be edited down into a single movie, too dense for moviegoers to have patience with, and owned by an estate terrified of its vision being compromised. Fans would lay awake at night not fearing what kind of adaptation they'd get, but that one would simply never happen. What Tolkien could have never foreseen was the rise of the video game industry, a new upstart medium providing experiences like people had never had before, with a ravenous appetite for material to adapt onto consoles and computers. Eventually, the Tolkien estate's resolve would break and a swell of licensed products would build into a tidal wave of a franchise, driven not just by the inevitable films, but by a new generation of video game adaptations. It would prove to be a legacy that spanned over 30 years, multiple publishers and developers, all manner of styles and a standard of quality that ranges from genre-defining to outrageously poor. A catalogue of games so disparate and varied that it's often hardly recognised as a single franchise. But it's the subject matter for this retrospective, the most difficult kind of adaptation of the unadaptable books. A history of how one man's vision of fantasy mythology grew into the most influential franchise in history, and how the video game industry swallowed it whole. This is a comprehensive history of the Lord of the Rings video games, and to paraphrase a famous grey wizard, there's no knowing where we might be swept off to. Before we start, a few housekeeping rules about what to expect. Firstly, this retrospective will be extensively spoiling every single game covered, along with the complete stories of both Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit, in both film and novel form, along with minor spoilers for multiple stories from the Silmarillion and the Unfinished Tales. As so many of these games are licensed and thus tell forms of the same story, I'm not going to give character, event, or narrative context to anything related to the books or films, and speak as if you already have some familiarity with the franchise. I still think it's an interesting watch if you don't know your Frodo from your Faramir, as most of the focus is on game design and franchise history, but prior knowledge will be presumed and will help. Secondly, while this video is going to aim to discuss every single video game based on Tolkien's worlds, and tell the story of the franchise throughout the decades, there are a few things to note about the structure. I'm going to focus mainly on console games, which means not every single release will get its own dedicated section of the retrospective. Some will just be covered within the context of another game, with the console games acting as a framework for the video. I'm also not going to be discussing any of the mobile games, as that's simply just not an area of the industry that interests me in the slightest, and I doubt I would have even finished this video if I had to cover them as well. Finally, and rather importantly, this retrospective won't be covering the Lord of the Rings Online. While it's a huge part of the Lord of the Rings video game lineage, the simple fact is that it's an enormous MMO, which I'm just simply not able to cover effectively or fairly. The game currently spans 9 paid expansions and a host of large free patches, which are spread over thousands and thousands of hours of content. As someone who would be starting completely fresh with zero experience, I don't really feel like I'd be able to analyse its importance or merits with the time available to me. Due to that, I'll be excluding it from this retrospective and leaving it up to those with more experience with the game to write its place in history. With all that out the way, let's begin the tale of the many attempted adaptations of the great unadaptable story. Released in 1937 and 1955 respectively, The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings had brought J.R.R. Tolkien a huge level of personal fame and critical appreciation, but his writing output was never really enough to sustain the lifestyle that he and wife Edith enjoyed in their early retirement out in the suburbs of Birmingham. You see, Tolkien didn't enjoy a lavish lifestyle despite his literary fame, and through a combination of refusing to allow his books to be published in paperback and essentially never working on anything else his publisher could put out to market, he found himself short of cash and unable to pay a pretty major tax bill. It led to a famous deal between himself and a media company called United Artists, where Tolkien sold the film, franchising and merchandise rights for the sum total of £100,000. Adjusted for inflation, that's less than £1 million, which, given what the franchise would go on to gross, seems like the steal of the century. Well, clearly United Artists didn't see it that way, because after a single failed attempt to produce a movie, they sold the entire license package to the Saul Zaentz Company in 1976. Now, Saul Zaentz was a movie producer first and foremost, who'd shot to fame by making incredible film adaptations of famous novels. His company was responsible for One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, and in the next decade would go on to produce Amadeus and The English Patient, both of which were critical smash hits. But the problem was that Lord of the Rings was nothing like these other adaptations, and any movie version would require so much editing and rewriting that it would essentially become an original film. The fantasy genre was something that Saul and his company had virtually no experience in, so they were left with a bit of a problem as to what exactly to do with this license that they'd just acquired. What he settled on was setting up Middle-earth Enterprises, basically a company that existed solely to sub-license out the Lord of the Rings to anyone who had an idea that could make some money. A real Wild West in terms of how they used the IP. It most famously led to the odd animated versions of The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings, both now more known for the memes and not particularly liked by fans or critics. What we're concerned with, though, is the spread of extremely old-school PC games that were signed off on, where Lord of the Rings first dipped its toes into the world of video games. The vast majority of them were text-based adventure games that retold the story of the books while asking you to navigate Middle-earth through the delightfully lo-fi world of text commands. By modern standards, these look absurdly simplistic, but I can sort of imagine a Tolkien superfan being blown away by the relative freedom that these games gave you in 1985. Despite that, none particularly set the world on fire, and almost all were considered relatively average compared to genre classics like Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy or Zorg. Oddly enough, there was actually an attempt to bring the story of Frodo and the Ring onto the darling of early 80s home video gaming, the Atari 2600. Lord of the Rings Journey to Rivendell is a pretty hard game to understand despite the simplicity of 2600 games, as most require a pretty heavy dose of imagination to make sense of their gameplay and graphics. Presumably you're Frodo travelling to Rivendell, hence the name, which would make sense as you need to avoid what looks like the Nazgul on your journey. Get hit by one of them and you'll be pushed backwards and receive a wound. Get wounded enough times and you'll get a game over, the ring falling into the hands of the Dark Lord. I know it sounds utterly unbelievable, but Journey to Rivendell actually released in 2001. There's absolutely no information as to why, but it was inexplicably cancelled by developer Parker Brothers after it had finished development in 1983. Interviews had been done with magazines, adverts had been paid for, and then it was just simply canned. The only reason we actually know anything about it was because it was anonymously leaked to AtariAge.com, a fan site dedicated to the preservation of Atari games just a few weeks before the release of Peter Jackson's first movie. Nobody knows why, but I like to think the movie finally jolted someone's memory and reminded them that they had this hidden treasure stashed away on a floppy disk somewhere. What that odd origin story means is that despite being almost as old as the novels themselves, Journey to Rivendell is not actually the first Lord of the Rings console game. That honour instead goes to the first true game in our retrospective, the inaugural attempt to take Middle-earth from the niche world of MS-DOS development and recreate it in the big leagues of the international home console market. In 1993, the Lord of the Rings video game license was held by none other than Interplay Entertainment, That's right, that's the same Interplay that would go on to find critical acclaim with games like Fallout, Heart of Darkness, and Earthworm Jim. Well, back in the late 80s, they were a dyed-in-the-wool MS-DOS developer, who despite having some success with their Bard's Tale RPG series, wanted to take their fortunes to the next level. It was felt that because they'd made a name for themselves developing lengthy, high-fantasy role-playing games, that Lord of the Rings was a perfect fit for Interplay's skill set. So they bought the license from Middle-earth Enterprises and got straight to work. This initially led to the release of 2 PC games, one based on Fellowship and a sequel based on Two Towers, which were both received pretty well and sold a respectable amount considering the niche appeal of PC gaming at the time. The 2 games' positive reception got Interplay thinking, why not try and build on this success and cross over into the much more profitable world of home consoles? The Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis were huge successes, and RPGs couldn't have been more popular, so it was the perfect opportunity to strike into a new market. What followed was the release of J.R.R. Tolkien's The Lord of the Rings Part 1 in 1994 for the Super Nintendo. Interplay was so confident about it that they preempted its success by giving it the Part 1 subtitle, indicating that there would be sequels and this would indeed be a series. Unfortunately, Interplay had one pretty big problem, which prevented Lord of the Rings Part 1 from really taking off like they thought it would, and that was that they were not very good at making console games. The game is a sort of semi-open-ended action RPG in the style of Falcom's Ys games. For those that aren't familiar, it involves real-time combat underpinned by RPG stats. You fight and dodge, and if you do enough of that, you level up and get stronger. You're free to wander towns and dungeons at will, but you always have a quest that you need to complete to get to the next zone or to progress the story. Now, the story itself is loosely based on the Fellowship of the Ring, and I say loosely because, to be frank, the structure of this game and how Interplay have chosen to adapt the source material is so off the mark that it's actually pretty damn hilarious. The game opens with a very sparse version of Bilbo's birthday, after which he quickly gives Frodo the ring, and Gandalf tells him to take it to the town of Bree, where they'll all meet up again. Sounds pretty much correct so far, but if you try and leave the Shire, you'll find the gates are blocked. Samwise Gamgee lets you know that he has the key, but he can only give it to you if you find his gaffer's glasses that he lost while wandering around a local dungeon. Yes, that is right. Almost every single quest and objective in Lord of the Rings on Super Nintendo is a kind of arbitrary fetch quest where your progress is blocked off until you find some knick-knack or oddity that someone will trade for the item that you need to continue onwards. You get the glasses and give them to Sam, who opens the gate, which leads to a ferryman who needs an oar, but to get the oar you need to give Farmer Maggot some honey, and you see how this works. While the structure is completely wonky, it could be saved if Lord of the Rings was a fun game. But sadly, Interplay have dropped the ball here pretty hard with a combination of weirdly stiff controls and some truly awful level design. Frodo can attack in 4 directions and has a block, which is basically impossible to use, and that's literally it. That's the entire spread of interaction available to you. It's very simplistic, which again wouldn't be awful if it actually worked, but hit detection is goddamn awful, and most of the encounters just involve getting swamped by enemies and feeling like you can't properly react. It forces you to play at a snail's pace so you can manage your encounters, which is just miles from how most Super Nintendo action RPGs were designed. This incredibly slow pace leads me on to the single worst thing about this godforsaken game, the dungeon design, which is like something from the bowels of hell. This is a picture of the very first dungeon in the game, the Shire Caves, which you need to dive into to find Gaffer Gamgee's glasses. In the middle, where that number 6 is, that's the glasses, and as you can see there are about 500 dead ends between that spot and the 4 different exits and entrances. Not only that, but it's not even one continuous screen, and you need to transition between about 45 different, borderline identical screens to get there. Oh, and also there's no in-game map, so prepare to either wander utterly aimlessly or thank God that you're playing this in 2022, where you can immediately look up a walkthrough. Remember those games that Interplay was trying to topple? Well, one of them was Secret of Mana, a game famous for blending a full-fat RPG with multiplayer mechanics. And Interplay have opted for a version of that here. Depending on where you are in the game, your party's made up of 4 different characters, and up to 4 players can all play at the same time, leveling up and fighting enemies in real-life Fellowship. Unlike Secret of Mana though, there aren't any mechanics that use multiple players, so really it's just a way to make those overwhelming encounters a bit more manageable. Where the game really loses its mind though is if you're playing single player, leaving those compatriots up to the AI. In short, the AI is goddamn stupid, and basically will contribute almost nothing to your party, spending most of the time getting stuck on the scenery and maybe landing a single blow if you're lucky. What's particularly weird is that outside of Frodo and Aragorn, who give you a game over if they die, everyone else in the Fellowship is subject to this sort of weird Fire Emblem permadeath system, where if they die, they're simply just gone for good with no way to get them back. It means that combined with the terrible AI, it's pretty typical to be leaving the Shire with Sam, Pippin and Merry lying in their graves, taken by the Abyss before anyone even took a footstep outside of the Shire. Everything really reaches peak nonsense near the end, going completely off the rails with just the most eye-scratchingly tedious design I've ever seen. You reach Rivendell after meeting up with Aragorn and Bree, and after doing a bunch more fetch quests, you finally get to speak to the Elf Lord Elrond. He congratulates you on making it this far, and then tells you to head through the mines of Moria to Lothlorien, where your quest will end. At this point, Legolas inexplicably decides to leave the Fellowship. Boromir straight up just refuses to come with you, and Gimli isn't even here. He's the whole reason they go through Moria in the first place, and Interplay just cut him out of the story. So you head out of Rivendell and quickly find the gates to Moria. Now, you might expect some sort of boss battle where you fight the Witcher in the water, or a little puzzle to open the door, but no, Gandalf tells you that in order to access the mines, you'll need 5 keystones and 2 translation books. You might think you're off into a dungeon to collect them, but yet again, that is not right. The keystones and books are actually hidden throughout the entirety of the game, with the first all the way back in the Shire caves. It means if you've missed one, which is highly likely because of the dungeon design, you need to backtrack through the entire game, hunting aimlessly for these goddamn stones. At this point, I just gave up on the game. It had been borderline torturous to get here, only redeemed by how hilariously off-book the plot went, but this was a step too far. I made the right decision too, because the final dungeon, the Mines of Moria, is ludicrously long. Just look at how many fucking zones there are. It's like 8 of the Shire caves pasted together, and I'll be honest, I just could not be bothered. The game ends with a boss fight against the Balrog with a sort of weird cutscene style moment where Gandalf dies, although here he literally disintegrates into a pile of bones. Not exactly setting up his return as Gandalf the White now, is it? It's just a baffling ending to a baffling game. If it wasn't for those PC RPGs, I could genuinely believe that Interplay hadn't actually read the books before they started development. The fact that they made 2 somewhat well-received games before this monstrosity just makes it all the more confusing. It goes without saying that the game sold extremely poorly and quickly put an end to Interplay's plans for a console dynasty. They cancelled the sequel before it even started development, meaning that this SNES game was the sole 2D console attempt to make a video game out of The Lord of the Rings. Interplay was so burned by the reaction that they gave up on the franchise completely and allowed the rights to fall to their parent company, Vivendi, who had absolutely no interest in doing anything with them. Like the One Ring lying dormant at the bottom of the River Anduin, the franchise went into hibernation and wouldn't reappear until almost a decade later. In the late 1990s, rumours began to spread that deep in the wilderness of New Zealand, another attempt was being made to turn The Lord of the Rings into a Hollywood feature film. This time, instead of relying on animation or trying to adapt the books into a single film, New Line Cinema had been convinced by young indie filmmaker Peter Jackson to give him almost $300 million to film 3 films back to back and turn Tolkien's world into a movie trilogy. Now, obviously, we all know how this turned out. The decision to produce all 3 films back to back was a masterstroke of planning, allowing Jackson to create 3 films that legitimately feel like a single cohesive story and prevented their budget from ever spiraling out of control. On top of this, the tone of the films was just absolutely pitch perfect for early 2000s audiences. It's a mature and realistic take on Middle-earth, full of battles and intense drama, but without ever losing the sense of adventure and skimping on some of the more wacky ideas. All three films were huge box office smashes, and when Return of the King released in 2004, the critics finally gave the series its due, and it won an unprecedented 11 Oscars, including probably the most deserved Best Picture award of all time. This success seems so obvious now, but it makes it very weird to look back at a world before these movies existed, where Lord of the Rings was considered broadly unadaptable, a respected classic but not something that would draw in mainstream fans. As we just discussed in the last game, it was this attitude that had led Vivendi, who were Interplay's parent company, to essentially do nothing with the franchise throughout the 90s, and during the run-up to the release of the films, they in fact actually passed on the option of making a video game tie-in to the Fellowship of the Ring, with their experience back on the Super Nintendo convincing them that it wasn't worth the effort. Things massively changed in December 2001 when it became extremely obvious that Fellowship of the Ring was going to be an enormous worldwide success, and anticipation for the sequels and all things Lord of the Rings suddenly exploded. A huge mainstream fandom created almost overnight. Vivendi was suddenly in an absolutely terrible position. They were sitting on the hottest intellectual property on the planet, and they'd just given up the rights to make a game based on Peter Jackson's blockbuster. New Line Cinema ended up selling the film rights off to EA, who were similarly playing it safe and waiting to see how the first film did before they committed to producing anything, wanting to cash in on a sure thing rather than take a gamble. In the aftermath of the success of the first film, it led to what can only be described as a Lord of the Rings video game arms race. Vivendi holding the rights to produce games based on the books, and EA holding the rights to produce games based on the films. Both went into complete crisis mode, scrambling to put out a game first and be seen as the true Lord of the Rings studio. And in September 2002, their first effort, Fellowship of the Ring on PS2 and Xbox, would release a mere week before the release of Peter Jackson's Two Towers film, and EA's licensed game of the same title. It was a true slugging match between book and film, so let's take a look at the first combatant. What makes Fellowship such a curiosity is that arms race to produce the first Lord of the Rings game has led to a complete oxymoron of an experience. It's on the one hand extremely ambitious, incorporating a huge amount of ideas and systems, and on the other, it's a game that's hilariously simplistic, likely due to its hyper-rushed 10-month development cycle. Fellowship opens with a beautifully old-school CGI cutscene where Galadriel explains the nature of the rings and the struggle between the Free People and the Dark Lord Sauron. Once the scene's been set, our tale begins in Bag End, where Gandalf outlines the plan to get the ring out of the Shire, and Frodo makes preparations to leave. The structure of the game is that you'll load into an area and have a quest to complete before you can advance to the next level, all which broadly follow the chapters of the book. As you'd expect, it's extremely linear, and while all of the zones are generally quite big with a fair amount of room to run around and explore, there's nothing in the way of side quests or hidden secrets to discover, which, while being a bit of a disappointment from a content perspective, from an aesthetic point of view, it does make the zones feel quite large and lifelike. So you'll be running around the Shire, going back and forth between multiple areas, talking to characters and doing little quests to clear up Frodo's business before he leaves, all of which has a sort of lazy early RPG feel to it. It's actually very relaxed and comfy and does a pretty good job of turning those slower paced early chapters of the book into a video game. Really, the game is at its best when it's as far away from any fast-paced action as possible, with lots of little moments of inaction where characters engage in lengthy dialogue using lines lifted straight from the book. It's an area that Black Label, the company that produced it, were particularly proud of, boasting over 5,000 lines of dialogue and even claiming that playing the game could be a worthwhile replacement for reading the book. Now, while that might be true of those early levels in the Shire, the further you get into the game, the more it devolves into loose adaptation territory. Before we discuss that though, we need to talk about the single most notorious part of this game. I am of course talking about the stealth sections, where Frodo is being hunted by the Nazgul and needs to slip quietly out of the Shire without being noticed. They come maybe 20 minutes into the game and are so poorly designed that there are thousands upon thousands of people who have genuinely never seen what the game looks like past this point. It's not even really stealth, which is part of the problem. The Nazgul all have a sort of radius around them that if you step into, you're immediately detected, with things like line of sight or making noise completely irrelevant. It's just not well developed in the slightest. Stealth is one of those gameplay mechanics where you can't really half-bake it. You need to weave it into the entirety of the game in order for it to have the depth and complexity that actually makes it feel satisfying and fair. It's kind of thematic in Fellowship of the Ring. I mean, Frodo does spend a lot of the first book hiding from the Wraiths, and it's ambitious to want to include gameplay like this. But as we'll discover in the rest of the game, that ambition is never really matched in its execution. And like the stealth sections, it makes a lot of the game very wonky. Most of the levels just really aren't fleshed out, with a lot of them being quite short and simplistic. We get a level in the Old Forest where you have to find your lost companions, but all it is wandering around a maze, fighting the same spiders over and over, which all takes about 10 minutes in total. There's a level where Tom Bombadil wants you to collect lilies for his wife, and again you just wander this small river area, fighting spiders, collecting the lilies, and then the level ends. Once we get to the town of Bree, we're introduced to Aragorn, who we also get to control throughout the game. You see, the levels are given a further dose of variety by adding in some alternative characters that sort of bring different playstyles into the mix. You've got the Aragorn levels, which are pretty much full action hack and slash gauntlet style affairs, and then once you're inside the Mines of Moria, you'll play as Gandalf, who has an array of magical spells to use. There isn't really a nice way to say this or a redeeming factor I can bring into it, but the combat is really poor. It is hyper simplistic, never developing any kind of depth that might make it interesting, and always lacking the weight and feeling that melee combat needs to be satisfying. Regardless of who you're playing as, you'll spam the same 3-hit combo with almost no tactical variety. You fight spiders, orcs, urukai, and even cave trolls in broadly the same way, doing your combo and healing from your inventory. It's the Gandalf levels though that really left me with a sense of missed opportunity. The Mines of Moria probably account for about 30% of the game, and you spend most of that playing as our friendly Grey Wizard, who has to navigate some quite big levels which are full of puzzles and lots of enemies to fight. Now, when you first open his inventory and see that you have an AoE spell and a fireball and a heal and a stun, it's easy to presume that you're going to be spell slinging against a spread of encounters that need you to manage your mana and use crowd control and really weigh up what you're casting. In reality though, the levels play out almost exactly like Aragorn's, doing a 3-hit combo and now just spamming a fireball in between it all. Again, there's just a serious lack of impact and feedback. We're a wizard firing off huge fireballs for God's sake, it should feel incredible. My patience with the game finally ran dry in the final few levels, which is where the game's rush development really comes into sharp focus. The Mines of Moria all culminate in a boss fight against the Balrog. Use a fire spell and he'll kill you in one hit, but use the Grey Wizard's lightning spell and you'll put him into a state of stunlock where he does absolutely zero damage to you and basically makes the fight impossible to lose. Victory means yet another full CGI cutscene which runs suspiciously close to how the movies portray the events of Gandalf's death. In fact, at this point, Fellowship just broadly gives up on the idea of being an adaptation at all, falling into a series of disparate cutscenes and some really random gameplay sections. The Fellowship arrives in Lothlorien, where Galadriel and Frodo have their mirror scene, but instead of the slower paced storytelling from the start of the game, the plot begins to run at 100 miles per hour, just blending lines from the book together into scenes that rush by in a matter of moments. Within a few minutes, the Fellowship have said their goodbyes and they're on to Amon Hen, but without much of an explanation as to why or what they're trying to do now that Gandalf is gone. We're thrust into a combat level where Aragorn has to clear the beaches of orcs for some reason, and then Sam's kidnapped by a Nazgul who flies him off to the top of a mountain and has to be rescued. For those of you who don't know, this ain't what happens in the books or the movies, and it leads to an absolutely terrible final level where you need to run up the mountain in exactly the same way, once as Aragorn and once as Frodo, with the latter amazingly not even using the stealth mechanics from the start of the game. Everything climaxes with a boss fight against the Nazgul on his fell beast steed. But as with everything else in the game, it's just a combination of too low difficulty and frustrating design. You wail away on his head, stun locking him with ease, before you have to go into this really strange bow and arrow section. I couldn't get it to work for ages, and it turns out that if you don't stand in a specific place, you can't hit the boss. Anyway, you hit him a few times with arrows and that's it. Game ends, credits roll, that's Fellowship of the Ring. I think the core problem with Fellowship really just comes from trying to adapt what's quite a slow-paced and dialogue-heavy book into a video game. Tolkien's Fellowship of the Ring is a meandering story, full of little pieces of lore and world building, moments where the characters set up camp and ponder the environment around them, meet fantastical people and enjoy adventure as well as excitement. It's just not particularly ripe for a game adaptation, and it meant that Black Label Studios had to do a lot of inserting video game moments into places where they don't necessarily fit. Arbitrary objectives, strange boss fights, and ultimately a conclusion that barely even makes sense. Coupled with a 10-month development time because of the race to get something to market, it leads to a game full of half-baked ideas that somewhat clash with the desire to faithfully retell large portions of the source. I read that early in development, Fellowship was planned as a turn-based RPG with a lot more text-based dialogue and a lot more of Middle-earth to see and explore. We obviously never got that version of the game, but I somehow think that it might have suited the book a little more than incorporating almost every single PS2 cliché from 2001. Ironically though, Fellowship actually ended up selling pretty well. 1 million copies in its first 6 months, which was a massive success for Vivendi, especially as they weren't really a player in the console world, and marketing had been difficult as the film of Fellowship had come out over a year earlier. The already announced sequel, The Treason of Isengard, named after Tolkien's original title for The Two Towers, went straight into development, and Vivendi waited to see what EA would do. Unfortunately for them though, their opponent in the Lord of the Rings arms race came out swinging, with a game that set the standard for movie licensed games and put a sword through the heart of their fledgling book franchise. But before we look at EA's counterpunch, let's dive into the fantastic and ever fruitful world of handheld ports. As it was the early 2000s and we're talking about a major licensed franchise, we're of course going to have to look at the inevitable portable version of most of the games in this series. For Fellowship of the Ring, Vivendi commissioned Pocket Studios to develop a Game Boy Advance version. Now, if you know your GBA licensed game developers, this should fill you with an absolute sense of impending terror, as Pocket Studios have a reputation for being amongst the worst video game developers of all time, turning in just a handful of truly terrible adaptations before going bankrupt a mere 3 years after forming. Before Fellowship of the Ring, they put out such classics as Alone in the Dark, The New Nightmare, a horrific port of the PS1 classic, and the hilariously named Army Men Operation Green. Given Pocket Studios were working on this, it's fairly obvious that the budget wasn't going to be huge, and it led to some pretty low-key expectations. That lack of money and interest just makes it all the more surprising then that what Vivendi requested was one of the most complex genres, a turn-based RPG, adapting the book in full and keeping to their philosophy of sticking as faithfully as possible to the content of the novel. Well, unsurprisingly, as is the way with so many cheap handheld ports, Fellowship of the Ring by Pocket Studios is an absolutely terrible game, poor in such extreme levels that it almost insults the source material that it's based on. First things first, we got to discuss the visuals, which are ugly as sin and leave the lush imagery of the Shire and Middle-earth looking like some kind of smudged low-res JPEG. Luckily for me, I played an emulated version on my laptop, but I imagine back in 2002, on a non-backlit Game Boy, this would have been impossible to play. The visuals are just so flat and dark that the slightest screen glare would just obscure everything. The cherry on top is that the character portraits just look utterly disgusting. Everyone has such grey and sallow skin like they're a zombified version of themselves. The worst of the lot is Bilbo, who genuinely looks awful. I know keeping the one ring is supposed to corrupt you, but this is taking it a little bit far. Sadly, it's not a case of an ugly duckling turning into a swan either, as the gameplay takes Fellowship to a whole new level of awful. The whole game plays like the brakes are pressed hard against the floor, with one of the slowest combat systems I've ever played in my life. For every attack, regardless of if it's you or the enemies, you'll need to wait while the character slowly plods up to their target, attacks, and then strolls back to where they were standing. Now, there aren't any special moves or spells to cast, and basically the whole game is just a process of selecting attacks and waiting for these snail pace animations to play out. As if that wasn't bad enough, for some reason every single combat encounter begins with the enemy taking a turn. In a fight against 4 or 5 enemies, it can be 30 or 40 seconds of just sitting and waiting before you even get to do anything. It's an absolutely baffling design choice that turns a tedious and boring combat system into an exercise in actual torture. Through some holy miracle, you're actually able to avoid combat as enemies are visible on the map, but this leads me onto another baffling design choice. Victory in Fellowship of the Ring's combat doesn't actually reward any experience, and there's no benefit whatsoever to engaging in the game's main gameplay system. Instead, you level up specific characters at set points by completing quests, which when finished give you a choice of health or damage which you can improve. This might sound like an interesting way to get around the question of grinding or difficulty spikes in turn-based games, but in practice it leads to a game where you're actually discouraged from playing it, as fighting normal enemies can only ever serve to drain your resources. It's also hardly even worth it, as the ending's not even remotely worth the effort. After a brief stop in Lothlorien, the game cuts across to a final random underground dungeon where you control only Frodo, with the rest of the Fellowship completely absent. Remember how that XP system works? Well, if you haven't invested enough points into Frodo's health, you are fucked and literally cannot beat this part of the game. There's a ton of unavoidable fights with each one of them attacking first, so unless you magically knew to save a bunch of healing items for this part, it's going to be another permanent game over. All you get for finally making out of the dungeon is the game fading into this weird collage of blurry pictures of Mordor before dissolving into a JPEG of the Eye of Sauron. And that's it. That's the ending of the game. Kicks you right back out to the main menu without even so much of a sniff of the credits or any kind of actual resolution to the narrative. An utterly baffling ending for an utterly baffling game. Obviously, Fellowship of the Ring sold poorly and reviewed horrifically, going down as one of the worst games on the system and netting a measly 51 out of 100 on Metacritic, which, to be honest, is probably too generous. Pocket Studios would shortly go bankrupt, and while it's never nice to celebrate people losing their jobs, it's safe to say that the studio really didn't have what it takes to have any kind of long-term future in this industry. As for Vivendi, well, the experience burned them so hard that they decided to abandon their plan for a handheld trilogy, focusing all their efforts onto their PC and console projects, where they felt they at least had some experience. Ultimately, given what their brief foray into the world of portable games produced, I think they made the right decision. So with that out of the way, let's return to the Lord of the Rings console arms race and take a look at what Vivendi's competitor, EA, sent into the ring. No pun intended. Unlike Vivendi, EA had actually secured the rights quite late in the marketing cycle for the Fellowship of the Ring film, which didn't leave them with a huge amount of time to create a potential movie game. As surprising as this might sound, given what money-sucking vampires EA have turned into, they actually decided to give the series another year and really make sure that a tie-in video game would be worth the development costs. Well, Fellowship was of course a big hit, and so they gleefully hopped onto the bandwagon and commissioned Stormfront Studios, a small team out of San Rafael, California, to work alongside their in-house team, EA Redwood Shores, and put together a video game based on the next Lord of the Rings movie, The Two Towers. One of the most obvious and upfront appeals of EA's Two Towers game is just how much it looks, sounds, feels, and tastes like the movie it's based on. It has a level of faithfulness that's really quite impressive even for a licensed game. Because Two Towers was developed while the film was still being worked on, It meant that Stormfront and Redwood Studios both had access to a huge amount of resource and reference material, which helped them create hyper-accurate levels and character models. They were sent copies of the script and rough-cut early footage, all of which they had free reign to incorporate into the game. I know it might sound crazy looking back at a PS2 game, but it really is extremely impressive just how closely they've imitated the sets, the costumes, and the overall design of those films. When you compare it to Fellowship of the Ring, from an aesthetic and animation point of view, there really is just no competition at all, and new fans who come on board with the series because of the films were obviously going to gravitate towards something that looked exactly like them. This was massively capitalised on, and EA made the genius move of actually releasing the game before the release of the movie. It meant that it benefited from the huge amount of hype for the second film, with fans eager to pick it up not just because they wanted to play a Lord of the Rings game, but because it would actually give a pretty comprehensive preview of the upcoming film. So when I first booted up the game, I was actually pretty confused about what was happening. It opens with the exact same Galadriel narrated framing device from the Fellowship movie. If you remember, this is a pretty long sequence, and I was wondering if I'd somehow clicked on some sort of movie player in the main menu by accident. But no, this is intended, and the movie footage eventually blends seamlessly into the opening mission, where you play as Isildur battling on the steps of Mount Doom in a tutorial mission. Now this is really the game's central conceit. They take scenes from the Fellowship of the Ring and Two Towers, and then create larger action levels out of them. Cutscenes using the in-game engine are few and far between, and dialogue is even rarer, with all of the narrative and drama dished out in these clips that always start and end every level. Now this is probably my single criticism of the game. It's this structure of playing clips from the film and then giving us an action level to play through before going into more clips. It makes for an utterly incomprehensible narrative, one which is impossible to follow if you're not already familiar with the plot of the films or the books. Within the first 4 missions, we've gone all the way from the last alliance of men and elves to Weathertop to the Mines of Moria and ended up at Amon Hen, with the game running at a pace that would make Usain Bolt sweat. No matter the amount of voiceover narrative that attempts to bring it together, anyone unfamiliar with the plot will be beyond lost. This is made all the worse by the decision to completely exclude the Frodo, Sam and Gollum plot from the second half of the game and stick exclusively to the events happening in Rohan. Now, I think it's obvious that they made this decision as the Frodo storyline involves a huge amount of wandering, sneaking and tense conversation, which couldn't be more at odds with the gameplay. But it does make for an extremely strange situation. This is a Lord of the Rings game that hardly features Frodo or even the titular ring. I just find it so odd that so much effort was poured into making this such a faithful adaptation, while also deciding to take the completely left field decision of excluding the main plot of the film. Luckily for Two Towers, the actual gameplay is extremely fun and more than makes up for the weird structure and non-existent narrative. You'll be having way too much of a good time to even realise you've not seen Frodo, Sam or their hairless little companion. Before you load into each level, you're given a choice of Aragorn, Legolas or Gimli to play as, each of which supposedly has slightly different strengths and weaknesses. Aragorn is a sort of all-rounder, Legolas is slightly weaker but has extremely strong arrows, and Gimli is sturdy but is only really useful at short range. It's reminiscent of old-school beat-em-ups like Final Fight or Gauntlet, where characters broadly control the same, but have ever so slight variances to add in some replayability. I decided to go with my boy Strider as a balanced kit seemed the obvious choice. Where Two Towers really shines is that its gameplay is the most supremely satisfying mixture of that old-school arcade brawler design philosophy, basically button mashing your way through hordes of enemies, with some light RPG mechanics that give the whole game a sense of progression and forward momentum. Combat's broken up into light attacks, heavy attacks, blocking and firing arrows, all of which follow a kind of rock, paper, scissors system against the game's hordes of enemies. Shielded enemies need to be broken with a heavy attack, archers hiding out of range need to be shot with the bow, and gangs of lighter enemies can be carved through with the sweeping light attack. As is the way with most PS2 brawlers, combinations of these buttons create more powerful combo moves that either take out multiple enemies at once or do a huge amount of damage to stronger foes. Sounds great, but there is a catch, as you need to unlock them before they can be used. You see, the whole game takes place on top of a very light RPG system, where killing enemies rewards you with XP points, which after missions can be spent on upgrades. Mainly it's a host of combo moves, but there's also health and arrow upgrades to purchase. It sounds simple, but it's exactly the kind of ongoing progression that games like this need to drive everything forward. Without a compelling story, it's the desire to gain more points and unlock more moves that pushes you on to the next mission, and it works incredibly well. Where things get really interesting though, is on top of all of this, you have a combo meter that builds the more enemies you kill without being hit. Fill this up to the top and you'll enter into perfect mode, where enemies will die in just a single hit. As if that wasn't enough, kills scored as a perfect reward the most XP. The whole game follows this flow of fighting your way into perfect mode, hacking down legions of orcs, and then spending the points from it to unlock new ways to get back into perfect mode. Combine that with a grade you're given at the end of each level, and high scores that actually feel fun to try and beat, and well, you've got a recipe for an extremely fun, new school style beat 'em up. The missions themselves also do a decent job of feeding into this core gameplay loop, as each one has a slightly different objective and pushes you to try and get really good at the game's combat. There are levels where you need to rescue villagers trapped in burning houses, or race through hordes of Uruk-hai to save Frodo before he's captured, both of which are done with a timer that adds a sense of obvious urgency. Trying to bust out your combos and kill everything as efficiently as possible so you don't run out of time. There are levels in Helm's Deep where you have to run across the battlements, kicking ladders down, trying not to be overrun by Saruman's forces, or a level where the entire Fellowship defends themselves from a troll in Balin's tomb. It's all designed to feel as hectic and chaotic as possible, and amazingly, there aren't really many levels where you simply meander from point A to point B. Now, I would say that the difficulty of the game was somewhat on the low side for the majority of my playthrough, which made sense because it's a brawler about killing hundreds of orcs, and the power fantasy comes from being an unstoppable killing machine. Well, that fantasy came screeching to a halt during the second last mission, Helm's Deep, the Breached Wall. Good lord, the difficulty spike here is astounding. It's a simple level. You've got a gate that goes deeper into the citadel, and you've got to defend it from waves of Uruk-hai, but everything here is just designed to be so on the edge of being actually possible. For starters, enemies don't really engage with you and just rush straight past to the gate. Combine that with berserkers with bombs strapped to their back which need to be taken out as a priority, and it can feel extremely hard to prevent the gate from taking huge amounts of damage. Things get even worse when at the end of the level a huge catapult rolls through the breach and requires you to destroy 3 different sections before it destroys everything. If you get to this part with the gate on anything less than about half health, you simply can't win in time. I still have absolutely no idea how I managed to get past it when I did. And this brings me on to the most surprising and most disappointing element of Two Towers, something that levels like this are screaming out for. There is no multiplayer whatsoever. It's an absolutely baffling decision as the game feels quite literally designed from the ground up for cooperative battling. You have 3 playable characters, all with slightly different playstyles, and missions that feel like they're balanced around having 2 characters wailing away together. Even the scoring system seems like it was tailor-made to prompt competition and stealing kills from one another. It's just such a surprising omission, and one that I can only assume was due to a lack of development time rather than design oversight. I just can't believe for a second that someone would put together such a fun beat-em-up throwback and leave out cooperative gameplay on purpose. In totality, Two Towers is just a masterfully put together game. It rides the line between a licensed advert and something that's actually a worthwhile game in its own right. For people eagerly awaiting the release of the second movie, little 10-year-old me included, this game was just perfectly pitched and it holds up to this day. If we needed any more confirmation of its success, the game sold extremely well, far beyond EA's expectations, shipping 4 million copies in its first 6 months, which was a huge amount for a series that just 12 months earlier nobody wanted to touch. Reviews were also extremely positive, with 8s and 9s out of 10 pouring in and lots of publications calling it the greatest licensed game of all time. That's right, even better than GoldenEye on the N64. A sequel was more than guaranteed. It was actively demanded, and now with its own hype, rather than just simply riding off the coattails of the film. EA immediately put Redwood Shores to work on the follow-up, which would come out exactly a year later. Before we dive into Return of the King, let's take a deeper look at its developer, as there's actually a lot more here than just a simple studio slaving away on the EA licensed game pipeline. Redwood Shores were led by Glenn Schofield, who'd cut his teeth on series like Gex and Legacy of Kain in his last job at Eidos. He had huge ambitions for what his team could produce if given enough creative and financial leeway. Unsurprisingly though, they found themselves constantly restrained by the EA corporate machine. At the time, EA had a very strict internal policy about original IP, namely that they did not create anything that was not associated in some way with an already established license. It meant that the folks at Redwood mainly spent their time working on PGA Tour golf games and James Bond tie-ins, something which Schofield and co were not satisfied with, feeling like they could contribute something massive and meaningful to the industry if they were only allowed to. We're skipping ahead a little bit here, but essentially Redwood Shores would end up doing such a good job of creating licensed games during this period that eventually EA had no choice but to let them strike out on their own and create some original games. In 2009, they were rebranded as none other than Visceral Games, and ended up creating two fantastic original series, Dead Space and Dante's Inferno, all made possible because of the impressive work they did on games like Return of the King. Announced just months after the release of Two Towers, it was a game that was going to take the concept of building on a sequel and really run with it. 10 playable characters, all with distinct moves and playstyles. 3 separate campaigns that all needed to be beaten to see the ending. More complexity to the combat, more enemies on screen, interactive environments, and most importantly of all, a full multiplayer co-op system. It sounded like a lot to promise, but they completely delivered. Sometimes bigger really is just better. From the off, you're given a choice between 3 starting levels, each of which begins a unique and distinct campaign. You've got a central campaign which follows Aragorn, Legolas and Gimli's journey through the Valley of the Dead and onto the Pelennor Fields. There's Gandalf's campaign where you'll cast down Saruman and the remaining forces of Isengard before taking up the defence of Minas Tirith. And finally, we've got a very unique campaign focused on Sam and Frodo and their journey into Mordor to destroy the ring. You need to beat every single one to reach the credits, so once again I decided to go with my boy Aragorn and keep our orc-slaying partnership from Two Towers going. Immediately, 2 huge things stood out to me. First is that the game is extremely good looking compared to its predecessor. Once again, Redwood was working closely with New Line Cinema and Weta Workshop, so they again had access to pre-edited footage, concept art, digital frames and all manner of production resource, which of course, just like with Two Towers, gives the game an extremely authentic look, instantly recognisable as a game related to the Return of the King movie. That being said, it's actually the moments where Redwood gets to exercise a bit of freedom where the game looks at its very best. Closed off combat arenas have been replaced with sweeping vistas that frankly look amazing. We race across a stone bridge into the Valley of the Dead, surrounded by a vast, ghostly city. We look out across the ruins of Osgiliath as Sam and Frodo run for their lives, and the Battle of the Pelennor Fields rages around Éowyn and Merry while they battle the Witch King. It sounds cliché, but everything just feels incredibly epic. It's an absolutely fitting way to adapt what is a huge-scale movie into video game form. Instead of just taking clips and fitting them around an action arcade game, it sort of becomes its own epic adventure, and this increased sense of scale is a huge part of why that works. The second element that immediately struck me from that very first level was just how much of a focus on co-op there really is now. That lack of multiplayer in Two Towers was an issue raised in almost every single review, even the positive ones, but I think that Redwood has almost swung this back too far in the other direction. Because of this new balancing, the game is now a lot harder than Two Towers, and I could really feel this from the first moments in the Valley of the Dead. It feels like enemies hit harder and you're much shorter on health for much longer periods of time. Two Towers was very much an offense is the best form of defense sort of affair, but here I found myself regularly having to use the block and trying to position myself away from being rushed by the huge amount of enemies that are now on screen at a time. It's really obvious during the game's first proper boss fight, the King of the Dead, who now requires that Aragorn defeat him and his court in combat before he'll honour the oath and join with our heroes. It's actually a pretty cool fight, combining battling smaller groups of enemies with a unique moveset that actually requires some memorization to defeat. It's even multi-phased, with the king unleashing this huge Breath of the Mountain attack that does tons of damage if you can't hide in time. It's all great stuff really, but playing this solo can be surprisingly frustrating, especially considering how it can feel like you just have no time at all to get attacks in between blocking. It's something that wouldn't be an issue at all with 2 players, which is sort of how it feels like it was intended to be tackled. Now, the next level Aragorn, Legolas and Gimli face is probably the game's most famous and the favourite level of any would-be Orc Slayer. It is of course the Southern Gate, an extremely simple level that essentially boils down to fighting your way through hundreds and hundreds of orcs to get into Gondor. I was looking forward to this massively, but unfortunately I'd managed to get myself into a bit of a dicey situation that made the level borderline unwinnable thanks to one of the game's new systems. To go along with the 3 separate campaigns, you can now spend your XP points on upgrades for the entire Fellowship at once. They're substantially more expensive, but it essentially saves you from having to grind each character separately, lifting the power level of everyone at once rather than one at a time. This sounded like an extremely good idea to me, so all of my points from the last 2 levels went into upgrades for the whole gang, rather than just pumping up Aragorn. Unfortunately, this meant that when it finally came to having to fight 70 orcs at once, and then a cave troll, and then another one, and then a fully manned Murmakill, I just wasn't strong enough. And as you can't go back to grind more levels, I was stuck pretty much unable to progress, without enough health, combos, or powerful enough arrows to beat the damn Southern Gate. Luckily for me, you can take on the other 2 campaigns at any time you like, so despite being stuck harder than the Hornburg itself, I just dived into the other stories. The Gandalf campaign is essentially like a sort of mini remake of the later stages of Two Towers, although this time remixed into much more enjoyable versions of those levels. Immediately you can feel how strong Gandalf is. As is befitting of his wizard status, he can fire magical blasts out of his staff which are very powerful, and thanks to the really generous amount of pickups, you can basically do this non-stop, eviscerating the retreating orcs and protecting your Ent friends in the first level in Fangorn Forest. It's in the second and third missions in this campaign though where we see the level design from Two Towers come roaring back, and weirdly I think it's done in a really tasteful way, definitely feeling like an improvement rather than a rehash. We fight atop the walls of Minas Tirith, kicking down ladders and trying to prevent the army of the Witch King from overwhelming the defenders, exactly like at Helm's Deep, except this time with the huge vista of the Pelennor Fields stretching out behind us, with siege towers rolling up to the walls and hidden paths below the ramparts which we can use to get around. It takes a formula that already works and just makes it more detailed and more refined. Explosions and arrows pepper the wall, and you can really feel the intensity of the environment matching the scenes from the films. The final Gandalf level takes this remixing to a whole new level, basically reworking the breached gate level which I had so many issues with, and turning it into something that is actually fun to play through. We once again find ourselves behind a huge breach in our defences, having to repel waves of enemies, but this time in the central courtyard of Minas Tirith. Instead of having to protect the gate's health bar, we're defending the gate long enough for 100 Gondorian women to flee to the safety of the next level. Now, I'm not gonna lie, this is a fucking weird premise. Why are there so many identical women right behind the main gate in the middle of a raging battle? Wouldn't they have fled to the upper levels long before the first arrow was even fired? We'll give Redwood the benefit of the doubt here because this system actually allows the level to play out in a very different way. You're still on a timer here, but instead of it being a constant stream of damage on the gate, it's now your health that you have to manage, making sure that you can fight through the waves which pour through the breach. It rips it back from being about clearing enemies as fast as possible to making sure that you can stay alive as long as possible, managing your staff blasts, getting combos off to get into perfect mode, and making sure that you can kill the troll captains as soon as they appear. By the time you reach 100 Gondorians saved, things have gone full apocalypse and there are explosions everywhere, dust clouds bursting up, enemies swarming the courtyard, and it's all just a beautiful, chaotic mess of combat. It's in the Hobbit levels where Redwood Shores really mix things up and step away from the combo-driven arcade combat that we've had so far. The 3 levels they feature in play out more like something from Prince of Persia or a traditional 3D adventure game. We start with a pretty crazy level racing through the ruined streets of Osgiliath, trying to avoid the gaze of the Nazgul and sneaking between battling orcs and men. Now I can already see the flashbacks to the Fellowship of the Ring stealth sections, but this couldn't be further from that, and is actually very, very easy. You basically just race forwards, ignoring all enemies, and if you hear a Nazgul screech, you just hide behind anything you can. It's arguably a low point for the whole game, as it's just insanely easy and underdeveloped. Things pick up a lot in the next few levels, however, where we take control of Sam after him and Frodo have become split up, exploring the dark passages of Shelob's lair and the Mordor citadel of Cirith Ungol. Both are pretty lengthy missions where you need to use environmental objects to trace paths through vicious spiders, or use fire to help with encounters, or even use your cloak to turn invisible and sneak around particularly strong foes. Now the Hobbits are obviously meant to be a little less battle hardened, but thanks to some wonky balancing, there's some pretty exploitable cheese you can use to get around this. The counter move you can pull off renders you completely invulnerable and kills everything in one hit, along with being ridiculously easy to activate. It meant that instead of taking the time to sneak or work out the mini puzzle that would see me through a fight, I'd just run in and watch Kung Fu Master Sam take everyone out like the majestic warrior that he really is. Where this doesn't work though is in the level's boss fights, particularly against Shelob, which is once again a pretty well designed multi-phase boss fight. It's obviously an area that Redwood really worked hard on and is not a complete breeze by any means. So anyway, back with Aragorn, I managed to beat the Southern Gate after getting all the Fellowship upgrades from Gandalf and the Hobbit missions, which unlocked the game's penultimate level, the Pelennor Fields. Now knowing YouTube, some people will probably find this really controversial, but this mission absolutely sucks on a whole bunch of levels. It all takes place in this canyon, which is just full of all types of enemies, and throughout the mission, you need to destroy advancing Mumakil before they reach Merry and Éowyn. Problem is, the Witch King is also attacking them, and you need to, while fending off the army of enemies, and killing the Oliphant, also shoot down the Fell Beast which appears at set times. I just couldn't seem to ever do enough damage to be able to clear the level. You're forced into using arrows in these sections, and Aragorn just wasn't strong enough to be able to destroy everything before I was overrun. I probably failed the mission 10 times and was genuinely pretty stumped about what I was doing wrong. That's when a friend advised me to just use Legolas. You see, Legolas is fucking overpowered. Like, ridiculously overpowered. He attacks faster, he finishes enemies faster, and his arrows feel about 5 times the strength of Aragorn's. I went back and blasted through the earlier missions with pretty incredible ease, and once I was back at the Pelennor Fields, the Mumakil were going down like they were made of wet paper, and the Witch King died in literally about 3 hits. Our elf friend had turned a difficulty spike into a complete farce. The farce didn't end there though, as the ending of Return of the King is really strange. I have some suspicions that it's because Redwood weren't actually allowed to use film footage from the movie's finale, which seems kind of obvious as I doubt Peter Jackson wanted his trilogy spoiled by the video game tie-in. The battle outside Minas Tirith ends with an in-engine version of Éowyn defeating the Witch King, which looks pretty damn cool to be honest, especially when the armies of the dead swoop through the skies to destroy the remaining Mumakil like heat-seeking missiles. Problem is, this is basically where the exposition ends, and we get 2 very detached final missions to round out the game. There's a final stand at the Black Gate, which is oddly a sort of wave defense mission where you have to stop invading elite mobs from killing your friends and face off against 3 Nazgul in the end. Obviously with Legolas it's absurdly easy, as his arrows tear through every single enemy with a health bar, and I imagine involving another human player would only make this all the easier. Again, on completion, we get a sort of slow-paced, in-engine cutscene where Gandalf does some voiceover about how now they wait for Frodo to finish the job. This takes us straight over to the Crack of Doom, where Frodo and Sam are thrust right into a boss fight against Gollum, with him and Frodo fighting over the ring. Now, it's a decent enough boss fight. You can't actually hurt him, so instead you've got to kind of push him towards the edge and then send him down into the lava. You do it a few times, and eventually the ring falls in as well, and the day has been saved. Or at least we'll have to presume it's been saved, because surprisingly the game cuts to a montage of clips from the first and second films and then just fades to credits. There's no footage of the ring melting or Aragorn being crowned or the hobbits getting back to the Shire, just black and then the main menu. That really leads me to my conclusion about Return of the King. For all of its oddities and strange, somewhat forced development choices, it's an amazingly snappy and fun game that I still had an absolute blast playing through in 2022, literally 10 years after it came out. It's the perfect license game in a way, dripping in the colours of the source material, building a huge amount of hype for the film, and super accessible with just enough depth to satisfy someone who wants a proper video game experience. I'm not sure there are any other film tie-in games that reach the high points of Return of the King and its predecessor Two Towers in terms of raw fun. I think what ultimately hurt this game's legacy as a truly excellent game in its own right is actually absolutely nothing to do with the game itself and everything to do with the licensing battle between EA and Vivendi. As Redwood had to stick so closely to the film, and even then were restricted about what they could show, it means both games really lack that extra layer of character and story that could make it stand separate from the movies. The gameplay is absolutely top notch, but it's just a shame that we don't get more levels based on events from the books or unlockable characters that don't grace the big screen. That licensing conflict also meant that we never got another game from Redwood in this style, as once the movies were done, EA's license really had nowhere else to go. It would have been incredible to see a sequel based around the events of the Silmarillion or the Last Alliance of Elves and Men, but alas, this was the final stop. While we obviously know now that Redwood would go on to make some incredible games in the future, it's such a shame that this amazingly fun blend of arcade combat action and co-op RPG mechanics lies dormant in the non-HD era. I'll always consider a potential sequel to this on the Xbox 360 and PS3, made by the talent of Glenn Schofield and his team, to be one of the most tantalising what-ifs in video game history. It probably comes as absolutely no surprise that EA also wanted to expand their use of the license into the handheld market, take advantage of all those millions of young kids with no home console to pick up their main game on. And in fact, at first glance, I can see how someone might think they're very simplistic portable demakes. After all, you're fighting hordes of orcs in real time and wandering around levels that broadly follow the plot of the films, with them even chucking in some extremely lo-fi pixelated scenes from the movies. The reality, however, is that these games are actually much more ambitious than that first glance lets on. They're both full-fledged action RPGs, which take heavy influence from the Diablo series, with varied builds, multiple difficulty settings, alternative campaigns, and lots of loot. Now, I know this isn't traditional for our retrospectives, but we're actually going to cover both games at once. They're extremely similar and share 95% of the same design, so everything that applies to one is pretty much true for the other. Instead of a single campaign that you play through with different classes, each character has their own distinct campaign, which when beaten can be tackled again at a higher difficulty, which is essentially the overarching gameplay loop. You pick a character, craft a build, and then take on the higher difficulties. From a narrative perspective, it's somewhat on the light side. You won't be getting much of a story to go alongside the constant battling. It's another example of the license really being used as a framing device rather than the core focus. Important story elements like what the ring even is or who Sauron is are completely left out, and basically all of the campaigns lack any kind of context for what's actually going on. Luckily, that probably won't bother you though, as the game's take on portable ARPG gameplay is extremely well designed and more than enough to make the game worth playing on its own. Everything controls pretty much as you'd expect, with a D-pad for movement and a basic attack on the A button. You walk around slashing enemies as your main form of damage, but where things get that ARPG twist is that with the L button, you can select a special move and use that with the B button. Now, I know that doesn't sound particularly complex, but ARPGs by their nature really are just walking around, spamming the same move over and over, and then slowly collecting XP and loot to make that same move a little bit stronger. It's kind of a strange genre when you think about it. Really, the main draw comes from the satisfaction found in grinding. Seeing your numbers gradually tick up and being able to do more stuff to get your numbers to tick up again. The developer, Kryptonite Studios, have implemented lots of clever little design choices to help the genre transition over onto the Game Boy. All interaction is mapped to the R button, which feels great when you're mashing it to pick up hordes of money and loot that falls after combat, and menus load incredibly fast, meaning dipping into your inventory to sort out your gear never feels like it's breaking up the flow of the game. The complexity that gives the formula some legs comes from the build that you're creating throughout your playthrough. Each character has a surprisingly deep talent tree and stat pool that you craft with each level up, investing skill points into a mixture of passive and active abilities, and also investing points into a variety of different gameplay altering stats. This is where the game really shines, as each character actually has a surprisingly large amount of potential builds you can go for, far more than you'd ever expect from a licensed portable game, which in turn gives it all a huge level of replayability. Aragorn, for example, can be built as a tanky sword and shield wielder who can use a stun and withstand a lot of punishment. Or he can go for a dual wield setup and invest into a sweeping attack that can hit multiple enemies at once. It's not even a binary choice, there's a third option you can go for, which revolves around summoning Legolas to fight alongside you, sort of like the Necromancer from Diablo 2. I also really enjoy how each of the builds have kind of a thematic design to them. Each character isn't just a reskin of something from Diablo, but is actually inspired by the source material. Frodo spends his time sneaking in between orc patrols and using the ring to turn invisible, so it's fitting that his builds are focused around hit and run tactics. And while those ally summoning builds seem like a Necromancer ripoff, it's cool that you get to play around Legolas, Aragorn and Gimli's budding friendship and incorporate it into the gameplay. Another surprising element is that the game really doesn't fuck around and can get pretty hard in places, especially if you put together a build that doesn't really work. You actually have to really think about what stats complement what skills you're going for, and really pump some points into your abilities. If you get 4 or 5 levels into a campaign with a watered down build that really doesn't do anything well, there's no way you're going to be beating the game, and you're going to have to restart. It might sound punishing, but it's actually kind of refreshing to see a developer taking on a Game Boy Advance port and challenging you to really get to grips with the systems if you want to see the credits. Now, all that being said, the games aren't flawless, and probably the worst element, at least when it comes to Two Towers anyway, is that the loot system is really broken and obviously hasn't been balanced properly. A huge appeal of ARPGs is finding and equipping unique loot that adds modifiers or special bonuses to your attacks, and crafting builds that play around those items. In Two Towers, there just isn't enough of this kind of loot, and you'll probably only see 1 or 2 pieces drop in an entire campaign, meaning most drops are simply just more of the same default gear. After 2 or 3 levels, I'd usually find myself ignoring items, as it was never an upgrade on my current gear, which is a really frustrating misfire in a game that should be all about finding and swapping out better items. Ironically, Frodo and Éowyn, who are the weakest fighters, actually have passive skills that make legendary items drop much more frequently, but for some reason there's no system to transfer items between character saves. It means that you can find a legendary bow that's perfect for your Legolas build, but it's trapped on your Éowyn playthrough, which just feels absolutely god-awful. Luckily, a lot of those issues in Two Towers are smoothed out in Return of the King, which is the one I recommend you trying if you're going to give these a go. It also adds a sort of lock-on element for your melee attacks, which prevents you from swinging and missing if you're facing away from an enemy, and most importantly, it adds a system where you can transfer items between characters, and also fixes the rate at which they drop. Ultimately, I'd say your mileage with these games is going to depend completely on how much you enjoy the looting and grinding formula of that genre. I could easily see someone finding it extremely repetitive, but for me, these are absolutely awesome little bite-sized chunks of Diablo-style goodness. It's all been simplified in a really clever way, easy to understand and pick up, but with plenty of depth and difficulty for you to sink your teeth into. It's such a shame that nobody else has tried to continue on this legacy of Lord of the Rings looter RPGs, or even more in a general sense, try to build on the ideas in these games and put together another Diablo-style game on handheld. It means that despite on the surface looking as generic as possible, these two games are actually incredibly unique. The first and last attempt to take an almost universally PC-based genre and rework it for the portable market. True hidden gems in every sense of the word. Back in the world of home consoles, we return to our haphazard friends over at Vivendi, who were trying to recover from the absolute sales beatdown they received from going toe-to-toe with EA. EA's Two Towers had outsold Vivendi's Fellowship of the Ring by almost 5-1, and it was obvious that consumers wanted to see things that replicated the spectacle of the big screen. Originally, they planned to follow up Fellowship with a sequel titled Treason of Isengard, a nod to Tolkien's original title for the Two Towers, and then round out the trilogy with their book-faithful version of Return of the King. Treason of Isengard did actually see an E3 demo produced in 2003, but once again, critical response was pretty negative, with some really unfavourable comparisons to EA's games being drawn by journalists. It was all just looking to be a huge uphill battle to convince fans of either the films or the books to keep interest in this series, and later that year, Vivendi decided to cut their losses and just scrap the trilogy entirely. It left them to focus on the 3 remaining projects they had in development, one which we aren't going to cover, one which we'll look at later on, and the third, which is our current subject. Vivendi had decided to outsource the creation of a game based on The Hobbit to Sierra Entertainment, who opted to use their freshly created Inevitable Entertainment studio to take on the job of turning Tolkien's first ever novel into video game form. For anyone who's read both The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings, you'll be all too familiar with the difference in tone between the 2 novels, not least because Tolkien had written The Hobbit as more of an adventure story aimed at a younger audience, and Sierra intended to capture that spirit in their game. Now, what we've got largely does succeed at that. It's a colourful, fantastical adventure of a game, bursting with personality and adapting the book into a pretty cohesive video game. That being said, like everything else in this retrospective that's come from Vivendi, there are some critical issues that prevent it from matching the greatness of its source material. The Hobbit is a 3D action platformer, split into 12 distinct levels which each broadly follow the events from a corresponding chapter of the book. Now, amazingly, instead of this leading to a game stuffed with developer-invented nonsense to be able to craft a functional game, the chapters of The Hobbit actually lend themselves to video game adaptation quite well. They're sort of episodic in structure, with Bilbo and his dwarven companions facing a different problem or foe in each chapter, usually resolving them before heading on to the next challenge. It leads to minecarts deep underground, solving ancient dwarven puzzles, fighting off Mirkwood spiders or clambering around an elven hall. It's exactly the kind of variety that a developer needs to actually be able to craft mechanics out of. And compared to Vivendi's Fellowship, you can see that there was a much clearer vision about how to convert text into game. The big story beats are delivered via these charming illustration-style cutscenes which bookend each chapter and help give some context to the wider adventure. There's also, of course, a handful of in-engine cutscenes and a surprising amount of dialogue, which all contribute to the game really managing to cover just about everything from the novel, providing quite a bit of narrative compared to your typical 6th generation 3D adventure game. Now, the vast majority of the gameplay is classic 3D platformer. You'll explore semi-open spaces, collecting huge amounts of shiny trinkets, engaging in some basic combat, and doing a huge amount of jumping around. Lead designer Chuck Lufer describes how they decided on that genre after a meeting where they discussed everything that they wanted to adapt from the book. To quote him, "The Hobbit was written for a younger audience, so it made sense to create a game that would be enjoyable for younger kids as well as adults. We didn't want to make the game inaccessible by loading down gamers with hardcore RPG systems. An action-adventure game seemed like the best way to go." That design philosophy is also bled into the graphical look of the game, where huge influence was taken from Nintendo's Mario and Zelda series. Everything has a very colourful and almost cartoony look to it, with all of the levels having really clear colour palettes and unique art direction. Despite this leading to some pretty damn goofy looking character models, especially when it comes to the generic NPC characters, I think it overall suits the story perfectly. So as an adaptation, this is a pretty wonderful experience, but the core issue with The Hobbit stems from a contradiction at the heart of its gameplay. This is a game that does the basics terribly, and everything extraneous extremely well. Even now, I'm not really sure if this is an awful game or a true hidden gem, because at times I couldn't believe that this game isn't held in higher acclaim, and at others I was genuinely close to quitting completely. Let's deal with those basics first, because this is probably the game's cardinal sin. About 70% of the gameplay consists of platforming and combat, and it does neither well. In games like Mario 64 or Banjo-Kazooie, the further you get into the game, the more complex the platforming becomes. introducing more enemies, longer chains of platforms, and usually a huge variety of power-ups that mix up the gameplay. In simple terms, the platforming at the start is simple, and the platforming at the end should be complex, and that's the golden rule that you should never deviate from. The Hobbit literally introduces you to its complete roster of platforming challenges within the first 30 seconds of the first level, and it brings nothing fresh to the table for the remaining 12 levels. You do the same basic jumps, shimmy up and leap between ropes, and shuffle along ledges, and that is it. Now this might not be too bad if the controls were tight, but you've got a pretty surprising amount of control over Bilbo while he's airborne, which can often make it really hard to judge exactly how hard to keep the control stick pressed while you're leaping around. Overshooting jumps is ridiculously easy, and thanks to a camera that can feel a bit wonky at times, falling to your death is absolutely going to be the primary way that Bilbo meets his doom. The other is the game's spread of combat sections, which arguably work the worst out of all of the game's mechanics. Now, the key issue with this is really that the game encourages you to use its Zelda-like lock-on system for combat, but it's just completely unfit for purpose, feeling like it wasn't playtested at all. For some reason, Bilbo walks extremely slowly while locked on, which makes dodging attacks really hard, and when coupled with the fact that almost all of the encounters are against large groups of foes, you'll be swamped in absolutely no time at all if you decide to use this mechanic. It's made all the worse because almost every enemy in the game hits surprisingly hard, meaning you can die faster than you really have any time to know what's going on. It leads to this strange situation where engaging in combat as originally designed makes the game unplayable, and the only way I found to progress through the game's many combat sections was to jump around like a madman, hoping to avoid damage, and using my smash attack whenever it charged up. Ironically, for all that talk about creating a family-friendly take on the world of The Hobbit, highly influenced by Mario and Zelda, Inevitable Entertainment has ended up creating quite a punishing experience that took a huge amount of patience to get through. So far this has been pretty damn negative, but as I said earlier, there are actually quite a few things to like about this game. And despite those basic, fundamental problems, I would say that I enjoyed my time playing The Hobbit. For starters, The Hobbit actually has a really nice solution to something I've always found to be a big issue with the 3D platformer genre. Throughout the levels, as a reward for killing enemies and opening chests at the end of little platforming sections, you'll be rewarded with collectible items. Now, this is nothing out of the ordinary, and these games are often called collectathons, but The Hobbit actually gives some purpose to this massive collecting you do over the course of your playthrough. This blue bar at the top of the screen is essentially your XP bar, and by collecting courage points, by completing quests and picking up gems, this will fill up and reward you with an extra life point. Sounds pretty bog standard, but when the combat is as punishing as it is, you'll genuinely want to get this up as high as possible, and coming across a big hoard of treasure feels like it has a real effect on the gameplay. The other main collectible you'll seek out are the silver pennies, which act as an in-game currency. As the game marches from level to level in a completely linear manner, there isn't a shop to freely explore like you'd see in Zelda, but instead you'll use these in between levels. I suppose you could criticise this as just being completely abstract. I mean, where are these transactions actually taking place? But I'll excuse it as it once again brings purpose to the collecting. The in-game economy also manifests itself in the game's spread of treasure chests which you can lockpick, needing to pass a series of little reaction-based mini-games to open up. It's all just incredibly thematic and ties into the feeling of adventuring to find fame and fortune. As Bilbo's been brought along to be the burglar of the group, and that being a group who are very much looking to get rich, gameplay revolving around acquiring valuable items feels right on the money, if you'll excuse the pun. Another element of The Hobbit that I really like is just how varied the levels are, even if the level design itself sometimes can get a bit chaotic. There's a surprisingly large amount of stealth gameplay, and Bilbo will need to sneak around trolls and goblins in early levels, and later, through using the One Ring, scamper through the halls of the Elven King and around Smaug's lair. The use of the ring is actually pretty great. It's attached to the Z button and makes Bilbo completely invisible, with only certain more powerful enemies able to see you. It all recharges very quickly, so you'll be using it constantly, and it really does feel like a major part of Bilbo's skill set. As the game progresses, we also do a hell of a lot of puzzle solving. It's something I've spoken about before in previous videos, but I am a sucker for a good puzzle, and I feel like it's a real shame that this is a part of video game design that's basically died off. It's particularly well used in The Hobbit as you're breaking into guarded warehouses in Lake Town or opening ancient vaults in Erebor. It makes complete sense that there would be large fantasy puzzle systems protecting the loot, and the feeling that you get from cracking a code is a satisfaction that's very unique, breaking up the gameplay and complementing those slower, less intense levels really well. The last thing I want to touch on is the sheer scope and length of some of the levels, especially some of the later ones. They are absolutely monstrous, often lasting well over an hour each, containing all sorts of miniature sections that could be unique levels in themselves. Around halfway through the game, you'll play a level called Riddles in the Dark. Bilbo's become separated from Gandalf and the dwarves and has to find his way through Goblin Town and back to safety. The level begins with a whole section exploring dark tunnels and battling spiders before you emerge into the main cavern where the bulk of the level takes place. The camera sweeps around, showing off a frankly absurd amount of platforms, ladders, lifts, and goblins. You visit every single one of these areas, having to climb around the entire cavern, activating switches, finding a crystal for a goblin jailer, fighting mini-bosses, sneaking around the prison, and eventually riding a minecart before finally finding the exit. It's an amazingly ambitious approach to 3D platformer design, but sometimes lacks the content to warrant such massive scale. Often levels will require you to travel to one side of the map to collect an item, only to return to where you started before being given some sort of key or map that you'll need to take right back to where you were. That problem's at its worst in the penultimate level, the Gathering of Clouds, which is essentially the most drawn out level I've ever experienced in a video game. Bilbo needs to access the throne room of Erebor where the Arkenstone is kept, but in order to do that, he needs to craft a key, which requires gathering 3 prints that can be used in the forge. The forge is broken, which requires getting the water turned back on in 2 separate locations, but in order to turn it on in both locations, we need to first repair the lifts, which means finding the missing gears to solve the puzzle to unlock the waterhole. In fact, before we do any of that, we need to solve 2 puzzles which unlock the main doors to each zone, and we'll need to find the missing chain, which allows us to lower the pillar to reveal the keyhole in the first place. It's just ridiculous. I think the best way to describe it is that The Hobbit is a clumsy game. It's extremely well intentioned, and you can clearly see that the developers were passionate about creating something that did the novel justice. But it's just lacking in a few really key areas that ultimately hold it back from being a cult classic. When it was released, reviewers were very harsh, with it only getting 64 out of 100 on Metacritic, which might seem over the top, but given the competition in 2003, it's not overly surprising. This was a generation where your money could buy you Super Mario Sunshine, Legend of Zelda Wind Waker, Star Fox Adventures, or Battle for Bikini Bottom. The Hobbit needed to do a lot more to stand out from a pretty damn incredible crowd. I think that time has been a little kinder to our video game version of the first ever Middle-earth adventure, mainly because as an adaptation, it's genuinely pretty faithful, taking almost no liberties and transforming text into gameplay in a way that really shows the developers had a lot of love for it. In fact, I'd go as far as to say that this is probably the best adaptation of anything to do with Tolkien's world that we've had so far. If you're a Hobbit superfan and desperate to see a slightly different, but ultimately very charming video game take on that whimsical little novel, this could well be worth revisiting. Just make sure that you do it on an emulator so you can cheat past all those horrible platforming sections. So sure as night follows day, Vivendi and Sierra also commissioned a Game Boy Advance remake of The Hobbit, to be made by Sapphire, a company who, much like Pocket Studios before them, specialised in making Game Boy ports of licensed console games. Now, The Hobbit GBA is nowhere near as bad as Vivendi's last foray into the portable market. It's actually functional and playable, which is a good start. Problem is that it's just so simplistic that it makes for not a whole lot worth discussing, so this is going to be a short one. Once again, it's a linear jaunt with levels representing the different chapters of the book, although here, instead of a huge variety of mechanics and big open levels, we play through pretty short action adventure levels which generally end in a boss fight and then a little cutscene to move the plot forward. There's nothing like the storybook animations from the home console version, but to be honest, the game does do a pretty good job of condensing the story down into a seriously abridged version. You get these little dioramas of the key scenes in the book, and even though it's all playing out with only text boxes and really basic animation, it's actually recognisable as the plot of the book. For a very young kid who's maybe not old enough for the console version or to read the book, I can imagine this being a pretty engaging way to experience this little adventure. As with the console version, The Hobbit once again takes huge influence from Nintendo's Legend of Zelda, but instead of aping the design choices of the 3D entries, this portable version is instead heavily influenced by the 2D Zelda games, controlling a lot like A Link to the Past or Link's Awakening. It's a comparison that's pretty impossible to get away from, as almost every mechanic from The Hobbit has been cribbed from Nintendo's classic adventure series. Levels are split up into distinct screens which you view from a top-down angle. There's an automatic jump that kicks in for ledges and short gaps. You increase your health by collecting life upgrades dropped by bosses, and you begin to get the picture. It's not so much influenced by Zelda as it is a full Zelda clone. So obviously most of the gameplay revolves around your inventory, which you access from the select screen and are able to assign different items to the L and B button, much like Link can. Bilbo slowly builds an arsenal of tools during the course of the game, which he then uses for combat, puzzles, and navigation. Problem is, this system doesn't really mesh with the linear nature of the game, and actually ends up rendering almost every single item relatively useless. In the Zelda games, items usually have a sort of dual purpose, where they're not only used in combat, but generally add a level of puzzle solving or added mobility to Link's toolkit. For example, when you unlock the hook shot, you can freeze enemies with it, but it's also used to get over gaps both in dungeons and the overworld. It means that you're constantly switching equipment as the game throws encounters and puzzles at you which require specific items to overcome. In The Hobbit, almost every single item you get is purely combat focused, with almost nothing having any real application in the levels themselves. Within the first few areas you'll unlock the ability to throw rocks, and then later you can throw rocks from your sling, and then later you can throw darts, but all of them function identically and thus just serve as replacements for one another, not really as three distinct items with unique properties. These issues are all just made worse by the fact that the game is extremely easy. You never feel pushed to use any items beyond your walking stick or sting. While the hit detection isn't amazing, you can just mash and pretty much carve your way through most of the game's enemies, which don't really attack so much as just randomly move around on the screen. You've got this huge arsenal of weapons to use, but you just simply don't need them. The one place where The Hobbit makes a break from Zelda also ends up contributing pretty massively to this low difficulty. During the course of the levels, you collect food pickups which Bilbo stores in his inventory. This is the game's healing mechanic, which essentially allows you to carry around multiple lives worth of additional health for free. Now, in Zelda, they're usually pretty generous with heart drops, but the ability to carry around a complete refill, usually in the form of a bottled fairy, is something that you'll only really start having access to later on. Here it's just available from the very start of the game, and means you need to take a ludicrous amount of damage to actually die. Annoyingly as well, the only way you can access your food is through the inventory screen, which means pausing in the heat of battle and eating a bunch of food. It's just an odd design choice, because picking up health and having it instantly heal you is a mechanic as old as the industry itself. I'm not really sure that it required any innovation. If we're being totally honest, my issues with the game, namely the difficulty and the lack of really any gameplay that requires any thought, stems from the fact that this is a game designed for younger kids, adapted from a game that they were already trying to pitch to young kids. I'm just not the target demographic, and clearly for a young kid who only had a Game Boy Advance, I'm sure this would have been a lot of fun to play through. It released to modest reviews, but given the poor sales of its console counterpart, we can hazard a guess that this game didn't exactly light up video game stores around the world. Unfortunately for Sapphire, the curse of Vivendi and the portable market continued, and The Hobbit would actually be one of the last games they ever developed. The moral of the story is this, my friends. If Vivendi approaches you to make a licensed portable game, run for the fucking hills. Let me get something out of the way before we start on this next game. I am an absolutely huge JRPG fan. That might come as a bit of a surprise, mainly because JRPGs are a little bit maligned in the long-form essay community. If you look at all the biggest channels in this space, there's a whole lot of Deus Ex and Dark Souls, and not a huge amount of Xenogears and Parasite Eve. I think that's a crying shame, and that the genre has a lot more narrative and design creativity than it's given credit for, which is why I was looking forward to the Third Age so much, as it would be my first chance to talk about this genre, which I feel so passionate about. So let's start this section with someone else who felt equally, if not more passionate about the potential of Japanese role-playing games. Steve Gray, an executive producer at EA in the mid-2000s. Now, Steve had made a name for himself in the 1990s working at Squaresoft as a producer. He had a huge love for the genre, and when he returned to America in the early 2000s after taking a job with EA, the first thing he did was push to see if he could blend this passion with another of his, the world of Tolkien's Lord of the Rings. He wanted EA to fund a JRPG-style Lord of the Rings game, and while that sounds completely absurd, the Third Age is exactly that. Essentially, the board were convinced by his passion for the project and allowed him to set up a small spin-off studio within EA Redwood, known as the Rivendell Studio. What they produced is the definition of an oddity, a coming together of two worlds that ordinarily would never have crossed, ultimately resulting in one of the most unique but highly flawed games of its generation. Now we need to start with the elephant in the room, which is the sheer enormity of the influence taken from Final Fantasy X, which given Gray's love of the series is obviously not accidental. The structure of Third Age is slightly different to what you'd expect from a classic JRPG, in that there isn't really a world map and you don't freely roam around. There aren't towns full of side quests and shops, and the pace is a lot faster than what you'd see in something like Dragon Quest or Breath of Fire. Just like in Final Fantasy X, it's a highly cinematic game with a fully voiced cast, in-engine cutscenes that drive the plot, and a much more linear and scripted structure. Lots of forward momentum and minimal distinction between dungeons and safe zones. It's in the game's combat where that influence somewhat tips over into near plagiarism, as Rivendell Studio have essentially completely lifted the conditional time battle system from Final Fantasy X and inserted it into their game wholesale. It's a pure turn-based combat system where you have infinite time to decide on your moves and can actually see the upcoming turn order in this little graph in the corner. What makes this particularly engaging is that a huge amount of the moves you unlock actually use this system. You're able to delay enemy turns or rack up extra turns yourself, and thanks to the fact that you always have a slight idea of what's coming up, there's a huge amount of strategy and forward planning in even basic encounters. They've also completely borrowed Final Fantasy X's party design. Essentially, each character brings its own set of skills to the battlefield, and you can swap them out during combat completely freely, without losing a turn. It means battles are often designed around capitalising on certain party members' strong suits and using appropriate abilities to counter the huge amount of enemies you meet. Now, I can easily see why some people treat this as a huge negative. I think, ultimately, it's only a bad thing if the quality of the imitation is poor. And luckily for Steve Gray and his team, they've actually done a pretty admirable job of replicating Square's PS2 juggernaut. While it's obviously not quite the same standard and misses a few key components that make Final Fantasy X so good, it's actually the more original elements that let Third Age down, with those heavily influenced parts forming most of what the game does well. Our plot concerns a Gondorian captain called Berethor, who's been sent to meet up with Boromir at Rivendell, presumably just before the Fellowship forms. Unfortunately for our hero, he's ambushed en route by the Nazgul, and after a completely typical unwinnable early game boss fight, he's saved by a female elf, Idriel. Turns out she's been sent by Galadriel to protect Berethor, who apparently has some sort of mysterious higher calling, although Idriel doesn't actually know what that is. She joins the party and the game begins in full, with Berethor tracking the Fellowship across Middle-earth and the question of his destiny hanging over everything. It looks like it's shaping up to tell an interesting little story. What will become of Berethor when he discovers that Boromir has died? What's this mysterious destiny that the elves are so concerned with? And why is Berethor hearing the voice of Gandalf guiding him across the land? Well, unfortunately, all of this goes absolutely nowhere thanks to the game's single biggest flaw. It is tied completely to the movie license, without so much of a word of dialogue or a line of exposition able to be written about the world outside of Peter Jackson's movies. It means that despite setting up what's clearly an original story, the plot of the Third Age basically completely mirrors the plot of the films, with our party heading to Rivendell, then into the Mines of Moria, before fighting across Rohan and Helm's Deep, with everything ending up in Gondor for the finale, just like in Return of the King. It's more like a JRPG adaptation of the movies with a sprinkling of original story, rather than what you'd expect, which is mostly new narrative with a few crossovers into familiar theatrical events. That being said, it's not all bad for the game's use of the movie license. Because it runs so closely to them, we actually get to play through a JRPG version of some key events, and quite a few of them are actually pretty fun and well executed. For example, we fight at Helm's Deep alongside Aragorn, and the game actually does a pretty good job of using its combat system to emulate orcs pouring through the breach in the gate, along with making Aragorn feel like a supremely powerful fighter with strength far in excess of normal men. The peak of these moments is the fight against the Balrog, now reimagined as a huge RPG boss battle at the end of an extensive dungeon. I completely get that it's totally non-canon and rewrites the very material that the game is based on. I just don't really care. Cool will always trump canon in my mind, and getting to control Gandalf while he blasts the Balrog with lightning is just excellent. What's not so excellent is the design of the world that you explore, which is really a complete missed opportunity, and I think another victim of the game's unfortunate licensing limitations. As I mentioned earlier, the game is really quite linear and lacks a lot of the exploration that typically goes hand in hand with a role-playing game. Now, while JRPGs aren't as freeform as their Western counterparts, they'll usually balance this out by having a huge variety of creative locations to visit. Third Age's level design is just amazingly drab. There's almost nothing to see in the various locations you visit, with no shops or inns or characters to discover, which can make the game feel pretty empty. It's ultimately got more in common with an old school dungeon crawler than anything that Squaresoft ever put together. And while JRPGs aren't exactly known for their gameplay variety, Third Age is particularly sparse. So given the paucity of really anything outside of combat, you'd expect that to be pretty rock solid, and for the most part you'd be right, although again, it's not without some flaws. As we already discussed, it's broadly based around managing the turn order and utilising the different skills of your party. Idriel has spirit magic, which can be used offensively or to heal. Berethor gets access to special sword attacks and buffs for the party, and Elagos the Ranger has a series of debuffs, just to name a few of the abilities involved. Much like in Final Fantasy X, the party members' roles are largely already defined, so the progression system is more focused around deciding which skills you want to unlock, rather than creating completely custom characters. Now, that's all well and good for the first 10 to 15 hours or so, but by the midpoint of the Third Age, things can start to get pretty bullshit with some encounters that can really catch you out if you're not prepared. While mischance has always been a huge part of JRPGs, Third Age really puts a bit too much focus on it, and if you get into the later game without having invested some points into dexterity, which increases your hit chance, you'll basically just miss every single attack, which makes most fights unwinnable. On top of this, enemies increasingly have the ability to counter, which is activated even if your attack doesn't hit, and can also trigger a double or even triple strength critical strike. It all makes for some absolutely bullshit RNG swings where you feel like there isn't really anything you can do to avoid the game just flipping an entire battle around thanks to some poor luck. What this meant for me was that near the end of the Rohan levels, I had to take a break and do some pretty annoying grinding in order to get my dexterity up and get some better moves because the game was seriously kicking my ass. Without realising though, this had the unintended effect of making the rest of the game insanely easy, thanks to the sheer overpowered level of some of the characters' later skills. I unlocked a combo that allowed Elagos the Ranger to cast a sleep arrow on every single enemy at once, which basically turned combat against orcs and goblins into a complete joke, as I could just focus on key enemies, free from the harassment of their minions. The most broken combo of all though is without a doubt Idriel's Frenzy mixed with Aura of the Valor. Frenzy is a move that costs 200 SP and it allows you to take 2 turns. Aura of the Valor is a buff which can't be removed, which revives you when you die with full health, full SP and immediately gives you a turn. These two moves together mean that Idriel can literally never die and can always resurrect fallen party members who in turn get a free move. It makes the late game boss fights a complete joke, as while you'll die over and over again, this combo can't be broken, and you'll just slowly whittle the enemy down. The final few hours of the game are just utterly bonkers in a way I haven't experienced in a long time. After the Battle of Helm's Deep, we somehow discover, and I have genuinely no idea how, that Berethor had somehow become enslaved by Saruman while looking for Boromir, and had been instructed to take the ring from the Fellowship and deliver it to Isengard. Turns out Galadriel knew about this, which is why she decided to send Idriel to make sure it never happened. Well, our hero gets mighty annoyed about this and declares that the curse is broken, and then I guess it just is. We don't confront Saruman or anything like that. Berethor just literally shouts that he no longer has any control over him, and then that's that plot wrapped up. It's a fucking weird twist because it's actually quite a cool idea, but it's just so cheap and unearned. Berethor never does or says anything that might make anyone suspicious, and after a few levels, you're really just following Gandalf's instructions with the plotline to hunt down Boromir pretty much forgotten about. If there was just a little bit more setup for this, it could be a pretty awesome twist, but it comes completely out of nowhere and then within seconds is resolved. Things shortly get even weirder though. About 30 minutes after that revelation, the party is magically now in Osgiliath, where Berethor remembers that he abandoned his post here and ran from the battle, which caused him to be exiled, and that's how Saruman came across him. Only thing is, by the end of the Osgiliath zone, we discover that Berethor didn't actually desert, but was stabbed by the Witch King, which caused his mind to become enslaved to the Nazgul's will and head off to look for the ring. That's right, it's literally the exact same fucking twist, but this time with the Witch King instead. Once again, there's just no setup whatsoever, and after a short fight at the end of the zone, Berethor declares himself free of the Nazgul and basically carries on exactly how he was before. For someone with multiple evil curses on top of him, he should have seemed pretty unbothered by the whole ordeal. As if things couldn't get any stranger, the game also has possibly the most stupid love triangle I've ever seen in a role-playing game. Now, at the start of the game, there's all this tension between Berethor and Idriel, and it seems pretty obvious that there's going to be a sort of Aragorn and Arwen parallel. Hell, they even share a kiss in Moria, so it's not like I'm imagining this. Well, in Rohan, we meet Morwen, who's a sort of Rohirrim battle maiden who joins with the party in order to find her family, who've become refugees after Saruman's invasion. Again in Osgiliath, we discover that Morwen is actually a Gondorian who was exiled to Rohan because her husband abandoned his post. Who was that husband? Well, I'll give you one guess. It's just so strange and again completely out of left field. The game spends its time setting up this little elven human romance only to pull the old switcheroo and have a party member actually be revealed as Berethor's wife. It's just baffling storytelling. The whole second half of the original plot plays out like one of those school games where everyone takes a turn to write the next sentence in a story, but without being able to see what everybody else has written. Sadly, it's not just the plot that collapses in flames in the final few hours either, as the gameplay goes completely insane as well. The final zone is the Battle of the Pelennor Fields. Or more appropriately, I should just say Pelennor Fields, because there isn't a single NPC here, and nothing that would indicate that there's currently a battle happening at all. The environment's just completely barren and oddly maze-like, and it's extremely disorientating to walk around, as every part of the level just looks completely identical. There's not even really objectives for this zone. You just wander around fighting Murmurkill, which are extremely annoying because they have a move which can remove all of your magic points. It's not hard, it's just extremely time-consuming to beat them, and the level has you fight about 7 of them in a row, which is just mentally draining. Anyway, the game finally ends with Morwen, now promoted to primary love interest, being captured by the Nazgul, and the party and Aragorn needing to team up and save her. All you really need to do is stay alive and let Aragorn take care of everything, as he has this really strong Army of the Dead attack which does massive amounts of damage. Unfortunately, Berethor's surprise wife doesn't actually survive the battle, and despite only finding out that they were in a relationship mere minutes earlier, Berethor is beside himself. That is until Aragorn comes over and uses his inexplicable king magic to resurrect her. At this point, Berethor asks how he can ever repay this, and Aragorn for some reason replies with the "you bow to no one" line that he says to the hobbits at the end of the film. As if all that wasn't enough to make you lose your mind with confusion, the game cuts to Gandalf congratulating us on our victory before the screen flashes for one final battle. The party is magically transported to the top of Barad-dûr in Mordor, where they start to fight against the literal Eye of Sauron. Now, I know it's a bit of a tradition for JRPGs to end with a sudden battle against an unseen villain who is actually pulling the strings all along, but I think this is kind of pushing the realms of plausibility. What's even funnier is that by this point, my party was completely overpowered, and through a combo of an item that removes all of an enemy's armour, and Berethor unlocking a move that allows him to attack 10 times in a turn, I was chumping Sauron for about 100k damage each turn, and beat him just minutes after the fight started. And then the game just ends. It shows some footage from the film that makes it look kind of like our party just died in the crumbling remains of the tower, and then you're booted out to the main menu. We don't even get to see the credits, let alone find out what actually happens to our team. It's just the most bonkers ending to any game I've ever played, and considering how crazy some RPGs can get, that is no small feat to achieve. It's the most perfect blend of complete nonsense and weird storytelling that turns the final few hours of Third Age into one of the funniest games I've ever played. I mean, you physically kill Sauron. It just doesn't really get any better than that. On a more serious note, despite needing a miraculous set of circumstances to even be made, it's ironically those same circumstances that end up holding the Third Age back from realising its obvious potential. It's impossible to escape from the fact that this game needed to have its own story, and being so closely tied to the license just doesn't create the sense of freedom and adventure that you'd expect from a JRPG. Like I said earlier, broad parts of this game feel like you're playing a dungeon crawler adaptation of the movies, and that's just a real shame considering what a Lord of the Rings RPG could be like. Despite all the craziness in the Third Age, which resulted in quite a few mixed reviews from the critics, it actually sold pretty well, managing over 1 million units shipped in its first year, which is not bad considering it was basically a complete experiment by a very small team. Sadly though, to this day it remains EA's one and only venture into the world of JRPGs, and without Steve Gray pushing this direction, the future of Lord of the Rings video games would never wind back round to give us any more experiences like this. It means that Third Age, despite all of its problems, retains a special place in people's hearts, my own included. It's just a wonderfully unlikely mashup of two things that you'd never think would meet, and it results in some of the most unintentionally brilliant and unintentionally hilarious video game moments that I've experienced for years. Another tentpole Lord of the Rings console game, of course, means another port onto the Game Boy Advance. We're back with Kryptonite Games, who clearly by this point had become EA's go-to portable studio. With that in mind, it's not particularly surprising that they've once again decided to strike out in a completely different direction, and instead of a handheld version of the Final Fantasy-influenced gameplay we've just seen, Lord of the Rings The Third Age on Game Boy Advance is a top-down tactical RPG. Now, that's not as much of a crazy change as you'd think, as the genre was extremely successful on the platform, with Final Fantasy Tactics Advance and Fire Emblem both really reinventing the genre as a primarily portable experience. What I would say about Lord of the Rings The Third Age on Game Boy Advance is that it's not a bad game, just a disappointing one, and that disappointment increases exponentially the more familiar you are with the classics of this genre. To begin with, there's no original storyline at all, and once again we find ourselves playing through some loose adaptations of the events in the movies, without really much attempt to blend the missions into a coherent story. It's the first letdown because, once again, as with its console counterpart, it's just a huge missed opportunity to adapt some storylines that would really fit into a game based around an ongoing military campaign. It's obviously constrained by the license yet again, but damned if it isn't disappointing to be playing through Weathertop and the Mines of Moria once again, instead of the Noldor Elves' war against Morgoth or the adventures of Turin Turambar. Regarding the gameplay, if you've played Fire Emblem, you'll be extremely at home here, as the game broadly plays out in exactly the same, just with much less strategic depth. The basic gameplay is of course controlling your units on a grid-based map, leveling up your heroes so they get stronger, and completing various objectives to progress through the game's campaign. It's such a simple premise for a video game genre that it's odd to imagine that anything could really go wrong. Well, things are clearly wrong from the very first mission, and it becomes very clear that Kryptonite's tendency to experiment has led to some changes that really don't work. The biggest is that maps are divided into 3 sections, referred to as flanks, and at the start of each turn you'll be assigned a set number of moves which govern how many commands you can issue within each flank. The value isn't completely random though, as it's actually defined by the hero you have in each section. On paper, it's a system that really has a lot of potential for interesting strategic decisions. Different heroes generate different amounts of command points. Eowyn, for example, can generate up to 4, while Gimli can only generate 2. The trade-off is that our dwarven friend is a much stronger fighter and can hold his own on the front lines in a way that Eowyn can't. It's honestly an interesting spin on the SRPG formula that turns your named characters into more than just a heavy hitter. The problem is, in practice, I found it leads to a huge amount of frustration. The root issue is that even on a good roll with a high command point hero, you'll only really get 4 or maybe 5 moves at maximum, and you almost always have more troops than this to command in a single flank. It leads to a lot of turns where you maybe only get to move 1 or 2 out of 10 troops before having to pass the turn back over or switch to another flank. It makes battles absolutely crawl, with some of the earliest missions lasting well over half an hour and some of the later ones being multiple hours long, which is just nowhere near the right flow for this kind of game. The second big issue is that there's a real problem with how homogenic the units are, with everything really just blending into a uniform mush. In games like Fire Emblem or Tactics Ogre, your army is composed of different units that fulfill different niches, with classes having different strengths and weaknesses that dictate the flow of battle. It's a classic lance beats sword, which beats axe, which beats lance, which adds a layer of depth to a game like Fire Emblem beyond just positioning troops and using heroes. In Third Age, almost every single unit can fight in both melee range and from distance, which unfortunately removes a lot of the strategy from the strategy RPG. Almost every battle plays out in exactly the same way, with your troops trading arrows as they slowly move towards each other, and then it just really boiling down to who can focus targets quicker. There's no real benefit to spreading out because your command points might prevent you from using those troops again for a fair few turns. It's frustrating because it's not like Kryptonite were experimenting because they were adapting a genre that was alien to portable systems, like with their Diablo-style games. This is a genre that was well established on the GBA at this point, with a clear guide as to what works and what makes for an interesting game in this style. That desire to reinvent the wheel and try and stand out from the crowd has ultimately hurt what could be a really cool mixture: Lord of the Rings and small-scale tactical combat. Disappointingly for Kryptonite, the game reviewed quite badly, and only got an average score of around 5 out of 10, which was a big drop-off from their previous efforts in the franchise. A big complaint was that the difficulty was just way too high, and when coupled with gameplay systems that really do drag, it just all combines to make for a game that's not really worth the effort it asks of you. As I said at the top of this section, I think being so familiar with Fire Emblem and Square's tactical RPGs just highlights the issues with this one. It's not an awful game, but just incredibly disappointing and not a patch on its competition, which you won't be able to drive from your mind while slogging through some of these missions. Incredibly, just 1 year later, Kryptonite would release another attempt at converting Lord of the Rings into a strategy RPG, this time simply called Lord of the Rings Tactics. The biggest change is, of course, that we're now talking about a PSP game, which means fully 3D environments, realistic character models, and a much more dynamic camera that swoops around the battlefield, showing off all the action and introducing the objectives. The aesthetics are once again tied really closely to the visual direction of the films, and the increased amount of polygons really do help in this respect. It's a big step up from the muddy and generic look of Third Age GBA, and while it's nowhere near the best looking game on the platform, units look distinct, arenas are visually unique, and everyone looks like a low-res version of what they're supposed to look like. Now, in true Kryptonite tradition, Tactics throws out most of the mechanics found in their last game, and once again tries to reinvent the strategy RPG wheel with a few unique ideas. The scale has been reined in quite a bit, and instead of large military battles, Tactics focuses on much smaller skirmishes where you pit just a handful of fighters against the forces of evil. Sounds like it would be a step backwards, but in reality it makes missions much easier to understand and gives the whole game a much snappier pace. In a kind of baffling decision though, most missions only involve 2 or 3 named characters, with the rest of the roster being filled out with generic soldiers of a few different types, mainly archers, cavalry and soldiers. Despite it being weird that our heroes are always accompanied by a retinue of foot soldiers, It's something I'm willing to accept as it improves massively on the homogenic design from Third Age. You actually have different units that do different things, and even though it never really approaches anything complex, it's at least giving us the fundamentals of a strategy RPG. While the game might have the most generic name possible, Kryptonite have actually done their best to try and stand out from the genre crowd, and this takes shape in how the game handles movement. Turns are split into the movement phase and the action phase, which both happen at exactly the same time for both players. You'll give your units movement commands, which are set out on a grid, and then every unit moves together, with collisions causing troops to become locked in battle. Once that's all done, you'll issue combat orders, which again are all carried out at the same time. It's an extremely odd concept to wrap your head around at first, but weirdly, it sort of does work, and it leads to all manner of moments where you're analysing the whole battlefield, trying to predict enemy movements and position your troops to block off attack lines. The issue with tactics is that, despite these unique mechanical innovations, the game just doesn't really have a worthy campaign to pair with it, and it presents a crazy sparse single-player offering. For starters, there's no story whatsoever. The campaign is just 24 semi-related missions that tie roughly into the events of the films, all once again bookended by low-resolution clips from the films and not anything resembling a coherent story. Sometimes the individual missions can be quite good, like a level where Frodo and Sam have to fight against Shelob the spider and manage her endlessly respawning brood. Or there's my personal favourite, which is a really inventive take on the Bridge of Khazad-dûm, where you need to run away from the Balrog while clearing enemies that try to block you with the movement system. The problem really is that for every single interesting mission, there's 2 or 3 hyper-boring ones, often with mission objectives that don't even really make sense. Fangorn Forest, for example, is just a small game of capture the flag where Gandalf is accompanied by some Rohirrim soldiers. There's zero context for what's actually going on here or what the flags even represent, and it's clearly just thrown together to chuck another level in. There's just a real lack of depth or creativity behind most of the missions, and the fact that every now and then it serves up something actually interesting just makes these dry patches all the worse. Annoyingly, that lack of depth also extends to how you develop and level your characters, which is as close to a cardinal sin as is possible in a strategy RPG. Here, victory rewards you with gold that you spend in an in-game shop on either consumable items, stat upgrades, or new moves. But you really only ever get enough gold to purchase a single thing, which either means a lot of grinding or having to be very careful about who you invest your resources into. I noticed quite early on that you can see who's going to feature in the next battle, and it meant that with each victory I just invested my gold into whoever was coming up next, always having a leg up for the next mission. It had the side effect of making the game extremely easy, as for some reason levels aren't split equally between the different characters, and those who feature regularly, like Aragorn, Legolas and Gandalf, become hyper powerful from greedily sucking up all of those upgrades. By the halfway point of the game, I wasn't even coming close to losing a single level, which is pretty incredible considering just how punishing Third Age could be. It's all obviously due to the single year that Kryptonite had to turn this game around, and I think it's no stretch to imagine that EA didn't give them a huge budget to work with. It's a new console, a new engine, and new mechanics, so frankly, I think the simple fact that the game's remotely functional, and even at times quite fun, is really pretty impressive. Sadly though, it means that Lord of the Rings Tactics only slightly improves on the issues in Third Age, and neither of them really feel like that definitive Tolkien strategy RPG. It's a premise that sounds great on paper, but lacks the execution to really be a truly memorable and satisfying game. Unfortunately for the franchise, that's a problem that's going to dog a fair few of the upcoming games. Lord of the Rings and strategy games have long had a fruitful union. Strangely, the rights to produce board games and miniature model games was one of the first things that Middle-earth Enterprises licensed out, and it meant that throughout the 70s and 80s, long before video games went mainstream, Tolkien fans were sitting down to play out battles from the novels with counters, maps, and models. This synergy between the world of books and strategic gaming meant that among the first wave of Lord of the Rings video games were some noble attempts at converting these tabletop experiences into digital form. In 1988, Developer Melbourne House released War in Middle-earth for almost every single home computer system available, and in doing so, put out the first Lord of the Rings real-time strategy game. Now, it's a far cry from what we understand the genre to be in 2022, unrecognisable when compared to StarCraft or Age of Empires, but for its time, it was an amazingly ambitious attempt to give players a world of conflict to manage and command. You control the forces of the West, trying to stop Sauron while he hunts for the Fellowship, guiding troops around the map and engaging in battles. The game actually sold and reviewed quite well, enough to warrant a sequel, Riders of Rohan, which focused on the conflict from the Two Towers. This time, instead of a large simulation-style game, the player had to use their units to recreate events from the books, like Éomer intercepting the Uruk-hais outside of Fangorn Forest, or Gandalf saving the day at Helm's Deep. It's an odd premise for a game, but such was the appeal of Tolkien mixed with strategy gaming that it also sold quite well. These early successes, however, weren't enough to save the franchise from its 1990s slump, and along with its RPG and adventure game cousins, we wouldn't see any fresh takes on these ideas for over 10 years. Fellowship of the Ring's box office success brought the series roaring back into relevancy, and in its wake followed the spiritual successors to War in Middle-earth and Riders of Rohan. Just like how they were going head-to-head on home consoles, Vivendi and EA both announced that they would be sending in rival candidates into the RTS genre, seeking to claim the throne as the true successor to that long lineage of Lord of the Rings strategy gaming. We're going to take a quick look at both of them because what they brought to the table, and which one came out on top, really is the backdrop for this part of the retrospective. Vivendi's offering was 2003's War of the Ring, developed by Liquid Entertainment, who, surprisingly by Vivendi's usual standards, actually had quite the pedigree in this genre. In 2001, they'd released Battle Realms, which is a really underrated Eastern mythology-inspired RTS with some unique mechanics. War of the Ring essentially takes a lot of the mechanics from Battle Realms and plasters a Tolkien skin over the top. You control famous characters that you level up RPG style, while at the same time building an army and fighting battles using both of them. It's sort of been remembered as a Warcraft 3 clone, and it's quite hard to escape those comparisons, to be totally honest. On top of the very similar gameplay, the graphical style is almost identical, with this sort of mixture of humorous, cartoonish models and some pretty intense gore during the fights. Unfortunately for Vivendi and Liquid Entertainment, it reviewed pretty averagely, with criticism mainly focused on just how unoriginal most of it felt. I think that's a little harsh, but you can't argue with its sales numbers, which didn't do enough to warrant a sequel. That tepid reception also had a lot to do with EA's rival RTS, Battle for Middle-earth, which came draped in the visuals of the movies, looking and sounding exactly like what people wanted from a Lord of the Rings strategy game. That EA publishing money meant that its developer, EA Los Angeles, put out a game with a much higher level of polish and just enough unique mechanics to get people uninterested in the franchise to take a look. Battle for Middle-earth actually revolves around a pretty unique mechanic, one which I think is criminally underused in the RTS genre. You start each match with a fortress that has a set number of plots which you use for buildings, and you can never expand beyond this. It's interesting because it immediately creates two pretty awesome layers of strategy. Firstly, the game naturally has a lot of decisions for you to make. Do you invest in lots of unit creation buildings and aim for a highly versatile army? Or maybe opt for some workshops and go for a smaller but stronger force? Maybe you want to spec into defensive units or rush to create heroes? Because the game limits your options, you need to really think about and react to what the opponent is doing, and it makes for a nice game of strategic cat and mouse. On top of this, the set castle and building plot layout means that sieges play a huge part in Battle for Middle-earth, with wide walls that you can actually place troops on top of, and upgrades that make taking a base really quite difficult. It honestly makes for some absolutely epic moments where you've got siege towers rolling towards your walls and your troops desperately defending the ramparts. In addition to this, there's a nice system of powers which unlock as the battle progresses. In the early game, it's just basic heals or hero upgrades, but as a map draws on, some of them become really pretty crazy. Summoning the army of the dead or a Balrog not only changes the course of any fight, but it looks fucking cool as hell to see huge monsters sweeping through enemy troops. And thanks to Battle for Middle-earth's physics engine, you really feel the impact of a Balrog punch or a cavalry charge. Battle for Middle-earth was a big success. Its unique take on the RTS genre brought in fans who maybe weren't overly bothered about the license, and its recreation of the most famous moments from the films made sure to suck in all those movie fans. It reviewed really well and sold well in excess of 1 million units, which for an RTS game that isn't called StarCraft is extremely impressive. It meant that a sequel was guaranteed, with EA once again coming out on top against Vivendi. Their superior funding and development know-how just seemed to constantly churn out games that the market was captivated by, and people were desperate for more. Battle for Middle-earth 2 was announced shortly afterwards, and EA deployed 2 secret weapons, which they knew would generate a lot of extra interest into this already hyped follow-up. In July 2005, EA and Tolkien Enterprises finally came to an agreement that would allow them to take on the publishing rights for the entirety of Tolkien's universe. The first time ever that a single publisher would have sole control of the franchise. The game was going to be set during the events of Lord of the Rings, but focused on the conflict in the north, which meant that we'd be seeing characters like Glorfindel of Rivendell and King Dain of the Iron Hills fighting in what felt like an all-new battle against the evil host of Dol Guldur. It had book and film fans salivating at the idea of seeing fresh ideas, finally something different to the endless video game adaptations of Helm's Deep or the Pelennor Fields. As if that wasn't enough to get people interested, in January 2006, it was announced that Lewis Castle was being brought on to handle the game's adaptation for home consoles. Castle had an enormous pedigree in this world, as he was the co-founder of Westwood Studios, the godfathers of the RTS genre who essentially codified the entire thing with Command & Conquer. It meant expectations for the game on both PC and Xbox 360 were sky high, and when Battle for Middle-earth 2 released in mid-2006, it looked like it had met them. Rave reviews from publications like IGN, PC Gamer and GameSpot led to big sales numbers on both platforms, something which, I've got to reiterate, outside of StarCraft, is not normal. But as I played through this game for the video on console, I'm honestly left feeling a little disappointed. And I think the story here is one of 2 versions, one of which is a classic of the genre, and another which doesn't really live up to its reputation. We'll talk about the game more generally first, where it sits in the RTS genre and what it does to deserve all that acclaim, and then we'll really dig into the differences between the 2 releases and where my issues come from. Battle for Middle-earth 2 is actually quite the departure from its predecessor, ditching most of the design choices that made it unique and striking out in a rather more traditional direction. Set bases are now completely gone, and the army composition has been changed up from single units to building squads. Both obviously have a huge impact on the way the game's played, and when taken in tandem with a host of other systems, it makes for a surprisingly deep RTS with a lot of clever design choices. The game has a really interesting take on resource management that's actually very streamlined for the genre, but in a way that encourages the player to focus on the fun parts of the game, rather than being overly macro-heavy. Most factions have a building which generates gold, the sole resource in the game, and once it's built, you simply leave it to fill your coffers. The downside is that these can't be placed close together, and if you want to get a real economy going, you have to head out into the map to be able to place them as efficiently as possible. As they also control your population cap, it means they're highly valuable, but also have to be placed away from your base. It's such a clever design choice because it forces players out onto the map and encourages skirmishes to happen throughout the game, as you try to protect your buildings and harass your opponents. On top of this, as building plots have been removed, the game is a lot more fluid, which means you're able to react to the army your opponent has in a much faster way. It's no longer as all-in as it was, and now it puts a lot more emphasis on the micromanagement of battles themselves. You'll need to choose targets and move troops around, with formations and positioning really mattering to the outcome of a fight. It puts a lot of the emphasis on the real-time element in RTS, and it makes for an amazingly playable and fun game. If there was a criticism to be levelled at Battle for Middle-earth 1, it's probably that its factions were somewhat homogenic, with the only real difference being between the forces of good or evil. In the sequels, the roster has been expanded to 6 unique factions, all of which play slightly differently, and all of which have their own unique units, heroes, and powers. It means that there are 27 different matchups in a 1v1, and that's before you start factoring in all the different permutations that RTS games come with. A 4v4 here is just chaos with all kinds of units and heroes tearing up the battlefield. What makes it all work is that some of the factions are just damn fun to play as. The dwarves in particular are brilliant and ooze character. They're hardy warriors whose squads cost a lot more command points, but in return can be upgraded to be really powerful with mithril armour and golden war axes. When you pair them up with fantasy war machines and a tunnel system that they can use to get around the map, it's just such a thematic take on Tolkien's shorter race. The same is true for all of the races really. The forces of Sauron get access to various types of trolls which charge around sending units flying, or Mummakill which genuinely look to scale and take huge amounts of effort to bring down. The men of the West have incredibly powerful cavalry thanks to the Riders of Rohan, and there is still absolutely nothing like sending a huge amount of them into an orcish horde and seeing the bodies fly everywhere. The most notorious race is without a doubt the elves, who have access to Mirkwood archers who can turn invisible and dish out an enormous amount of damage. When they're paired with the Silverthorn arrow upgrade, it can feel like a cheat code to play with them and a complete hack when you're playing against it. They rip through everything in the game and easily make them the strongest faction in my book. It all adds up to an excellently designed RTS and thoroughly deserving of its reputation. One which has people clamouring for a modern port to Steam, and a dedicated community that's patching it to work on modern PCs. Which brings me on to the Xbox 360 port. Now, in the run-up to its release, most of the marketing had revolved around how EA and Lewis Castle had finally cracked the age-old question about how to take this PC-only genre and make it actually playable with a controller. In almost every single review, the game was praised for its revolutionary control scheme, which meant I was genuinely really curious to check it out. I knew it was a great game after all, but just how good did it feel to play on console? Essentially, your mouse is now entirely controlled by the left thumbstick, which also has the camera locked to it. Control groups are handled really quite cleverly through holding the triggers and pressing A in different combinations. For example, RB and A will select every troop of that type, while LT and A will select everything on the screen. The Y button takes you to flashing events, so if a building completes or a unit comes under attack, you can quickly snap over and it really does feel like you have good control over everything that's happening. Now, RTS UIs are usually pretty complicated and pretty mouse focused, but this has also been adapted in a really ingenious way. Your minimap in the bottom left is now your Palantir, which of course shows you the minimap, but also acts as a sort of mini command list, changing on the fly depending on what unit or hero or building you have selected. It's all governed with the D-pad and actually works really well. You feel like you can quickly queue up units, jump to builders which are easy to control, and issue spells and powers during the heat of a battle thanks to the super easy bookmark system. It's all genuinely incredibly impressive. I've thought for years that Halo Wars with all of its radial menus was the pinnacle of RTS on console, but I've got to hand it to EA Los Angeles. This is really a much better system, and it allows you to play what is essentially a very traditional kind of real-time strategy without really any compromise. So what's the issue then? Why was I so disappointed by my experience? The elephant in the room is that the Xbox 360 simply isn't as powerful as a home PC, even one from 2006, and it's unfortunately led to huge amounts of good content being removed and a performance level that honestly spoils the game. Two modes which were a huge part of Battle for Middle-earth 2 on PC are nowhere to be found. It's War of the Ring campaign mode and it's Create a Hero mode. Create a Hero was an awesome little bit of role-playing where you could create your own Lord of the Rings character from really quite a broad amount of characteristics, spec out their stats and abilities, and then take them online into skirmishes. It was a huge part of the metagame, and different heroes and abilities complemented different factions, all could level out the weaknesses of another. It's just a whole nother level of depth that the game had, which the console version misses out on. The War of the Ring campaign mode is another glaring omission. It's essentially EA's version of the Total War series, where a map-based territory control game acts as a framework for a whole host of battles. It's a mode that has a lot of variables for you to mess around with, and is really just a simulator for creating Lord of the Rings scenarios. I know I spent hours conquering Middle-earth as the forces of Gondor, and it's sadly the mode that I was most looking forward to playing again. further compounding that console disappointment. That being said, I could have accepted all of this. After all, it is a console port, so you're naturally going to see elements have to be removed. For example, the graphics are a lot worse, but I won't hold that against the game, as that's just natural. What I can't accept, however, is the performance, which is at times horrific and really dragged the game into being quite a tedious chore to play through. At low levels of units on screen, the game's extremely playable and really lives up to that high standard we discussed earlier, but as soon as you start pushing around the 400 command points, the problems really begin. Battles of this size just slow to an utter crawl and can take absolutely forever to resolve, with the entire game completely chugging along, feeling like it's about to burst out of your console from the sheer strain it's under. This amazingly still happens outside of combat on the bigger maps, and it feels like you're playing the whole game at about a third of the speed that it should be running at. It was so surprisingly poor, in fact, that I actually bought a second copy of the game, presuming that mine must just have been damaged, but unfortunately this was no better. On an Xbox 360 Elite, in excellent condition, 2 copies of the game both ran like this. So unfortunately, I'm saying that it's baked into the build itself. It only compounds my final issue, which is that while the control scheme is fantastic for playing an RTS on console, it's not actually great design for this specific RTS. Battle for Middle-earth 2 is a game about micromanagement, quickly issuing commands to specific units, using abilities and powers, and getting really stuck into controlling your army. The control scheme here just isn't precise enough for this type of gameplay, and while it works really well for controlling everything at once or big groups, you don't really have the precision to be able to pick individual units and give them accurate commands. The Planter system is great for selecting a building, churning out some units and sending them into battle, but the sheer amount of misclicks and wrong commands I issued in the later stages of missions created this huge sense of frustration. When that was paired with the horrific lag and the slowdown, it honestly makes for an experience that's pretty punishing to sit through. I almost think they could have implemented a pause button, borrowing something from the CRPG world, where you could queue up commands, assess the battlefield, and just give the poor CPU a chance to catch up. It's all just massively disappointing because I know this game is fantastic. The campaigns have some incredibly well-designed missions, and while the story isn't actually particularly interesting, leveling Glorfindel, Gloin, or the Mouth of Sauron as they fight across the north of Middle-earth is great fun. We get to visit locations like Mirkwood, Erebor, Dale, and Dol Guldur, all criminally underused in Lord of the Rings games, which is one of the reasons I was so looking forward to it. It's why this section of the retrospective is a tale of two games. Battle for Middle-earth 2 is a brilliant RTS and still holds up to this day, just not on the Xbox 360, which I honestly couldn't recommend to anyone. What's even more sad about this game is that, despite its amazing sales and positive critical reception, it's not really left a legacy of console RTS games influenced by its clever design. I really think that the bones are here for a fantastic console game in this style, but just one that requires less micromanagement and likely runs on a much more powerful system. Unfortunately, due to licensing issues, the game's no longer playable online or purchasable on PC, requiring a cracked version to even run on Windows 10 and 11. It means that every single year that goes by, its reputation diminishes thanks to new gamers simply being unable to experience it. It's why video game preservation is so important, because it stops clever and interesting design being lost amidst corporate legal battles. For all of its myriad problems, Battle for Middle-earth 2 on Xbox 360 is worth remembering for that control scheme, and I hope one day, somehow, it's used in another game that can see it reach its potential. In 2007, EA made a pretty big move that really shook the industry to its core. After months of rumours, the news dropped in October of that year that they had purchased VG Holding Corporation, which was the parent company of a little RPG studio known as BioWare. It's a purchase that's been discussed to death, but what most people don't realise is that the deal to buy VG Holding and BioWare actually included another completely separate studio. I'm talking about Pandemic Studios. They'd created quite a few successful PS2 series like Destroy All Humans and Mercenaries, both of which were critical and financial successes, and it led to the studio enjoying a bit of a cult reputation as a team that made fantastic mid-budget games. Along with these original titles, Pandemic also had a close relationship with LucasArts and had been producing multiplayer-focused efforts based on the Star Wars license. In 2005, they'd struck gold and put out Star Wars Battlefront 2, which was a huge success for the studio, outselling everything they'd ever made put together and really getting them a lot of attention. Now, for anyone that's never played Battlefront 2, it's an absolutely brilliant game that's well deserving of its acclaim, and honestly is still really fun to play in 2022. Its core gameplay is a sort of class-based zone capture multiplayer game, but it's packed with so much Star Wars content and flavour that it's almost impossible to ever stop having memorable moments. You can battle as Luke Skywalker against Darth Vader, board and sabotage Star Destroyers, pilot a spaceship in dogfight, or play out a huge strategic galactic war. And that's all on top of the fact that the core class-based run-and-gun gameplay is just really fun. It meant that when EA announced at E3 2008, just a few months after the purchase was complete, that Pandemic would be taking their Battlefront formula and pairing it up with the world of Lord of the Rings, the hype was incredible. Pandemic really played into this as well. Because the game would be releasing on Xbox 360 and PS3, they put a lot of emphasis on the game's online features, which most Battlefront players had never been able to experience. They claimed that thanks to the next-gen engine they were using, we'd be playing huge 10 versus 10 battles full of NPC bots, as many as 150 on certain maps. And it really did seem like we'd be getting a high-definition playable version of the kinds of huge battles we'd seen in the Peter Jackson films. It was a match made in heaven, with the whole industry eager to get their hands on it. What could possibly go wrong? Well, as it turns out, quite a lot. And the sheer disappointment that I felt playing it on release back in 2009 is unfortunately still as strong as ever after my playthrough for this video. The most glaringly obvious issue, to me anyway, is that the game for some reason doesn't take advantage of EA's newfound deal with Tolkien Enterprises, and instead grounds itself completely in the events and visuals of the movie trilogy. One of my biggest complaints about EA's output during their early years as custodians of this franchise is that while they put out some really great games from a mechanical point of view, they were usually so story or lore light because of that licensing constraint. There's just absolutely no excuse for showing such little ambition with the parts of Tolkien's world Pandemic wanted to take us to. Their Battlefront games cover a huge amount of locations and eras from all across the Star Wars franchise, so it's just baffling that another chance was passed up to give us a video game adaptation of the War of the Silmarils or the Númenórean defeat of Sauron in the Second Age. Middle-earth's history is just overflowing with events that would work perfectly in this sort of high-intensity, warfare-focused video game. And it's so disappointing to just be served up another portion of Helm's Deep and the Pelennor Fields. It also means that the single-player narrative is once again primarily driven by clips from the movie. It's a formula that worked for the PS2 games, but those were movie tie-ins, and importantly, the footage from all the films was still fresh. When Conquest released, the films had been out for almost a decade, so it just gives the whole game's framing device this decidedly stale feeling. It's desperately crying out for some original content or unique cutscenes. Now, all this could be forgiven as the game was obviously designed with multiplayer in mind first and foremost, as that was Pandemic's forte. It puts this retrospective in a bit of a tricky position because in 2010, only a year after the game's release, EA closed down the servers and Lord of the Rings was demoted to an offline-only game. Its online launch had been marred with matchmaking issues and poor connectivity, so EA, being the cutthroat dictators that they are, simply pulled the plug instead of trying to fix it. It means that I can't really judge the game on the basis of its original intentions, as Pandemic had clearly meant for most of your hours in this game to be spent fighting alongside and against other players, rather than solo. As that's not really possible, I'm just going to have to simply judge it as it is. as a single-player game with an offline multiplayer mode. The single-player campaign is split into 9 missions called the War of the Ring, and I'm pretty sure that it's intended as a sort of pseudo-tutorial to teach you the mechanics before you step into the online world. Now, it means that the levels themselves play out sort of like an extended version of a multiplayer match. You can respawn as many times as you like, with your victory being tied to the overall team goal that changes as you complete sections of a map. It's usually capturing command points, which works a lot like your typical King of the Hill mechanic, but often you'll also have to destroy key locations or kill an enemy hero. It's not exactly varied, to be honest, and you'll find yourself repeating a lot of these objectives, but just with an ever so slightly different flavour to them. That variety is supposed to come from the class system, which basically the entire game is built on top of. You've got 4 different classes to choose from when you spawn, with all of them fulfilling different niches within the team. There's a warrior who's tanky and does big combos in melee range. There's the high damage archer who attacks from distance, a scout who can go invisible and insta-kills high priority targets, and there's a mage who can shield, heal, and does a bit of AoE damage. On paper, it sounds like it could make for some interesting decisions, but ultimately terrible balancing and some really wonky design robs the class system of any potential. For starters, the scout is utterly useless, as battles in Conquest are so chaotic that it's impossible to sneak around and get backstabs off. There are just so many NPCs crammed into the maps, with characters scrambling all over the place, and it makes the sort of precise positioning that the scout is based around just not remotely possible. There are also some really big issues with the warrior. The class is based around combos that you pull off with different button presses, but as most of the grunts you fight die in 1 or 2 hits, it's not really worth doing, and you'll mostly just be mashing the attack button while mowing through hordes of enemies. Annoyingly though, opposition warriors are able to block every single one of your attacks, which obviously in the multiplayer is meant for an archer or a mage to step in. Problem is, while playing solo, this team play dynamic doesn't exist at all, so it just feels like the warrior literally can't kill a quarter of all of the enemy troops. It meant that I found myself almost exclusively playing as the archer and just standing at distance and mindlessly blasting my way through everything in sight. There are a few different modifiers you can put on your arrows, but really they just all amount to a stronger shot, so you basically just spam them on cooldown, with the gameplay being as mindless as possible. Ultimately, it all makes for a game that's extremely boring to play solo, as all you really do is spam the same handful of moves, while achieving some really simplistic objectives, with the whole thing just completely devoid of the energy and excitement that made Battlefront 2 such a success. The cherry on top of all of it is that the game is really not very polished and has some really bad technical issues. Lots of the environments and animations feel really low budget and choppy, which can make everything look quite a mess when a big battle is playing out and the slowdown kicks in. That being said though, the overall lack of polish and the janky feeling actually leads to some quite hilarious moments. The game gets super weird with the license at points, in a way that I genuinely can't work out if it's intentional or not. There's a section during the Siege of Isengard where Wormtongue comes screaming down out of the Tower of Orthanc to do battle on Saruman's behalf. I chopped him down as just some random Rohan soldier, and then later in the level, you play as Gandalf climbing the tower before you just straight up murder Saruman. Things get even weirder the further into the game you get. There's a level in the Mines of Moria which culminates in Gimli, Gandalf, and a bunch of Gondorian soldiers bum-rushing the Balrog and killing it. Or there's a level where the Witch King killed Éowyn, and then I just sniped him out with some random archer. Apparently that prophecy about no man being able to kill him did not matter at all. It's just really strange. It's not completely original or completely faithful. A kind of weird alternative retelling of the story found in the movies, but with this hilarious janky tone over the top of everything. Amazingly kind of fun despite itself and all of its flaws. Now, I'm never one to completely bury a game, so I want to end on a positive note by talking about the one game mode which I actually really enjoyed. So once you finish the War of the Ring campaign, you unlock a second set of missions called the Rise of Sauron, which is just the most hilariously janky, nonsense-fueled alternative ending to Lord of the Rings that I have ever seen. If you're going to get loose with the license, ladies and gentlemen, this is the way to do it. So the campaign presumes that Frodo isn't actually able to give up the ring at the final hurdle, and you take control of the Nazgul, racing to the Crack of Doom to retrieve it. You tear through a level where you fight against traitor orcs who are also trying to take the ring for themselves, and the whole thing ends in a boss fight where you kill Frodo Baggins and deliver the ring to Sauron. The rest of the missions are just an absolutely bonkers reverse of the levels we've just played out, where we basically burn every location in Middle-earth to the ground and kill every single major character from the films. You get to play as the Witch King ransacking the city of Minas Tirith, kill Faramir in the streets of Osgiliath, and even get to control the Balrog to wipe those Gondorian soldiers out and send Gimli to the same doom as his cousin. It's just ridiculous in a way that can only be unintentional, and it's absolutely brilliant. I mean, who wouldn't crack a smile as you run around the streets of Rivendell as a cave troll having to destroy elvish bookcases? The sheer absurdity of the story just fits the janky gameplay a lot better. The whole game is miles more enjoyable when it's not trying to be completely serious or feel like a competitive multiplayer game. Those boring missions where you're just firing endless arrows are a hell of a lot funnier when you're in the Shire, mowing down hordes of innocent hobbits and burning their burrows to the ground. Now, on balance, this review has been pretty negative, but it was a sentiment that was shared by consumers and critics. Conquest was savaged in reviews, and it led to really poor sales, which unfortunately the evil empire of EA weren't going to take lightly. Pandemic had their Brisbane office immediately closed down, and shortly after, EA laid off 1,500 employees across all of their studios, which affected Pandemic massively. They were put under huge pressure to recoup the lost investment, and their next game, The Saboteur, sold quite poorly, despite it actually being a really great game. EA pulled the trigger and laid off the remaining 300 Pandemic employees, closing the studio and retaining nobody. It's the horrible, real human side of bad games. It's not the executives that pay the cost for a failed project, but the team of normal people like you or me, who were probably just trying their best and made some mistakes along the way. Pandemic did make a really bad game, but it's crazy that all it took was one misstep for their corporate masters to destroy a legacy of creative game design that had been going strong for over a decade. It's just an awful way for our industry to operate, and it's this kind of all or nothing, no mistakes allowed management that sadly robbed us of so many talented smaller studios. So fuck it, I say pick up Lord of the Rings Conquest despite EA, and absolutely enjoy the bullshit craziness that is the Rise of Sauron campaign. It is a terrible game, but it's one that I'm going to enjoy just despite the corporate suits that put it out to pasture. So, kind of amazingly, Lord of the Rings Conquest on Nintendo DS, despite sounding like it absolutely should not exist, is actually the first honest-to-God demake in the retrospective. We've reviewed a litany of portable games of really mixed quality, but this is the first time that a developer has tried to replicate the gameplay of a home console game with only the power of a portable one. It makes for as weird of a game as you'd expect. Genuinely pretty faithful, but retaining just as many flaws as its console cousin, with somehow even less content. Surprisingly, EA didn't actually use Kryptonite for this one, and instead brought on the services of Artificial Mind and Movement, a company that specialised in creating portable licensed games. They'd never produced anything remotely approaching critical acclaim, but were clearly seen as a safer pair of hands, one who wouldn't experiment with the premise of simply converting Conquest into dual screen form. And that's exactly what the game is. A strikingly faithful adaptation of every single gameplay mechanic, but now taking place on a smaller scale and from an isometric angle in much simplified form. The class system has been rearranged, and we now only have the warrior, mage and archer, and that's really where the problems begin. Because of the new camera angle and how the play space is rather more restricted, the archer is now absolutely terrible, as almost all of the combat takes place in close quarters. The warrior feels a complete necessity if you want to actually be able to clear groups of enemies, as the mage is so weak that they'll die in just a few hits. Conquest on consoles was no strategic masterpiece, but this really takes that supposed system and simplifies it into non-existence. The vast majority of the game is just mashing attacks, capturing command points, and praying for some kind of release from this repetitive hell. Something else I really can't seem to make my mind up is the environments themselves, which are all rendered in complete 3D, something which is somewhat of a rarity for the platform. The Nintendo DS isn't exactly renowned for its graphical power, and most of its best looking games are either highly stylized 3D or some form of pixel art. It's not a console known for its lookers, but that's not stopped companies like Nintendo or Square Enix producing some really nice looking games. Lord of the Rings Conquest DS isn't exactly great looking, but it's goddamn ambitious in its aesthetics. Rather than going for a super deformed 3D like Dragon Quest or Zelda, Artificial Mind and Movement have instead opted for a completely realistic look, and it's kind of a mixed bag. When you're running around the Hornburg or across the bridge of Khazad-dûm, the game does a pretty great job of emulating these iconic areas, but there are just so many other graphical effects that don't really mesh with the design of the world. Their one innovation, if you can call it that, is these orbs which drop all over the battlefield as you beat enemies. Different coloured ones relate to different upgrades. Red orbs increase your damage, yellow increases your special attack, green health, and blue restores magic. Honestly, the system adds almost nothing to the gameplay, but I found the constant dropping and picking up of orbs really annoying. Everything about them just looks really cheap, and it adds a really horrible graphical layer over some otherwise pretty impressive graphics. The cost of all this 3D and graphical on-screen action is that the DS absolutely chugs at points, with rampant slowdown and huge FPS drops happening constantly. The Nintendo DS is a remarkable console, but it's just not designed for this level of action, and it means that Conquest is often a slow chore to play through. It kind of reveals the cynical intentions behind this game, because Artificial Mind and Movement were actually really experienced PSP developers, and the whole art direction and concept of this game feels like it would have been so much more at home on that system. We don't have to think all too hard to work out why EA would have wanted the game on DS instead. They wanted to spend as little as possible and get as much return as possible, which means a quick development turnaround and sticking it on the highest selling platform. It's sad really to think that this is where the franchise had gotten to, and in a wider sense what had happened to EA. When we first met them in this retrospective, they were a publisher that originally wanted to take an extra year to work out if they even wanted to make Lord of the Rings games. A publisher that gave the franchise to their very best people and let them come up with creative ways to adapt the franchise. That went out of their way to expand their license, try and shine a light on other parts of Tolkien's world. This is a perfect moment to bring up the huge black mark in this retrospective. The failed development of Lord of the Rings: The White Council. It was a highly ambitious open-world RPG, heavily inspired by Elder Scrolls Oblivion, and under development by Redwood Shores, one of EA's most talented studios. After all that work to acquire the book license and expand the scope for storytelling in Lord of the Rings games, this was going to be the crowning glory. Players able to create their own heroes, explore the world freely, and engage in an original storyline that finally brought in characters and lore from the Silmarillion and Unfinished Tales. So the story goes that the EA board had a call with investors who were concerned about that year's profits and asked for a project plan for the White Council. Redwood Shores leadership told them that the game would probably take around 3 years to finish development, what with it being such an ambitious project. They were promptly told that this wouldn't work and the game was cancelled. The holy grail of Lord of the Rings games, exactly what the fans wanted, cast aside in the name of short-term profits. Within just a few short years, money and greed turned EA's relationship with Lord of the Rings into a totally cynical cash grab, shipping the franchise out to inexperienced studios just looking to make as much money as possible without a second thought for the artistry, storytelling, and imagination that characterized all of Tolkien's work. Without wanting to sound disrespectful, It was a situation that would have had Tolkien rolling in his grave. He was a man who didn't even want his novels to be published as paperbacks, let alone milked dry by a faceless megacorporation. Lord of the Rings and Tolkien's universe were still brimming with video game potential, with huge amounts of material that was ripe for adaptation, and a setting that couldn't be more ideal for so many different kinds of genre. The franchise desperately needed new management, one that could match the creativity and ambition of the source material. In early 2009, the impossible happened, and fate conspired to save our franchise from impending doom at the hands of Electronic Arts. On the 13th of March 2009, people woke to the surprise news that EA, victor in the bitter licensing war against Vivendi and custodian of the franchise for almost 10 years, had lost their deal with New Line Cinema and Middle-earth Enterprises and would no longer be creating Lord of the Rings games. Now, obviously, the quality of their games had been dropping, which in turn was returning some really poor sales numbers. But it wasn't just because of bad management that the license was revoked. In 2008, New Line Cinema had been bought by Warner Brothers, who had recently been expanding their interactive entertainment division. With the acquisition of studios like Avalanche, Monolith, Traveller's Tale, Rocksteady and NetherRealm, giving them quite the arsenal of developers to work with. It meant that it made complete sense for them to retract the license and use their small army of pretty talented studios to revive the series' fortunes and produce some quality video games. Unfortunately, as is ever the way with this complex beast of a series, licensing issues once again spoiled the party. At this time, the license was still split between film and books, and while Warner already owned the rights to make games based on the films, they had to enter into negotiations with Middle-earth Enterprises to secure the rights to the books, a process that wasn't fast and would take a few years to complete. Obviously, they had to strike while the iron was hot and interest was high, so Warner pressed ahead with a new game, despite not having the entire license. It meant the development of yet another video game relying entirely on the films for subject matter. What follows is the fruit of this strange limbo period. Aragorn's Quest was developed by Headstrong Games, a small studio based out of London who specialised in creating licensed spin-off games. It had some success creating Battalion Wars for Nintendo, but really hit big attention with the release of House of the Dead Overkill, which was a fantastic rail shooter that brought pulpy horror into the classic arcade shooter series, and was reviewed pretty well for it. This modest success meant that Headstrong was seen as a pretty good choice for the first new studio of the Warner Brothers era, and with a release date set for the end of 2009, development began on a new single-player focused experience, Aragorn's Quest. All sounds pretty rosy, right? Surely fans couldn't wait to hear more. Well, things started to sound a little strange as the release date drew closer. Warner announced that the game was being developed for the Nintendo Wii, a console which was selling gangbusters at the time, but wasn't really a market you'd associate with heavy and dense fantasy stories. It was definitely a more family-friendly and child-focused platform, and had a lot of eyebrows raised about how exactly that meshed with the world of orcs, Nazgul, and Men of the Dead. Well, at E3 2009, this confusion was cleared up, as Aragorn's Quest was available on the show floor and was revealed to be extremely family-friendly, with director Steve Pritchard telling outlets that Warner had asked specifically for a game that would appeal to a much younger audience than Lord of the Rings was usually pitched at. It means what we've got is essentially a Saturday morning cartoon retelling of the events of the movies, structured around gameplay that most kids would probably find a touch simplistic. Now, despite me setting it up somewhat negatively, the game actually has a pretty cool structure, essentially entirely framed as a story that Samwise Gamgee is telling his children years after the War of the Ring. It leads to an interesting flow of messing around in the Shire as Frodo Gamgee in between the main levels where you play as Aragorn. It's not exactly open world, but there are challenges to complete, side quests to find, and a little mini-boss that you can unlock, which must have felt like quite a large amount of freedom for a younger audience. I also think the idea to have Sam narrating the whole story is actually quite well executed. Sean Astin has been brought on, so the voice work is pretty good, and there's an almost Prince of Persia Sands of Time style ongoing commentary that reacts to what you do. If you die in a mission, Sam will stumble and say, "Oh no, that's not what happened, let me try again," which I always find so charming. Also, because he's an always present narrator, it means little snippets of lore and character information can be read out during the gameplay, rather than relegated to a menu, which is always a nice touch. Unfortunately though, that's really where the charm ends, as there are just as many odd presentation decisions as there are great ones. Outside of Sean Astin's voice work, the rest of the dialogue in the game is an incredibly strange mixture of new voice actors reading lines from the films and actual lines from the films that have been dubbed in. It leads to some cutscenes that feel like a real mess. Gandalf, for example, sounds completely off, while Aragorn speaks entirely in film lines with no new dialogue at all. Kind of a weird choice considering it's supposedly a retelling of his story. Now the bulk of the game is taken up with these little tales that Sam recounts inside of Bag End, and depending on which story he's telling, the levels are either linear or sometimes more open and exploration based. The linear levels like Fangorn's Forest or Helm's Deep are exactly what you'd expect from a Nintendo Wii adventure game. You're given different objectives to complete, and they're all one after the other and each push the momentum forwards, pretty much always based around events from the films. You run from a Balrog, or race to get an injured Frodo to Rivendell, or destroy siege towers at the Battle of Helm's Deep. It's always obvious what you're doing and where you're supposed to be headed, and everything moves forwards at a pretty brisk rate. In the more non-linear levels, things get a little bit more interesting. During your visit to Rivendell and Edoras, the maps really open up to be quite large, even requiring a horse to travel around at one point. And you're free to explore the map for collectibles, take on side quests, and really just take the game at your own pace. It's a pretty surprising approach, to be honest, and given there are a spread of upgrades you can unlock, there is genuine reward to all of this ambling around. Now, before this starts sounding a little too much like a proper video game, let me discuss the fly in the ointment that is Aragorn's Quest. The game is beyond easy, like laughably easy. Combat is just incredibly basic, with only a handful of moves to use and no enemy in the game that can ever do enough damage to threaten you. Puzzles have incredibly obvious solutions, and almost every single objective in the game simply involves heading to a marker on your map and just speaking to an NPC. Nothing ever reaches anything approaching a level of tension or challenge, and it's obviously on purpose so Headstrong could hit that child-friendly brief they were given by Warner. Much in the same vein, it's insanely short, and I finished it along with almost all of the side content in about 4 hours. As if one fly in the ointment isn't bad enough, there's also a second. I don't really understand who this game is for. Let me explain. By the time this game was released, the movies had been out for almost a decade and had waned massively in terms of pop culture relevance, with films like Avatar, Harry Potter and Twilight absolutely ruling at the box office in the pocket money of younger audiences. Lord of the Rings had sort of returned to being a somewhat niche franchise, with people who saw the films as teenagers and kids now well into their 20s, and those who were fans of the books before even older. It means that while Aragorn's Quest is designed for kids, I can only really imagine it being bought by existing fans of the franchise for their kids. Almost like a kind of introduction to mummy and daddy's favourite franchise. Aragorn's Quest might have some kind of merit as a Lord of the Rings crash course for your son or daughter, but it's just so damn short that it's not really a proper retelling of Strider's story. It misses out key events like the breaking of the Fellowship, the Valley of the Dead, and incredibly chooses not to show his coronation as King of Gondor. Any interested kid is simply going to be baffled by what's actually happening level to level, and it falls into the exact same trap as previous film-based games, requiring a lot of prior knowledge to piece together its broken story. I think it's telling really when we compare it to the other game in this retrospective that was aimed at a younger audience, The Hobbit. Now that's an adaptation that works because the source material actually really fits the tone of a more light-hearted kids game. Aragorn's Quest is just the opposite in almost every single way. His journey from ranger in the wilderness of the north to eventual King of Gondor is good because of the nuance and detail that happens along the way. It's a story full of darkness, lost friends, and personal sacrifice, about stepping up to the plate and standing for what's right. It's frankly just subject matter that's completely unsuited to being turned into a children's Nintendo Wii game, and sadly no amount of interesting structural design choices can save this game from feeling exactly like the quick cash-in that it was. It wasn't a great start for Warner, and was a million miles from those high expectations everyone had when the licensing change was announced. Rather more tragically, the game's poor sales and poor critical reception had much worse consequences for Headstrong Games, who were folded back into their parent company, Kuju Entertainment, never getting another opportunity to work on a high-profile game, spending the rest of their existence making Art Academy games and assisting other studios with ports. Just like Pocket, Sapphire, Rivendell Studio, and Pandemic before them, it was another studio destroyed by the cursed chalice of adapting The Lord of the Rings. Rather confusingly, Aragorn's Quest is also a completely different and yet identically named game for the PlayStation 2, PSP, and Nintendo DS, put together by another Warner subsidiary, TT Fusion. Instead of a part linear, part open world action adventure, we've instead got an isometric action RPG, which plays very much in the style of the Ys games which also graced the PSP and PS2. Now this is probably a side effect of me having played 17 Lord of the Rings games at this point, but I was genuinely filled with a sense of dread towards having to play through this. I was just dying to play something original, something with some design flair to it, something that I might actually have some fun with. Well, I can report after the handful of hours that it took to beat Aragorn's Quest on PlayStation 2, PSP, and Nintendo DS, that it was in fact not the antidote I was looking for, and has the dubious honour of probably being the least interesting game in this entire video. The problem with Aragorn's Quest on PSP, and I'm just going to call it that from now on because it was obviously developed for that platform, is that it's just the most bland and okay game I've ever played. The definitive 5 out of 10. Not an awful bone in its body, but also absolutely nothing interesting in the slightest, which made it an insane chore to play through, despite being objectively better than some other games in this series. The narrative once again follows Samwise Gamgee retelling the story of Aragorn to his children, although this time, and obviously thanks to the lower powered platforms, we're without any of the charming running narration. Instead, it's just very simple freeze-frame cutscenes that play in between the levels, giving a little bit of context but lacking anything like the cartoon charm we've just played through. The gameplay is also about as uncreative as is physically possible to produce. That ease influence is there, but only really in the most basic sense. You explore a zone, mash attack, level up, and find the exit. And that really is all the game ever serves up to you. A big, bland bowl of action RPG porridge, completely in the shadow of other games that do exactly what it does, but in a much better way. One of the game's key problems is that its combat, which is about 90% of the gameplay, is balanced in such a way that it makes anything other than button mashing kind of pointless. RPGs like this revolve around your unlockable special abilities, which are the focus of the entire leveling system, and which the combat should be based around. Thing is, none of them are actually strong enough to be worth using. Aragorn's light attack does almost as much damage as a morale-casting hyperstrike, and can be used over and over in quick succession. It's so overtuned that the heavy attack, which is supposedly your big finisher, is also completely pointless in the face of wild button mashing. The same extends to the game's buffs and healing, which you'll just never need because the difficulty is so low. When you pair all this up with some really bland level design, it just makes for the most insipidly dull action RPG that I've ever played. The only time I ever cracked anything remotely approaching a smile is in the game's strange in-game cutscenes, which involve different members of the Fellowship or Aragorn's accomplices, speaking through text, but completely unrepresented with actual models. None of them are ever introduced either, so to the uninformed, it would look like Aragorn is desperately struggling with some sort of schizophrenic split personality episode, with his various different personas vying for attention and instructing his body on which way to go. It's all the more strange as Aragorn himself has virtually no dialogue at all, which I think pretty much confirms the argument that he's simply a vessel for the disembodied ghosts of the Fellowship to roam the earth in. So yeah, if you couldn't tell, it was bloody boring to play and bloody boring to write about. Unsurprisingly, it reviewed even worse than its console counterpart, heavily criticised for its Magnolia gameplay systems and a story so dull it would bore the shipping forecast. Warner Brothers found themselves in desperate need of that hit that everyone had originally believed they could produce. They needed to come good on that promise of exceptional Lord of the Rings games and prove to the fans that this wasn't just more of the same cash grab treatment that had plagued the franchise since EA took it over. Luckily for Warner, and for myself, such a release was just around the corner. In 2010, that long negotiated deal to merge film and book licenses went through, leaving Warner free to commission games that drew from every single Lord of the Rings franchise. Later that same year, they announced that Snowblind Studios, a recently acquired subsidiary who specialised in role-playing games, would be producing a next-gen action-adventure RPG with a focus on unseen lands, new story elements, and fresh characters. It's one of those pairings that just makes too much sense not to do. And the product of that pairing was revealed to be called War in the North. At E3 2011, Snowblind built on this initial positive reception and seemed to have all of the right answers to win over fans wary of so many previous broken promises. In an interview with GameSpot, producer Ruth Tomendel spoke about how the game drew on both the films and the books for inspiration. And while the backdrop would be the War of the Ring that everybody already knows so well, this game would focus on events elsewhere in Middle-earth, namely those in the North. Now obviously this wasn't the first Lord of the Rings game to try and adapt those events, as it's also the focus of Battle for Middle-earth 2. But the big difference here was that Snowblind would be working closely with Middle-earth Enterprises to make sure that the game was jam-packed with accurate lore and characters who felt like they were written by Tolkien himself. Everything looked in place for Warner to have a smash hit on their hands, finally delivering on the potential which everyone could see. And yet, when War in the North released in November 2011, it sold absolutely awfully, landing a measly 38th on the UK charts, behind classics like Nintendogs and Cats Golden Retriever and Zumba Fitness for the Xbox Kinect. Reviews didn't help either. Outlets like Eurogamer, PC Gamer and GameSpot absolutely savaged it, and it has a Metacritic score of only 61 out of 100. All that promise had seemingly been squandered again, another failure in what is now a very long list for the franchise. But my friends, that is why I am here today, in the time-honoured tradition of YouTube contrarians, to tell you that they are all wrong. And that War in the North is an absolutely fantastic game that builds on the license in all of the right ways and delivers an experience that was thoroughly misunderstood. That's right, it's time for a good old-fashioned YouTube re-evaluation. The main misconception about War in the North really stems from its reputation as an RPG, which is a criticism that almost every outlet levelled at it. Also releasing in November 2011 was a little game called Skyrim, and negative comparisons were drawn between the two games constantly, with War in the North lambasted for not having an open world or customizable characters or huge amounts of side quests, and really just for not being Skyrim. Now in my view, that's an absurd comparison, and to understand why, we need to look at the developer Snowblind in a little more detail. They were obviously well known as a producer of RPGs, but the exact type of RPG they made was quite unique to them. You see, before they were bought by Warner, Snowblind had mostly found success with their double whammy of PlayStation 2 RPGs, Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance and Champions of Norath, Realms of EverQuest. They were essentially spin-offs from those two larger franchises, and instead of aiming to replicate the massive worlds and huge character sheets and endless NPCs, they were focused on real-time combat, dungeon exploration, and crafting a single unique character rather than a party. In both games, multiplayer was a huge element, with balancing really focused around two people playing complementary classes and taking on increasingly challenging hordes of enemies. It means that they really aren't your traditional role-playing games, and despite all the stats and talent trees and loot, they're much further away from something like Skyrim than the genre would indicate. It's really this fundamental misunderstanding that's led to War in the North being seen as a critical failure of a game. It's not trying to be a blockbuster open-world sandbox, and is instead a really tight, multiplayer-focused action game with a good dose of role-playing mechanics for you to wrap your head around. This inclination towards gameplay over role-playing is really evident from the very first minutes of the game, which open with a narrated cutscene where Gandalf essentially says, "This isn't going to be another story about Frodo, Aragorn and the Ring." We immediately meet our three characters, Eredan the Dunedain, Andriel of Rivendell and Farin of Erebor, as they arrive in the town of Bree under rainfall and darkness to meet with Aragorn at the Prancing Pony, moments before his own story with Frodo and the Hobbits kicks off in the novels. Our heroes sit with Aragorn and inform him that the Nine have ridden against the Rangers of the North, killing most of them and heading through to the Shire, led by a black Númenórean called Agandaur. Aragorn, knowing full well that he's going to be accompanying Frodo to Rivendell, asks our heroes to act as a distraction, waging war against Agandaur and keeping the Eye of Sauron well away from the schemes of the Fellowship. And that's it. That's the entire premise of the game, right there, delivered in about 5 minutes. Aragorn tasks us with defeating Agandaur's forces, and our heroes immediately set out to the ruined city of Fornos to begin their quest. It's hyper-paced, nothing like the slow burn build-up of Dragon Age or The Witcher, and it's all because this is a game that's first and foremost about action, and it wants you to get there as fast as possible. This introduction is another area which caught flack from reviews, with criticism reserved for how little context or characterization these characters and their overall quest is given. Once again though, I'm going to have to play the contrarian and say that those criticisms really just miss the point. They're not really supposed to be fully fleshed out actors in the story. Through the dialogue system, you'll decide what responses they give in conversation, and by using mirrors at each of the game's camps, you're able to completely customize how they look. Frankly, the decision to even name them is a bit odd, as NPCs generally refer to them by their race. They're clearly meant to be vessels for the players to create their own versions of Eredan, Andriel and Farin, and not meant to be unique entries into the lore. This lack of predefinition also extends to their roles in the gameplay, as they're clearly stand-ins for the class system found in Dark Alliance and Champions of Norath. Instead of choosing a class at the start of the game, you'll choose a character for the current zone you're fighting through, and by gaining levels, you can invest in different skills, which are each associated with a different archetype. Each character has roughly 3 builds, although you're never locked into one and can pick and choose skills from all trees if you fancy creating a hybrid, and you can respec at any time through an easily purchasable reset. Eredan the Dunedain, for example, is basically the thief, knight and archer all wrapped up into one, and depending on how you build him, you'll either be sneaking around the battlefield, backstabbing elite enemies from invisibility, headshotting foes from a distance with a hyper-powerful bow, or getting stuck in with a two-handed sword and heavy armour. Similarly, Andriel covers off the healer and caster classes, able to play as a battle mage, dual-wielding a staff and a sword, or throwing out elemental magic, or just playing a support role, casting healing area of effect spells and protecting your companions. I decided to go through my solo playthrough as Farin the Dwarf, because frankly this retrospective has not had nearly enough dwarven characters for my liking. In this respect, it was actually really refreshing to play through a game where the dwarf took the lead in all of the dialogue, came up with the ideas that saved the day, and heroically battled at the front lines with the elf maiden and human ranger playing the companion roles. Obviously, this all leads on to the elephant in the room, which is that the game has been designed primarily with multiplayer in mind, and I would be approaching it pretty much exclusively from a single player perspective. Some of the builds, like Andriel's healing magic or Farin's threat generating tank build, just aren't functional in a single player run through, with a lot of skills revolving around team synergy. It's extremely easy to imagine that War in the North would be a very fun game when tackled by a well-oiled team of 3. And in fact, the design of the classes really seems to be based around having a heavy hitter on the front line, a ranged damage dealer, and a support class that uses spells, with a lot of encounters that seem to want to go in this direction. That being said, I found that with a little bit of careful character building, the game's actually a pretty damn fun hack and slash RPG to play on your own, and has some quite satisfying mechanics that mesh well with the game's action-focused pace. In melee combat, everything revolves around a damaging combo that puts enemies into a stunned state, where a yellow arrow appears above them. Hit a heavy attack on a foe in this state, and you do an automatic critical hit, usually landing a sort of special kill animation. It honestly never gets old, and it's extremely visceral to carve your way through the forces of Sauron, really feeling like a dwarven Terminator hacking, slashing, and carving a path to the villain Agandaur. Probably my favourite element of War in the North is its really tasteful and well implemented use of the wider world of Lord of the Rings, and how it weaves the lore of characters you meet and locations you visit into its narrative. For starters, I really like the aesthetic of the game, which uses the film's art style as a foundation and builds on top of it with flourishes from the book. Characters like Elrond, Arwen, Bilbo and Aragorn look just like their cinematic counterparts, but through the game's dialogue system, they speak as if they've stepped right out of the pages of the books. In between levels, you spend a lot of time at various camps and safe havens where you're free to access shops and forges, but the main draw is really to speak with these NPCs and gain little snippets of information about events that are happening while you're out adventuring. The best of these moments is easily the party's trip to Rivendell. You arrive shortly after the Council of Elrond, and while you rest and restock, you're free to speak with different members of the newly formed Fellowship, which leads to some really interesting little dialogues. For example, Gimli is overjoyed to see Farin as he's a kinsman from the Iron Hills, and the two discuss their disappointment at missing out on the Battle of the Five Armies, and how they dream of returning to Moria to see Balin's reconquest, both of which are really important elements of Gimli's character, which are sadly missing from his portrayal in the films. It recontextualises him as someone who sets out looking for childish glory and ends up desperate for revenge for the loss of his cousin. Similarly, you can discuss poetry and history with Bilbo, learn about the transformation of Greenwood the Great into Mirkwood with Legolas, and thank Frodo for his bravery in adopting the quest to destroy the ring. That coming together of film and book license just makes it all feel so fleshed out, like the massive and detailed world that Middle-earth always should be portrayed as, and I think it's a wonderful backdrop for the game. That's not to say it's all simply digital representations of Tolkien's writing though. Snowblind were also given some freedom to be able to come up with their own unique creations, and a surprisingly large amount of War in the North's story revolves around these. We've touched on the main villain, the Black Númenórean Agandaur, and despite Númenóreans having their roots in Tolkien's Silmarillion writings, Agandaur really is a completely new character. Honestly, I think he's a bit of a stand-in for the Witch King, who's traditionally the villain in Northern Middle-earth stories. Our antagonist certainly looks very similar to the Nazgul, and along with wielding an array of fell magics, he also acts as Sauron's voice, threatening and scheming and just generally being a pretty two-dimensional bad guy. Where the original writing fares much better is in the latter half of the game, when the party discovers the hidden dwarven city of Nordinbad, tucked away in the far northern reaches of Rovanion. It's particularly interesting because the city is a sort of subversion of the dwarven settlements that we see in the books. Moria is a long-conquered ruin, now full of goblins and a Balrog, and the Iron Hills and Erebor are rich mining colonies, sealing themselves from the world to protect their hoards of treasure. Nordinbad is just the complete opposite of this, a friendly and open sanctuary, but relatively poor. Instead of a trove of gold and jewels, the treasure of the Longbeards who live there is an underground lake known as Azan Zaram, fiercely protected as it sustains the community, providing life rather than wealth. It's a clever twist on the greedy and money-obsessed tropes which all too often creep into any fantasy story that involves dwarves. And given I was playing as Farin, it gave the whole game this really refreshing dwarven flavour. The single greatest part of War in the North, and probably the element that I enjoyed the most out of every single game in this retrospective, is the fourth member of your party. A non-playable but recurring character who plays a huge role in the story. That is Belarem the Eagle. During the first level in Fornost, you discover him captured by orcs, and after freeing him, he accompanies you through the rest of the game, providing transport around the world, getting stuck in with combat, and being involved in an astonishing amount of dialogue. I knew from the very first moment that you speak to him that this was going to be an incredible character because, amazingly, he's voiced by John Patrick Lowry, who voices all manner of Dota 2 characters and does the iconic announcements during the International. The decision to have John's booming baritone as the voice of a giant eagle is so utterly strange, but really kind of brilliant. The eagles are meant to be a noble, advanced race, and simply having him squawk back at you would kind of ruin this. Instead, he feels powerful and knowledgeable, not just a massive bird, but a real part of the Middle-earth races. On top of that, he's not just your fast travel system and really gets stuck into a lot of the actual fighting. These cutscenes are just fantastic, and they do an amazing job of making the eagles feel more than just a deus ex machina that shows up in times of need. Now, for those of you with a sensitive disposition, I advise muting the video because his story resolves in the most heartbreaking of ways. Near the end of the game, Nordinbad comes under siege by Agandaur's forces, and the party, along with Bellarem and 2 younger eagles under his charge, race to defend the city and protect the combat inexperienced dwarves who live there. You fight through some pretty hectic wave-based combat sections, and it ends in victory, but at enormous cost. The 2 younger eagles, who Bellarem was dedicated to protecting, both die in the battle, and our bird friend is left grievously injured, unable to take to the skies and racked with guilt about what happened to his friends. The party makes sure that he'll be cared for in Nordinbad before setting off for the final confrontation at the dark fortress of Cairn Dern, where they face off against Agandaur to extract justice for the evil he's done. In the most heartbreaking of finales, things take a turn for the worse as Agandaur starts to tap into the darkest of magics, only for a heavily injured Bellarem to arrive, suicidal with desire to avenge his fallen comrades and save the lives of his friends. He pulls Agandaur up into the sky, inflicting mortal wounds on him, but dying in the process, his life given to save the north of Middle-earth. I defeated Agandaur shortly afterwards, but it was a truly bittersweet victory. The lives of the people of Nordinbad, Rivendell, Dale, the Iron Hills and Mirkwood, all saved, but at the cost of the greatest side character in Lord of the Rings. The most eloquent bird in video game history and the true hero of this game. As you can probably tell, I had a lot of fun with War in the North for a whole bunch of reasons. Its combat and RPG mechanics are fantastic, and if you go into it expecting a higher budget Lord of the Rings version of Dark Alliance and Champions of Norath, you won't be disappointed as it carries on that lineage excellently. The world is dripping with snippets of lore that clearly show it was put together by a studio that loves the source material and worked really hard to make sure that it does feel like it's taking place in Middle-earth, the one that Tolkien put to page and not just the one from the big screen. Finally, it's got its own unique charm, and I defy anyone to look at our tale of Farin, the champion of Nordinbad, and Bellarem, the tragic eagle hero, and think for a second that this game deserves a 6 out of 10, or to sell less than a Nintendo spin-off game. Sadly, it's currently only available to play on Xbox 360 or PlayStation 3, with no way to play it on current-gen hardware and no PC port. But if you make the effort to hook that old console up, and get a few friends together, I think you'll have an absolute ball. It might not be Skyrim, but it deserves to be remembered for what it actually is, which is a damn charming little game and one that was thoroughly misunderstood when it released. In order to understand exactly why Guardians of Middle-earth exists at all, you need to cast your mind back to the mid-2010s, where the multiplayer battle arena genre was absolutely exploding. It led to a veritable rush of developers and publishers trying to carve out their own niche in this burgeoning new market, with some pretty mixed results. For every Smite, there was an Infinite Crisis, and while games like Heroes of the Storm and Awesome Nauts managed to grab a piece of the pie, most publishers had a lot less success. It was pretty typical during that period to see a MOBA announced, supported for maybe a year, and then shut down. Now, Warner Brothers were absolutely not above getting into this gold rush, and in 2013, they announced that a console-focused MOBA using the Lord of the Rings license would be developed by a small side team at Monolith Studios. Before we get into the reception of the game, we firstly got to address that while this is obviously a cynical move to capitalise on the new genre's success, I actually think that a Lord of the Rings MOBA is in theory a really great idea. There are so many iconic characters that you could adapt into MOBA form, with the potential for all manner of different roles and abilities based on the huge amounts of lore and backstories that Tolkien put together. The idea of playing as Gandalf, fighting against Morgoth with Glorfindel and Fëanor backing you up, well, it has a sort of Super Smash Bros. Appeal to it. I think this obvious pathway to success just makes Guardians of Middle-earth all the more disappointing, and while I'm sure many people have fond memories of it, for me it's just an absolutely inferior imitation of other games in the genre, and a huge waste of the series' potential. A big problem that plagued Guardians of Middle-earth was that it managed to garner a lot of negative attention before it even launched. Its release trailer only has 50,000 views after almost 10 years, and even more incredibly, it only has a paltry 83 likes. Obviously the comments are turned off so we can't see people's reactions, but I remember so vividly that this just wasn't what people wanted. It was too obvious of a cash grab, with almost no narrative effort put into why any of these characters would be fighting. For a franchise with its foundations in excellent storytelling, a game that is so brazenly just a rip-off MOBA with Lord of the Rings characters was something fans wouldn't accept. On top of this, the game was strangely being developed by Monolith Studios, who we'll look at in more detail later, but who didn't really have a pedigree for complex multiplayer games. They built a reputation as a creator of interesting single-player games, so didn't really have a pre-built fan base who would naturally be interested in a hyper-complicated MOBA. It's even stranger when you think that most MOBA players would be found in the PC market, and Guardians was being developed primarily for consoles, with a PC release that wouldn't follow for almost a year. So it had an insane mixture of negative hype, zero development experience, and basically no potential audience, all coming together to create the perfect circumstances for financial failure. It wasn't a great start, but it could have been recovered from if Guardians of Middle-earth was a great game. But unfortunately, it's been kneecapped by some baffling publishing decisions and what I think are some really fundamental design issues that just make it inferior to almost everything else in the genre. The game's launch was absolutely butchered by one of the most greedy release models I think I've ever seen. There was an upfront cost of £15, which got you access to the game and unlocked a pretty measly 5 heroes, with the remaining 36 needing to be unlocked through grinding for in-game currency or bought with real money. You could, however, opt to purchase the Collector's Edition, which had them all unlocked from the start, but this was incredibly priced at £65. That's more than a blockbuster AAA game on release day. By comparison, Dota 2 and League were completely free to play, with Dota literally giving you access to every single hero from the second you install the game. Warner and Monolith elected for the way of greed, and it really meant that only the most dedicated and hyped consumers picked it up in those all-important early days. Unfortunately, even that meagre goodwill was eventually burnt through, as the game's matchmaking was borderline non-functional, with huge wait times and reports of people being unable to find any games that weren't filled with bots. There's of course no official explanation as to why this happened, but it's likely due to the fact that players were segregated based on what DLC packages they purchased, which simply served to slice up an already quite slim player base into tiny little silos. Now, gauging the quality of a MOBA can be quite difficult thanks to the inherent complexity in these games, but thanks to my embarrassingly large amount of hours played in Dota 2, I think I'm well placed to assess Guardian's quality. I've played through a handful of games as each of the available characters, and I can report that this game is absolutely not worth the effort that these games usually ask of you. The biggest misstep is that the entire structure of the game, outside of individual matches, is based around grinding to unlock new heroes to play with, and sadly, almost the entire roster is nowhere near interesting to warrant this sort of time investment. There are a handful of characters that almost anyone would recognise: Gollum, Gandalf, Frodo and Bilbo Baggins, and incredibly Sauron himself is actually playable. Outside of this though, the vast majority of the 36 character roster is made up of some really strange choices. Amazingly, we don't have every member of the Fellowship, with Aragorn, Gimli, Boromir and Merry and Pippin all missing. Iconic characters like Theoden, the Witch King, Tom Bombadil, Grima Wormtongue, Treebeard and Faramir are all somehow absent, and in their place are a host of original characters like Unglob the Spider and Runsig the Wild Man. To me, it's a crazy mistake to leave out famous Silmarillion characters like Beren and Luthien, or Turin Turambar, or Fëanor of the Noldor. It's a perfect environment to introduce them to people, and there's already a wealth of lore to convert into MOBA form. Missing that opportunity is bad enough, but leaving out famous characters from the films is just a complete own goal. And I really doubt people were overjoyed to realise that you can't play as Aragorn, but for some reason can play as his pound shop father, Arathorn. The gameplay sadly doesn't fare much better, and it's so clearly been designed by a team that has very little experience in the world of MOBAs. The problems really stem from the mismatch of complex MOBA design with the inherent simplicity required by console games. It's a balance that hasn't really been struck. You walk around with the left thumbstick and aim with the right thumbstick, with attacks done in a sort of cone in front of you, almost in the style of a twin-stick shooter. Abilities are mapped to the face buttons, and by selecting one, it'll modify your attack cone to match the spell you're using. It's actually really easy to control, and you can quickly feel like you've got a grasp on how exactly the game plays, especially as this control scheme is universal across every hero. Problem is, that's where the intuitive design ends, and the needless complexity begins with most of the systems that sit on top of the basic control scheme being really poorly implemented. Characters are divided into subgroups, which define their roles in each match. But it's not entirely clear how they all fit together or how you're meant to even play certain heroes. There's no guide system and only an incredibly basic tutorial, so you're kind of just left to work out how any of the heroes actually work, and even after a handful of matches, I'm not particularly clear myself. As a lot of core MOBA ideals have had to be removed to facilitate console gameplay, most notably the removal of items and last hits, you're left with a sort of mush of complex stats, hyper-simplistic controls, and a real painful lack of strategy to the matches. Obviously, Guardians of Middle-earth has its fans, and it was actually supported throughout the life cycle of the Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3, but the honest truth is that it's simply nowhere near as good as its competition in this genre. The combination of financially driven design choices and a frankly laughable use of the license meant that it never sold at the amounts Warner Bros. Wanted, and as of 2022, it's currently unavailable to be purchased on any platform, with the servers long since turned off. After all of the excitement around the acquisition of the license, Warner had quickly burned through all of that good faith, and after just a few years, through mismanagement and misadventure, the franchise was once again in a terrible place. Fans were desperate for a big budget Lord of the Rings game, something that could live up to the reputation of the books and the films and actually stand alone as a quality experience. After so many near misses and wasted opportunities, it felt like the series might just be cursed, blessed with the most fantastic film adaptations of all time, but doomed to always produce subpar video games. Well, finally, in 2013, fans' prayers were answered, and like the Valar coming across the seas to save the people of Middle-earth in the First Age, a game emerged from the mists that would turn things around and aim to give the fans everything they ever wanted. Expectations around Middle-earth Shadow of Mordor were absolutely huge. Not just because of what it represented for the Lord of the Rings franchise, that long-awaited, big-budget, AAA, story-driven single-player game, but also because its creator, Monolith Studio, carried quite the reputation with them. When it was announced in 2013 that Monolith had been entrusted by Warner to develop a game set in the Lord of the Rings world, influenced by the gameplay of Rocksteady's Arkham games and the world design of Ubisoft's Assassin's Creed, all wrapped around a completely original storyline, well, the early 2010s internet hype machine went into overdrive. Despite the failure of Guardians of Middle-earth, Monolith were actually a pretty popular studio, and had created what felt like an endless stream of creatively designed games like Fear 1 and 2, No One Lives Forever, and the Condemned series. As it had been 5 years since their last proper console release, anticipation was really quite massive, because we would finally be getting to see what the studio could do, with major money and time behind it. Development went smoothly, as you'd expect from such a seasoned studio, with behind-the-scenes footage carefully dripped out to outlets like IGN and game trailers, and whispers of an innovative new system that created an endlessly replayable game. Things came to a head at E3 2014, where the game won almost every single anticipation award going. Viewer's Choice, Best in Show, Best New IP. It was a good old-fashioned marketing frenzy, and when the game released, it immediately soared to the top of the pile and became not only Monolith's best-selling game, but the best-selling Lord of the Rings game of all time. Now, if I'm being completely honest, at the time, this game did not excite me in the slightest. And despite my huge well of love for this franchise, I'd not actually played a second of Shadow of Mordor before my playthrough for this retrospective, and it's because of its open world setting. I'm all too aware that games like Horizon Zero Dawn, Ghost of Tsushima, or Assassin's Creed Odyssey have legions of fans, but there's something about these huge games full of waypoints and collectibles that just fills me with a sense of dread. It's completely personal, but I'm much more of a fan of linear, highly designed games, or a complete sandbox where you make your own fun. I find so many of these open world games sit in a liminal middle ground which doesn't really suit my tastes. So imagine my horror as I loaded into Shadow of Mordor, only to find huge checklists of missions and collectibles, an open world loaded with waypoints and combat that felt decidedly unoriginal. It didn't seem so much influenced by Assassin's Creed and Batman Arkham Asylum, as it just was those games. This was a title that had won Game of the Year awards and has a huge reputation as a fantastically creative game. And here I was, seeing everything I dislike rolled up into one derivative package. Well, fast forward about 25 hours, and I sat back in my chair as the credits played, completely and utterly wrong. Baffled that I'd missed such a creative and enjoyable take on the open world genre first time around. Desperate for more and thoroughly excited to talk about it. Now, despite my misgivings, the game did actually make a great initial impression, with an introductory sequence that feels unlike anything else in the Lord of the Rings franchise. We play as Talion, a Gondorian man who's been exiled from his homeland and serves as a captain on the Black Gate of Mordor. An uneventful job, as Sauron hasn't been heard from for thousands of years, and it means he spends most of his time sparring with his son and creepily sneaking up on his wife to give her flowers. Well, everything takes a turn for the worse when Sauron, his Uruks and their black captain leaders suddenly reappear, massacring everyone, Talion's family included. Turns out they're using their captive's blood in a ritual sacrifice to summon an elvish wraith. Only issue is the wraith accidentally ends up in Talion, saving him from death and giving him the powers to seek his revenge. He heads out into the darkness of Mordor to track down his family's killers and find answers about just who this wraith is. It's a gripping introduction, not because it's particularly original or creative, but simply because it's at a level of intensity that we've never seen in this franchise. We've got dark captains that look like characters from Berserk, opening captives' throats while their families plead for mercy, and a premise based around a ruthless anti-hero seeking revenge at all costs. It's dark and brutal in a way that's really quite alien for Tolkien's work, and sets the tone for a game which is really trying to separate itself from that legacy. Monolith clearly wanted to take advantage of this and tell a more intense, less Tolkien-esque Tolkien story, and I actually think that's a good thing for the franchise. Before I explain myself though, we need to talk about a big controversy that existed around Shadow of Mordor, which was the serious backlash from die-hard Tolkien fans about Monolith's version of Middle-earth. Now, the main criticisms are twofold. Firstly, that the intense tone of the game is completely non-Tolkien, and secondly, that there's too much invention that clashes with existing lore and world building. These are both, honestly, completely valid points. The tone is more akin to something like Game of Thrones, with twists and violence and a deep darkness at the core of the story, which does directly contradict a huge amount of the themes present in Tolkien's work. For example, the main crux of the gameplay involves the forced domination of others, something which in the Lord of the Rings novels is held to be one of the ultimate evils. There's also just so much new in Shadow of Mordor. There are Caragor beasts which orcs ride on, swarming ghouls and monstrous graugs, along with factions of men that actually live in Mordor. which completely contradicts Tolkien's writing. Hell, even the orcs are called uruks to help explain why they're so much more intelligent and chatty than the screaming monsters we usually see. I can imagine that for many Tolkien fans, this was all just far too much to accept. But honestly, I think it's a price that the franchise has to pay to be able to continue thriving and telling interesting stories. There's this strange obsession with canon within the Lord of the Rings fan base, and I really just think it needs to be abandoned, especially as the Peter Jackson movies have already proven that you don't need to replicate Tolkien's work to do it justice. Ultimately, I think it's important to accept the existence of a kind of Lord of the Rings expanded universe, separate to the books and films, and able to contain all manner of stories, some of which maybe are quite different to the source material. So with that in mind, I'm just going to accept the storyline and setting as it is, with zero tonal and canon complaints. After all, we're interested in their qualities as video games, rather than how accurate they are to Tolkien's writing. And that's a good thing too, as I genuinely think the story is pretty interesting, with some neat little twists and mysteries to go alongside all that brutal and angst-ridden revenge. The plot is kind of two stories in one. The story of Talion's revenge against the Uruks of Mordor, and the second is a mystery dealing with the identity of the wraith possessing him. After a couple of hours of orc murdering and tower jumping, we discover that the ghost who's currently body sharing with Talion is the ancient elven lord Celebrimbor, a character who looms large in Tolkien's writings as the original creator of the Rings of Power. Now, as someone who grew up reading the Silmarillion and various Tolkien encyclopedia, this was a major surprise. Celebrimbor is genuinely a huge character in the backstory leading to Lord of the Rings, and the surprise that he's somehow alive as a ghost, and the question of why servants of Sauron are trying to capture him, is really an engaging hook. Through discovering artifacts that relate to his past, you're given these swirling, unclear visions that hint at the backstory, which isn't revealed until the last moments of the game. Talion's story, however, plays out in much simpler fashion, although cleverly it's really tied more to the gameplay than delivered in cryptic cutscenes. He's simply looking to murder the Black Captains, and in order to do so, he needs to draw them out by thinning the ranks of Sauron's army. This is where the vast majority of the gameplay actually happens, but before we talk about that, we've got to deal with those Assassin's Creed and Batman Arkham Asylum comparisons, because they really can't be ignored. Much like in Ubisoft's Juggernaut series, you can't do anything in the open world until you've unlocked an area of the map by climbing up a tower and surveying the environment around you, which in turn unlocks the missions, side quests and collectibles. It's really quite an egregious rip-off, because once a zone is unlocked, Talion and Celebrimbor literally leap from the tower like Ezio or Altair. You can basically hear the iconic eagle cry in your mind as it happens. It doesn't stop there though. The game has a free-running movement system where you can climb up almost every single building on the map, and you're encouraged to use this in combination with a sort of detective mode wraith vision that you can use to scout the battlefield before combat. Now, despite all this working perfectly functionally, I do have a few issues with it beyond the obvious fact that it's just absolutely unoriginal. The first is that the free running is in no way as fluid as the movement in Assassin's Creed, and the areas often feel like you don't really have the ability to move around them as freely as you'd like. I often found myself catching on corners or thinking I could climb walls that I couldn't, and it's particularly frustrating in high-speed moments where you're trying to make your escape on low health. What makes the movement system even worse is that the world of Mordor is just damn boring. You'll explore two distinct maps during the course of the game, but honestly neither are that interesting to look at, which is a huge misfire when it comes to creating this sort of open game. The world of Venice in Assassin's Creed 2 or the Flooded Zone in Arkham City have a sort of visual engagement that naturally makes them fun to play around. Now, I appreciate that this game is set in Mordor. Monolith have actually jazzed things up a fair bit more than the lore would have, but there's no escaping that the game's environments are hideously bland and really lack distinct, memorable locations for you to play in. Luckily for Monolith, they have a lot more success emulating their other influences. As I mentioned earlier, the gameplay at its core is heavily influenced by the Batman Arkham series and plays out as a combination of stealth sections and rhythm-based combat. It's quite literally identical to those games. You'll skulk around from up high, thinning out the enemy force with your bow or by sneaking up on them, before all hell breaks loose and you're stood in the middle of about 30 Uruks, hitting the right counters and getting your chain combo up in order to do instant takedowns. It's extremely unoriginal, but what they're emulating was just so damn fun in the first place that I sort of don't mind seeing it here again. And the stealth kills and instant takedowns are just so gory and intense that it doesn't really stop being satisfying pulling them off. Where Shadow of Mordor carves its own niche is that on top of these systems, it layers a surprisingly sprawling RPG system of grinding XP, unlocking new moves, and equipping status-altering runes. It's all pretty fucking intimidating at first as you open the menu and just see pages of abilities, most of which are actually usable rather than just passive, and it can feel really overwhelming knowing just where to start. Because this skill tree is so expansive, I can imagine it looking like it's going to be a huge grind to get through, but Monolith skillfully sidesteps this by making pretty much every ability you unlock feel like a huge power increase. Whether it's the tier 1 abilities like unlocking executions, or it's the late game skills like being able to do 2 special moves or multi-enemy insta-kill shadow strikes, the game always feels weighted towards giving you answers for its challenges, which makes every single ability you unlock feel like a big step forward and a huge reward for your efforts. The same applies to upgrading your attributes like increasing your health, focus, or gaining more elven shots for your bow. At first it seems like a grind, but it's carefully weighted so that each one definitely does feel important. And as the combat really punishes mistakes and rewards precision, an extra shadow strike or the ability to take another hit really does feel like a big deal. Now, the crowning jewel of Shadow of Mordor's design is the sandbox which it gives you to use all these abilities in. Its much discussed Nemesis system. Obviously, it's already been discussed to death in other videos, but I've got to say that it really does deserve its reputation, as it's an extremely clever way to create memorable gameplay moments without having to constantly rely on scripted missions that take you out of the open world. So the way it works is that thanks to Celebrimbor's wraith possession of Talion, our Gondorian ranger actually can't die. And it means that your running battles with different Uruk captains can actually result in them killing you and receiving promotions and upgrades as a reward for doing so. Cleverly, it's all been wrapped around huge amounts of unique dialogue and character design that were put together by author Dan Abnett of Warhammer fame. It means that the enemies you face are an incredible mixture of randomly generated, but somehow also extremely memorable. They'll taunt you for fleeing from your last fight, scream a war cry of vengeance for killing their friend, or run in terror at the sight of you, always reacting to actions that you've taken, both victory and loss. On top of this, the game simulates the Uruk hierarchy in Mordor, where they backstab and challenge one another for positions, gain promotions and pursue their own rivalries, all resulting in level changes and new weaknesses and strengths developing entirely separate from the actions of the player, and creating a world that feels like it's living and progressing outside of your influence. When all of Shadow of Mordor's systems come together, its crazy amount of abilities, the open-ended nature of its objectives, and the emergent enemy system, it's an utter joy to play through. Less of an open world game, and more of a sandbox where you can just mess around with all these systems that Monolith have designed. Amazingly, in the second half, things get even better. After dispatching the first Black Captain and tearing through the ranks of the Uruks of Udun, Talion and Celebrimbor travel to the Sea of Nirn in South Mordor to hunt down the other captains. Here you gain the ability to brand Uruks, which brings them and their minions under your control to fight by your side. It's not only an incredible move for the heat of battle, but it also interacts with the Nemesis system in an amazing way, turning Shadow of Mordor into a sort of Lord of the Rings orcish version of Football Manager. You see, when you brand a captain, they'll actually remain under your control even after a battle, and will enter into the Nemesis system on your side. Once that's done, you can use them to kill lower ranked captains, get them to betray their superiors, or bring them into battle against a rival war chief where victory increases their power. Combined with the fact that by this point in the game, you're completely overpowered with all manner of incredible abilities unlocked, well, it turns the later stages of Shadow of Mordor into an utter power fantasy. You're a veritable super being, soaring around the battlefield, taking out key targets, using endless special moves and hacking through legions of orcs, all while feeling like a true overlord, commanding and fighting huge amounts of troops as the scale just ratchets up and up. It's just fucking fun in a way that pure video games are meant to be. Now, the discerning amongst you have probably noticed that we've hardly spoken about the actual missions that the game is based around, and that's not by accident. You do meet characters around each map who give you a series of missions, but instead of these containing unique mechanics or designed set pieces, they're treated more as tutorials for the various mechanics in the sandbox, generally with each NPC relating to different elements of it. You spend time with the Uruk traitor Ratbag, who convinces Talion and Celebrimbor to help him become a war chief, with every single one of his missions exploring a different part of the Nemesis system. The same goes for the Dwarven beast hunter Torvin, who teaches you about animal mounting and who you go on a series of hunts with, and later on there's the sickly Queen Morwen of Nirn, who educates Talion in the ways of branding and domination. Outside of a handful of missions alongside Gollum, which reward you with those snippets of Celebrimbor's past, they really all follow this tutorial-style structure, and honestly, I think it's a fantastic decision. The game is about the Nemesis system and your powers, and that's why the main objective of each map is simply just destroying the ranks of Sauron's army and dealing with the Black Captains. It keeps the focus squarely where the fun stuff is, and makes sure that you're using every single system to its full potential. That is, of course, until the final mission of the game, which is a flurry of story revelations and crazy combat encounters, all culminating in maybe the most notorious Tolkien lore-destroying conclusion of all time. After dominating every warchief in the Sea of Nirn, we head off to the steps of Mount Doom to confront the Black Hand himself. He's unfortunately nowhere to be found, and we instead find ourselves in a battle with the Tower, a sort of strange teleportation psychic Hellraiser looking guy who can see Celebrimbor and prompts the first shocking revelation. For the whole game, it seemed like Talion and Celebrimbor are working together, thrown into this mess by forces outside of their control. Turns out he's been able to leave Talion at any point, and is simply just using him as a vessel to extract his revenge against Sauron, wearing Talion's skin like the ranger wears his scabbard or quiver. It's the first indication that Celebrimbor might be less of a force for good than we originally thought, and that thread only builds the closer we get to the credits. As we fight our way towards the Black Hand, it's revealed that Celebrimbor and Sauron actually worked together to create the original Rings of Power, and what follows is the most crackers revelation in this entire retrospective. So after his plan to use the One Ring to dominate the other elven lords is thwarted, Sauron captures Celebrimbor and his family, bringing them to the fires of Mount Doom, and forces the elf to help him perfect the ring. It's made to almost look like Celebrimbor's doing this willingly, until the very last moments where his eyes flash blue and he steals the One Ring, racing off into the depths of Mordor and taking its power for himself. During the final confrontation with the Black Hand, one last flashback occurs. Celebrimbor, now brimming with power thanks to the One Ring and an army of branded orcs at his back, approaches the steps of Mount Doom, facing Sauron for domination of the lands of Mordor. He tears through his opponents, actually taking down Sauron, only for the ring to betray him at the final moment, abandoning Celebrimbor to return to its master. He's imprisoned once again, forced to watch as his family are brutally killed by his nemesis, only to be tortured and murdered himself shortly afterwards. His agony and rage trapping him on this earth as a ghost, desperately waiting for a chance of revenge, and finding it in Talion decades later. It's not only a fantastically exciting surprise ending, but one that also brilliantly ties into the themes that run through Shadow of Mordor. It's not just a revenge story for Talion, it's also about Celebrimbor's revenge, both men ultimately seeking justice for the fates of their loved ones, and sinking to ever deeper pits of evil in order to get it. It also recontextualizes the title. On the surface, Sauron and his armies are so obviously the shadow cast over Mordor, literally and metaphorically, but after seeing this ending, I'm not so sure. I think the shadow is cast by all of our players, anyone who's willing to dominate another in order to get what they want. The shadow is power itself, abusing and controlling the weak caught up in its snare. It's cast by Sauron, but it's also cast by Talion and Celebrimbor. It's all tonally a million miles from a story that Tolkien would ever tell, but damn if it's not an engaging and fresh story in this series. It's the shot in the arm that the franchise needed to come screaming back into relevance, and is ultimately deserving of every accolade that came its way. As I've already mentioned, it sold incredibly well, took home a slew of Game of the Year awards, and set Monolith on a path that would inevitably demand a sequel. Almost as if they knew this, the game ends on a classic cliffhanger. Talion and Celebrimbor agreeing to stay together in order to challenge the Dark Lord himself, setting their sights far above the Uruks and Black Captains they've battled so far. Talion looks out towards the Tower of Barad-dûr, darkness draped across his face, and says, "The time has come for a new ring to be made." And if you're not goddamn excited to find out what that means, there is something wrong with you. So while Shadow of Mordor was a huge financial success, Warner had already shown with Aragorn's Quest and Guardians of Middle-earth that they weren't above squeezing as much as possible out of the property. And it led to 2 follow-up DLC campaigns, which released shortly after Shadow's launch. The first is Lord of the Hunt, an incredibly disappointing package that feels like it should have been released as a patch, rather than as an entirely separate campaign. In simple terms, it's a fresh set of Uruk war chiefs to kill, and a very brief set of missions where Talion and Torvin the Dwarf hunt some new beasts with some fresh mechanics. The missions themselves are exactly the same as you'll find in the main game, essentially tutorials for the new mechanics, which all revolve around the new versions of the game's creatures. We've got fresh variants of ghouls, caragors, and the mighty Graugs, which are also reflected in the new war chief's weaknesses and strengths, which are this time predefined instead of randomly generated. Now I'm not going to lie, sneaking around a fortress and activating a ghoul horde to rip an Uruk garrison to pieces, or vomiting up poison while atop a wretched Graug, is damn fun, and these are great additions to the already meaty sandbox. Thing is, these brief moments of fun are outweighed by the DLC's issues. As I said, the war chiefs are this time pre-designed, and each has a very obvious strategy for taking them down, which relate to one of the new mechanics. All of them follow a pattern of using a new creature to get them to spawn, and then surprise surprise, the war chief is weak to that very same creature. It's a huge step backwards from the creativity of the main game, where you're free to approach these challenges from whatever angle you want, and it can feel very railroaded by comparison. Certain elements also give the DLC a sense that it was very hastily put together. The entire campaign takes place on the Sea of Nirn map from the main game, without a single addition or change, and for some reason none of your upgrades carry over. The oddest element is that Celebrimbor, one half of the gruesome twosome that we've just spent 25 hours with, doesn't have a single line in the entire DLC, which robs the narrative of the running commentary and discussion that usually plays out in between the missions. It seems incredible that he wouldn't have anything to say about Talion's misadventures with the creatures of Mordor, and his absence is extremely obvious from the minute you load up Lord of the Hunt. All in all, it just feels like content that should have been released in a patch for the main game. The new mechanics and creatures are great, but almost everything else that's wrapped around it doesn't feel like enough to stand on its own, and it certainly isn't worth the £15 that Warner and Monolith were charging for it. The second DLC campaign fares a lot better, and while it suffers from a few of the same issues that plagued Lord of the Hunt, it's overall a much more worthwhile package with some meaningful differences between itself and the base game. The Bright Lord is rather more interestingly set during that final flashback we saw at the end of the main campaign, where Celebrimbor had stolen the One Ring and is now dominating the armies of Sauron, turning the lands against him. Let's get the issues out of the way first, because sadly the Bright Lord isn't without them. When it boils down to it, the Bright Lord is just another set of war chiefs on a map that we've already completed, with hardly any aesthetic difference to how Udun looked in the base game. It's actually even more ridiculous here, as the events of the DLC are supposedly happening 5,000 years before those in the main game, something which absolutely should require a new map. Also, once again, the war chiefs are not randomised and have to be taken down through designed missions rather than via the sandbox, which is an odd decision. Celebrimbor has his own unique set of skills that work quite well with the open-ended gameplay, and to not be set free into the world seems at odds with both the story and what worked so well about the base game. That all being said, it's still a fun DLC, and there's a lot here that's worth checking out. The most standout part is easily the use of the One Ring, which is probably its best representation in video game form. Celebrimbor is a lot weaker than Talion. He has less health, he does less damage, and he has a lot less abilities. But in exchange, he has access to this insanely overpowered ring, which almost all of his gameplay is based around. The mechanic works by charging the ring through branding Uruks, which most of Celebrimbor's unique powers relate to. You can now do a brand instead of a takedown mid-combat, and also perform a sort of AoE ground pound, which brands more orcs the higher your chain is. Of course, the main point of all of this is that it charges the One Ring, and when active, you'll enter into a state where everything around you slows down, you become invisible, and you have access to unlimited insta-kill special moves. And it all never stops being incredibly satisfying to do. To counterbalance this power, the entire difficulty level has been raised up a notch, with all the captains and war chiefs being at a much higher power level than even the end game of Shadow of Mordor. And despite the ludicrous power of the ring, it doesn't actually feel overpowered thanks to the sheer number of high-level orcs you have to do battle with. Another area where the Bright Lord shines compared to the Lord of the Hunt is that there's a lot more effort put into characterising the conflict that you're participating in, and we get a big insight into what Celebrimbor was like before his death. He really is a pretty vicious character, and through dialogue that happens between himself and Sauron, presumably happening thanks to the ring, the two trade insults and threats which contain real venom, and you can genuinely feel the hate burning in both directions. It's not often that we get to see Sauron directly interact with characters, and here you really get a sense of why he was so feared, with every line dripping with the malice and cruelty that are so often referenced. Everything concludes with a gamified version of the events of the final flashback, with Celebrimbor bringing his dominated forces face to face against Sauron's remaining horde and the two titans battling for supremacy of Mordor. Obviously the story finishes in exactly the way we've seen, but I'd still say it's a pretty satisfying little tale in its own right, about the dangers of giving into evil and how hard it is to fight fire with fire. We see Celebrimbor become just as evil, manipulative and destructive as Sauron himself, and given how often throughout the books people like Gandalf and Galadriel become terrified of what the ring would do to them, it's extremely interesting to see this fear actually play out. For some hardcore lore fans, the idea of an elf lord stealing the ring, using it to command orcs and defeating Sauron would just be a step too far from Tolkien's vision. But for me, it was an extremely interesting side story and definitely the kind of thing that's worth doing as DLC. It's a prequel in narrative terms and a sequel in gameplay terms. A huge improvement over Lord of the Hunt in every single way, and an interesting glimpse into what the future would hold for this franchise. Part of what had originally prompted Warner to expand their video game division, and specifically go after new licenses like Lord of the Rings, was the surprise runaway success of one of their smaller studios. This was Traveller's Tales, who for the longest time were really known for their work making licensed Disney games. All that changed in 2005 when they released LEGO Star Wars to unexpected critical and financial success. Sequels quickly followed, and before Traveller's Tales knew what had hit them, they were sitting on top of an incredibly successful and popular franchise. When they were purchased by Warner in 2007, the message was clear. Focus on the LEGO series and expand it into as many different licenses as possible. From that point on, TT Games, as they became known, turned out brick building adaptation after brick building adaptation, tackling Indiana Jones, Batman, Pirates of the Caribbean and Harry Potter, with each game building on the mechanics of the last, but constantly remaining fresh by switching up the license. A Lord of the Rings version really was an inevitability, and in 2012, a LEGO version of Peter Jackson's trilogy was released for the Xbox 360, PS3 and PC. Now I have a confession to make. And that is that before putting together this video, I'd never actually played a single second of any of the LEGO games. Call me ignorant, but I'd always just presumed that they were kids' games, and fans of whichever franchise was being adapted enjoyed them really because of their love for the source material, rather than because the games were any good. I think this preconception wasn't really helped by the fact that multiple LEGO games were coming out every single year, and I just couldn't believe that this would result in any kind of real quality. It will probably come as absolutely no surprise then to find out that I was yet again completely and utterly wrong, and I now consider myself a convert to the ways of coloured brick building, or at the very least specifically when it's adapting the Lord of the Rings films. An element that I'd always heard about but never really truly believed was that the LEGO games have a unique charm which they bring to the franchise that they're covering. Well, here it's present in full force, and I was actually really surprised by just how great I thought this light-hearted adaptation really was. It's mostly driven by in-game cutscenes, which use lines directly from the films, but paste all manner of nonsense around them to create some really great parody versions of famous scenes. At first, it's just little things like Frodo dropping the ring in his tea, or Gandalf walking into the light in Bag End over and over, but further into the game, there were moments that brought a genuine smile to my face. There's a scene near the end of Fellowship of the Ring where Saruman talks about the creation of the orcs while breeding his Uruk-hai, and in the movies it's a really sort of grotesque part. Here instead, it's a kind of wacky conveyor belt bit where they literally put the Uruk-hai together out of Lego pieces. There's this clash between hyper-serious voice lines and slapstick Lego mime, and it weirdly really works. If it was too far in either direction, it could feel childish or derivative, but it somehow manages to ride the line and never makes a misstep. It's also full of smaller little jokes as well, with my favourite being during the Battle of Helm's Deep when the main gate is being hit by a battering ram. In the Two Towers, there's a very quick shot where Peter Jackson has a cameo, and he throws a golden spear at the attackers. And here in LEGO Lord of the Rings, we just have a very quick moment where a Rohan soldier throws an Oscar in exactly the same way. It's blink and you'll miss it stuff, but it shows that TT games aren't just doing this to make a quick buck, and really do care about the properties that they convert into LEGO form. What's particularly interesting though is that the game isn't entirely gags and jokes though. There's a real cinematic flair, and some scenes from the films have been reworked into really high-octane action sequences. The Battle of the Pelennor Fields is an incredible moment in the movies, probably the most pulse-pounding cavalry charge in cinematic history, but video game adaptations of it have always been such a damn squib. Here we get the LEGO characters literally playing it straight, with Theoden making a speech and then control passing over to you as you charge through hordes of orcs and fight against the Easterling counterattack. It just looks and feels incredible, replicating the movie in the most faithful of ways despite only having LEGO blocks to do it with. In fact, if I'm being totally honest, LEGO Lord of the Rings is probably the single best adaptation in this entire video. Whether it's recreating moments from the film like for like or doing its own wacky spin on something, everything's done with such a high level of polish that it's impossible to call yourself a fan of the movies and not be taken in by this game's charming little ways. Now, that's all well and good, but there's an actual game here to play, and amazingly, that's similarly been designed with real flair and intelligence. The gameplay is a kind of weird extended mixture of one-button combat, puzzles, and platforming, with all of it happening at once rather than segregated into individual sections. The way it works is that in each level, you have multiple characters who you can switch between, each having their own unique abilities which need to be used to overcome obstacles. It's mechanically extremely simple, never getting any more complex than, say, switching to Sam so that he can plant a tree for you to climb up, or needing to use Gimli to destroy certain blocks that stand in the way. But there's a strangely large sense of satisfaction from completing some of the longer chains. Outside of the Mines of Moria, for example, you need to use every single member of the Fellowship to be able to grab all the items you need to unlock the door. Merry fishing in the water, Sam lighting fires, Legolas using his arrows to swing across gaps, and so on. It's odd because so often clever design in video games is wrapped around complexity, but the LEGO games instead use extremely simple ideas and blend them together in satisfying and unique ways. Now, the character switching mechanic also carries over into the co-op, where you need to work together to complete tasks, But TT Games has gone a step further and designed some genuinely really cool moments where both players are doing totally different things. For example, in Osgiliath, one player is Faramir shooting at a Nazgul, while the other controls Frodo, Sam and Gollum while they hide and try to escape. This kind of asymmetrical co-op gameplay is genuinely quite rare and implemented in a way that's more than just interesting. It's thematic and really improves the scenes you're playing through. One player sneaking around as an invisible Frodo, needing to hide from the Nazgul, while another plays as Aragorn fighting them off, is a brilliant rework of a scene that we've played through so many times already. Now obviously I absolutely loved the Lord of the Rings flavour and how they've worked with the licence, but I do think that some of the more LEGO series elements maybe don't land as well for me. A huge part of this game is unlocking new characters that you find out in the overworld, which is a kind of massive Middle-earth hub that links all the levels together. It's done by collecting LEGO studs which act as a currency, but given how expensive and how many characters there are, it kind of just devolves into destroying everything in each of the levels to collect as many studs as possible. I found it extremely repetitive, and as the unlockable characters don't really affect the gameplay in any way, I didn't really see the point of going through all the work to get them all. Similarly, I was a bit disappointed in the game's overworld, which, along with the voice acting, was LEGO Lord of the Rings' big mechanical innovation. Now, it certainly does add a sense of place to the game, making it feel like your characters really are travelling around the world of Middle-earth. And there are some really great moments where it uses a character switching mechanic to tell the story of Frodo and Aragorn at the same time. It's more ambitious than just having each level load straight into the next, but again, I feel like it's implemented in basically the most simplistic of ways. You see, along with the unlockable characters, the overworld is full of all these little mini challenges which reward you with silver blocks. They're a sort of mega collectible which you can use at the blacksmith in Bree to forge items that replicate individual characters' powers. I found this whole system completely pointless. Most of the challenges require specific characters to tackle, meaning you're really restricted until after you've beaten the game to take on most of them. Thing is, at that point you unlock free play, which means you can switch to any character at any time, rendering the whole point of the silver items pretty moot. It honestly just feels like more boxes to tick, and as the challenges themselves are pretty bland, usually just a short section of platforming or needing a specific hero to beat them, I didn't really see what they added to the game. It means that LEGO Lord of the Rings is a funny little package really, a game that I thought would be terrible, but turned out to actually be extremely well designed and enjoyable. Thing is, while I loved TT Games' version of Peter Jackson's films and really enjoyed their little gameplay flow, the more LEGO series parts, like the constant stud collecting and the pretty basic overworld, have me not fully convinced that it's not just this game I like, rather than the entire series. Fortunately, it's an idea that I'll be able to test pretty quickly, as 2 years later, on next generation hardware, TT Games would release another Tolkien-centric LEGO game. At this point, it's time to finally talk about the controversial second set of movies, the Hobbit trilogy, that was released between 2012 and 2014 and also was directed by Peter Jackson. We won't go fully into it, but the production for all three films was a real mess, with all sorts of issues and last-minute changes that led to films which, in my opinion, don't really share the same magic as the original Lord of the Rings trilogy. Now, of course, we're concerned with video games and not movies, but that muted reception leads us onto the strange world of Hobbit movie game tie-ins. Amazingly, outside of TT Games' LEGO The Hobbit, there wasn't a single other console or PC licensed game produced to coincide with any of the three films. To understand why that is, we really need to look at the changing landscape of video game development. You see, thanks to the increasing demand on graphical and mechanical quality in games, production costs were exploding, and it was making it really quite impossible for smaller studios to compete. The environment that had created games like Two Towers or the Third Age had simply ceased to exist, and video game production was increasingly becoming confined to either tiny indie studios or huge mega companies. On top of that, the growth of the mobile market had meant that for far less money, publishers could commission tiny licensed games that would generate huge amounts of profit thanks to predatory microtransactions. And sadly, while there were no console Hobbit tie-ins, there was a huge amount of shovelware mobile games. It's really crazy to think that the original Lord of the Rings trilogy spawned 15 different games, and the Hobbit movies, released only 10 years later, produced a single solitary effort, and one that really belongs to a completely different series. Anyway, back to the matter at hand, which is seeing if the LEGO formula holds up when it's focused on a property that I'm not quite as invested in. Structurally, LEGO The Hobbit is almost identical to its predecessor, feeling like it could be an expansion pack rather than a full-blown next-generation sequel. You've got the overworld, which this time just covers a small section of northern Middle-earth, and then the linear levels, which involve LEGO's patented character-switching, puzzle, platformer, combat hybrid gameplay, with it all based around recreating scenes from the Hobbit films, which is really where my issues begin. I think the root of this, and really the root of my dislike of the films, comes from the tone, which feels all over the place and means that I don't feel a LEGO parody really works all that well. We've already discussed quite a few times how The Hobbit is a light-hearted adventure novel, but Peter Jackson's reimagining adds in a lot more melodrama and darkness. There are a lot of fight scenes and new antagonists, along with an entire sub-story about a necromancer deep in Mirkwood that was shoehorned in. It makes for a trilogy that can feel a real mess. In one scene we have the dwarves dancing and singing songs, and in the very next, intense conversations about darkness returning to Middle-earth. And this flow from the films makes LEGO The Hobbit into a really strange game. The humour and charm in LEGO Lord of the Rings works precisely because the tone of the films is so serious, which makes for a nice contrast against all the humour. The issue here is that The Hobbit already has that baked in, and it makes a lot of the supposedly funny scenes feel pretty redundant, often going over the top and stepping over that line that LEGO Lord of the Rings worked so well. What I will say is that the quality of the graphics and art style is really impressive. I played it on my PlayStation 5 and it was actually shocking what a jump up from LEGO Lord of the Rings it was, despite only being 2 years younger. Environments like Goblin Town or Erebor are recreated almost one for one and look amazing with much more detailed and better lit backdrops for all the puzzling and platforming. I knew beforehand that the gameplay of the LEGO series didn't change massively from game to game, but I think I wasn't really prepared for quite how similar it plays to the last entry, which should be a good thing considering I really enjoyed most of that game's levels. Something just feels a little off here compared to that, and the level and character design doesn't really feel as good. Often items that you need to progress are just hidden inside of random crate, and it leads to a lot more smashing everything up looking for a key, rather than the satisfying chains of character switching. Also, I found the characters really hard to tell apart. The Fellowship are super distinct, which obviously makes it really easy to remember that Legolas has a bow, and Gimli smashes things, and Frodo has a light, but here the difference between Keely and Feely, or Bomber and Boffer, makes it a lot harder to quickly switch around your team and in turn slows down the whole gameplay flow. Really, the only major innovations, if you can call it that, are a buddy system, which means characters sometimes have to pair up in order to damage bigger enemies, and a new crafting system, which I really did not like. During most of the levels, there are 1 or 2 moments where you need to construct a larger Lego object, and to do so you need to collect specific resources. It regularly leads to these moments where you realise you don't have the right stuff and just have to wander around farming items. When you do have the required items, the little mini-game for actually building these objects is also ludicrously easy, and it really just makes the whole system feel like pointless padding. What really gets me is that both the buddy and crafting system aren't even new for the series, and were taken from other games that had come out in the previous year. The buddy mechanic is from LEGO Marvel Heroes, where superheroes have to work together, and the crafting is ripped straight from the LEGO movie game, which makes sense because the main character there is an engineer. Neither feel like they particularly fit in the world of Middle-earth, and combined with levels that lack some of that design flair from Lord of the Rings, it just overall makes for a worse game, regardless of what you think about the movies that it's based on. And yet, you can still see glimpses of that design skill at times. There's a level where they turn the stone giant fight into a huge Shadow of the Colossus style level, where you scramble up the monsters while they fight. There are still great split screen moments, like where one character controls Radagast the Brown, while the other controls the dwarves hiding from a pack of wargs. It's clear that TT Games are talented designers, but it's all just not had enough time to ferment into a proper high quality video game. It's telling really, as this was the third LEGO game released in 2014 and the 10th since 2010. They'd previously followed a pretty aggressive approach of releasing a game a year, but during this period, they utterly flooded the market, and in the 3 years after The Hobbit's release, they'd put out another 10 games. It's obvious that the development was being rushed, and you can really feel that in the game. It leads me to my final criticism, and probably the worst sin of the lot. LEGO The Hobbit actually only covers the first 2 movies, with the final one scheduled to follow as a DLC package after the film had come out. Well, the game released a pretty mediocre reviews, and compared to TT Games' other releases, didn't really sell too well either, which led to the Battle of the Five Armies DLC being cancelled. It means LEGO The Hobbit is only 60% of a complete game, with credits rolling after Smaug flies off to Lake Town and no conclusion or resolution in sight. It would have been bad enough if it had released, asking people to pay extra for content that should have been included from day one. But the fact that they never finished it means that this game is only ever going to be enjoyable for the most hardcore of LEGO fans, and pretty pointless for fans of the films or the book. It means I feel pretty settled on the question of if I enjoyed LEGO Lord of the Rings or LEGO games. It's pretty clearly the former, and I think that the model of endlessly pushing out extremely similar games, some of which are quite literally unfinished, has really damaged my opinion of the series, to be totally honest. I think that if enough time passes, I'll probably be able to go back and enjoy some of the older, more complete games based on franchises that I hold close to my heart, like Indiana Jones or the original Star Wars trilogy. But given the shady moves that TT Games pulled with The Hobbit, I'm going to treat those newer releases with a big dose of skepticism. So let's circle back around to Monolith Studios, who in 2017 released the highly anticipated sequel to their open-world orc-slaying hit, in Middle-earth: Shadow of War. In the run-up to its release, in an interview with The Verge, creative director Michael DePlatter spoke about how the main philosophy behind Shadow of War was to take the lessons that Monolith had learnt from Shadow of Mordor and turn everything up to 11. In his own words, they wanted to do a big, blockbuster version of the ideas from the first game, citing Terminator 2's bigger is better sequel philosophy as the main inspiration for their work. Much like with its predecessor, the hype machine really got hold of the game, and when it finally released, it got a slew of incredible reviews from virtually every outlet, and was once again nominated for a whole load of end-of-year awards. So it might surprise you to learn that its long-term reputation is actually really controversial. Depending on who you ask, you might be told it's the greatest Lord of the Rings game of all time, or a symbol of everything wrong with modern AAA game development. But before we dive into the game's many controversial features, I want to talk about its fundamentals, because as a sequel, I think Shadow of War pretty much irons out almost all of the problems I had with Mordor. The most obvious area is how fluid the movement in War feels. Talion and Celebrimbor now have a whole host of movement-focused abilities, like being able to double jump or propel yourself upwards while climbing. It's a wonderful change, not just because it speeds up the traversal, but because it helps the game shrug off that Assassin's Creed clone feeling. With freerunning no longer a hindrance, you're soaring across rooftops and ruins like some sort of Wraith Spider-Man, which is extremely enjoyable. The combat's also been tweaked, and once again is pulled a little away from the Arkham series. Special moves are no longer dependent on your combo chain, and the emphasis on rhythm-based button presses has been reduced just a touch. It all makes it feel a lot more like a traditional action game, which ironically has the effect of helping it have a bit more of a unique identity. Another element that's quickly apparent from just a few moments in the menus is just how much more of everything there is in Shadow of War. It's obvious that Monolith weren't fucking around when they said they would be applying the bigger is better mantra. Amazingly, there are now even more moves and abilities to unlock, and honestly, it can be overwhelming just trying to remember all of the tools you have at your disposal. There's a new slow fall ability, takedowns can now be chained, creatures have been reworked, and there's a whole host of new special moves. It's all sitting on top of the mechanics from the last game, which were already pretty comprehensive. I'm sure even after my playthrough, there must be elements of the gameplay that I've just completely missed, such as the ridiculous amount of things you can do in this game. Now, despite all these fantastic improvements to the gameplay and additional systems to mess around with, I think the most fundamental improvement of all is the map design. In Shadow of Mordor, the two maps we had were large, sprawling, and bland, which in turn made exploring and getting around easily the least interesting part of the game. Shadow of War makes huge leaps forward here with a real shift in how these zones are designed. Maps are much smaller now, and in turn have become a lot more detailed and importantly memorable. Visually, they're all extremely distinct. There's a map set completely underground, and one which is a city complete with walls and roofs to race across, each with their own unique differences that mix up the gameplay. Now obviously the important glue that makes all of this open world design come together is still the Nemesis system, which is here once again in all of its sandbox glory, and has been expanded to be even better than it was before. Honestly, there has been so much added to this system alone that it's impossible to know where to start explaining it. There are more traits which dictate how you approach captains, unique tribes which change how they work together, blood brothers who'll seek revenge for Uruks that you've slain, humiliators who refuse to kill you, assassins who ambush you, and a whole new race of enemies, the Olog High, who come with their own set of characteristics. It was a system that was already incredible to play around with, and it's just been elevated to a whole new level of detail and complexity, which generates even more memorable and surprising moments. My favourite nemesis throughout my entire playthrough was Azgang the Grog Maker, a legendary Olog captain who turned up midway through a fight because I'd accidentally destroyed stashes of his grog. Now, a new system in Shadow of War is that you can no longer recruit enemies who are of a higher level than you, meaning when I finally downed Azgang, I had to shame him, bringing down his level and reducing his standing within the Uruk community. Now this had the unintended effect of breaking his mind, turning him into a grog-obsessed berserker who could only repeat, mix it up, over and over again. Obviously I had to recruit him, so I hunted him down again, dominated his mind, and adopted the grog-addled maniac into our army. He'd go on to lead the troops in war, all with the rousing battle cry of, mix it up, usually to the complete confusion of the other captains who had no idea what he was talking about. When all these improvements and refinements are taken together, everything that made Shadow of Mordor such a fantastic game has been honed to a razor-sharp edge, making Shadow of War the perfect expression of those ideas that Monolith already got so right first time around. So, if that's the case, why does the game have such a controversial reputation? And why did it generate so much negativity amongst the fanbase? Well, the answer lies almost exclusively in Shadow of War's new systems and its new approach to the narrative, with both taking a heavy dose of criticism, much of which is probably justified. Despite having a pretty good story with some interesting twists and turns, Shadow of Mordor was a sparse game when it came to the narrative, and as you'll remember, most of the missions were really just tutorials for the game's many systems. In Shadow of War, that format has been reworked pretty dramatically, and in its place is a much heavier emphasis on storytelling, scripted missions, cutscenes, and big dramatic set pieces. We start with the prologue, The New Ring, where a nameless narrator recaps the story of the last game and reveals that, as the cliffhanger implied, Talion and Celebrimbor have forged a new ring which the Wraith has poured himself into. It has the unintended effect of separating the two, and we play through a little linear section without our ghostly friend while Talion tracks him down. Turns out he's been captured by a powerful being who takes on the form of a mysterious woman and demands the new ring in exchange for his freedom. Celebrimbor is adamant that Talion shouldn't take the deal, but he of course does, and in the process is shown a vision of the Gondorian city of Minas Ithil falling to the darkness. Leaving the ring behind, he sets out to prevent this future from happening, and we're thrust into the first zone and first proper act. Now already some narrative alarm bells were ringing for me. First is simply that it's a bit of a damp opening after the intensely exciting cliffhanger from Shadow of Mordor. I was so excited to see what this new ring would mean, but really it just equates to nothing as it's immediately taken away. Most of the first act revolves around aiding the defenders of Minas Ithil and trying to use a Palantir housed there to thwart Sauron's invasion. It's a perfectly serviceable little story, but it's just a strange place to take the narrative when something as major as the forging of another One Ring has just happened. We've also got to deal with the identity of this mystery woman. She is actually Shelob the Spider, the very same mindless beast which Sam and Frodo fight in Return of the King, who's for some reason been reimagined as a sort of sexy Lord of the Rings Oracle of Delphi, providing narration for the player and visions which guide Talion's actions. It's just such an odd decision that really doesn't land, and made the game the subject of quite a lot of ridicule from both film and book fans. I think so much of this could have just been solved by making her an original character. Maybe some evil spirit who was aligned with Sauron but finds herself out of favour. The actual spider component of her role in the story is completely redundant, so by linking her to Shelob, Monolith is simply introducing an element of nonsense that makes the plot come across as a fan fiction. So you spend most of the first act in Minas Ithil helping the defenders trying to fight back the ever-increasing forces of the Witch King. Eventually though, the city does indeed fall, and while trying to protect the Palantir, Talion does battle with the 9 Ringwraiths where we're introduced to Atariel, the game's sort of secondary main character. She's an elven assassin sent by Galadriel to disrupt the Nazgul's plans, and with her help we reclaim the ring from Shelob and recover our ability to dominate Uruks. This all prompts the start of Act 2, which is basically the bulk of the game, with Talion and Celebrimbor using the ring to recruit an army to challenge Sauron while trying to avoid being caught by the vengeful Nazgul. Act 2 is where the game really happens, with you recruiting and killing captains, completing story quests and exploring the various zones which make up the sandbox. As I said earlier, it's still that same fundamental gameplay loop from Shadow of Mordor, and it's still incredibly fun, especially with all the new powers and the reworked Nemesis system. Thing is, you actually spend most of your time working your way through a huge amount of highly scripted story quests, which are given out by the large cast of NPCs that you meet. Because these missions give so much XP, and because you need to be as high a level as possible to recruit the best captains, it can feel like you're often being pulled away from the sandbox and into what is essentially a bog-standard open-world game. It all suffers from the exact same issues which I think plague most open-world games, which is that the individual missions never really feel particularly memorable, and because they can be tackled at any time, they don't really have any stakes or urgency behind them. I'd so often find myself rushing through all the story missions just so I could play around with the Nemesis system at max level, which I'm sure is not the intended approach. That being said, it's not all bad, and the game does manage to put together some pretty cool quests once in a while. The forest spirit Karnan has quite a few missions that revolve around battling and defeating a Balrog, which the Uruks are raising from the pits of Gorgoroth. It once again has a massive fan fiction feeling to it, with Talion's power level reaching some pretty absurd levels, but it's hard to avoid just how cool some of these fights are, and when you're flying on a wooden drake shooting ice at a fiery demon, you're not really thinking about the lore implications. I think here we need to talk about the fortress system, as it's Shadow of War's big gameplay innovation. Essentially, in every single zone, you need to conquer the fortress, and to do that you've got to build up your forces and purchase upgrades in order to raise your siege level. Once it's the same or higher than the overlords, you activate the invasion, and accompanied by your captains, you fight for control of the entire map. Now the actual invasions are pretty great, and battling alongside your dominated allies and seeing them wage war surrounded by hundreds of NPCs is a genuine thrill, a full realization of that increasing scale from the last game. What's not so good is the process by which you reach that point. There's no other way to put it, but it is a boring grind. You simply wander the map, trying to capture powerful captains, and purchasing upgrades with the money that you grind from missions. The first few times you do it, it's a pretty satisfying process, but the game requires you to do it for each zone, starting over from scratch each time. It's really taxing to repeat this process over and over, and by the end of the game, I was pretty done with this element of the game, which quickly became boring. So as soon as the final fortress falls, we're thrust into Acts 3 and 4, which come in pretty quick succession and lead to the game's most notorious element, its endgame and how the story resolves. Basically, Talion, Celebrimbor and Atariel, now backed by an enormous force of Uruks and Ologs, head out to conquer Barad-dûr and destroy Sauron for good. To do this, we once again have to do battle with the Nazgul, which leads to some more character decisions that fans really struggled to come to terms with. Throughout Atariel's quests, we've been battling the ring race, and when each are defeated, we actually get a look into their pasts and what tragic circumstance happened to tempt them over to the Dark Lord's will. Protecting the final steps into Barad-dûr is the Nazgul who previously lived as Isildur, the prince who cut the ring from Sauron's finger. He's essentially a normal boss fight, but his defeat sparks an explosion of controversial storytelling. You see, Celebrimbor wants to use the new ring to dominate Isildur and take control of the Wraiths. Talion, after seeing how his forefather had been utterly tortured in the service of Sauron, refuses and banishes the Wraith for good. It prompts a complete breakdown as Celebrimbor, in his anger, reveals that he plans to dominate Sauron. Instead of destroying him, he's going to attempt to bring the Maya under his control and use their combined power to extend the peace of the Bright Lord to every single corner of Middle-earth. Talion's obviously shocked and refuses, as their mission has always been about liberation rather than conquest, and in a cruel moment that harkens back to the truth of Celebrimbor's possession, he abandons Talion, shifting over to Atariel, who's all too happy to accommodate this new plan. They head into Barad-dûr, leaving Talion to bleed out on the floor. Personally, I do not like this twist. The parallels between Celebrimbor and Sauron have long been plain to see, but the key difference has always been that Celebrimbor was doing these things because he was willing to stoop to any evil in order to get his revenge. This motivation has seemingly been forgotten about, and now we're expected to believe that stealing the ring was about power and not vengeance. It's just not really set up, and directly contradicts the story of the previous game, which was entirely about that theme. It's particularly frustrating because there's been more than enough time for this shift in character to happen, but almost none of the story quests in Shadow of War actually build to this moment. So with Celebrimbor gone, Talion is about to die, but at the last moment he reaches out and puts Isildur's ring on his finger, regaining his life, but at the cost of becoming a Nazgul, doomed to fall under Sauron's influence. It leads to a little section of the game where you play as the now decidedly edgy looking Nazgul Talion, who can bring soldiers back to life, which he uses to break his way into the tower at Minas Morgul. After defeating the remaining race, he looks into the Palantir and sees Atariel, Celebrimbor and Sauron trapped in final mortal combat. Control switches over to them in a final boss fight, where in victory Celebrimbor stands over Sauron, attempting to dominate him. In a pretty nifty throwback to when Celebrimbor resisted Sauron and stole the ring, the Dark Lord's eyes suddenly flash from Elven blue to Mordor red, and he cuts the ring from Atariel's finger. Celebrimbor, faced with annihilation, suddenly attempts to possess Sauron, and the two are locked together, an eye flickering between blue and red, an internal struggle for power over Mordor. That struggle also continues with Talion, who now operates as a rogue Nazgul, wielding the power of Isildur's ring to wage civil war against the forces of Sauron, all while resisting the urge to fall into darkness himself. The screen turns to black, and we enter into Act 4, the Shadow Wars, Monolith's greatest and final mistake. The Shadow Wars are essentially the game's endgame state, which consists of a series of high-level fortress defences and invasions, all representing the civil war raging across Mordor thanks to our protagonist's actions. There's no other way to put it other than to say it is absolutely terrible. In order to understand why, we need to go back to Shadow of War's release, where this section of the game was originally riddled with microtransactions, encouraging players to pay for higher level captains or purchase currency to buy siege upgrades. It was structured around 20 different fortress invasions and defences, all of which increased in difficulty as they went, clearly done so to try and push players towards making purchases. This got a huge amount of backlash, not just because it's financially predatory, but because the game's true ending was locked behind these 20 battles. It led to massive negativity around the game, particularly because reviews often ignored this section, and Monolith took the full brunt of criticism when fans finally got to it. It was eventually patched, with all of the microtransactions being removed and the Shadow Wars themselves being reduced from 20 battles to just 10. It's great that they listened to feedback and tried to fix the damage they'd done, but the core of Shadow Wars is still so far away from what I actually enjoy about these games, which is the emergent sandbox and not a structured grind. Ultimately, I'm not even sure if it's worth the effort, as the final cutscene, despite being quite a well-executed send-off, is extremely short compared to the hours of grinding that are required to get there. In the end, Talion can only resist Isildur's ring's influence for so long, and he eventually does become one of Sauron's servants. Years later, when the ring hits the fires of Mount Doom, Talion is released, free to join his family in death, his painful afterlife finally at an end. The last scene is actually quite a somber and touching moment, with him abandoning his armour and weapons and heading into the light, finally out of the shadow of Mordor, both physically and metaphorically. Visually and tonally, it's a wonderful ending for our Gondorian ranger, but I'm amazed that we don't get a resolution about Celebrimbor, as we clearly see that he survives Sauron's destruction. It might be cynical, but I can believe it was done to leave the door open for a sequel. At this point though, no such follow-up has materialised, so for now the tale of Talion, Celebrimbor and the New Ring ends here, with them finally separate, although maybe not completely at peace. My overarching feeling when I look back at Shadow of War and think about its place within this franchise is one of disappointment. Not at the game itself, but at what it represents, both for Lord of the Rings and for video games in general. Throughout this retrospective, I've been desperate for a studio to be brave enough to challenge the established thought that a Lord of the Rings game can't tell an original story. We've had endless adaptations of the books and films and a fair share of side stories that stick closely to Tolkien's work, so I badly wanted these games to set a new precedent, one where Middle-earth can become a setting for fresh stories and where adherence to the lore didn't dictate if a tale was worth telling. Unfortunately, I don't really think this has been achieved, and if anything, some of the more crazy story choices have hurt the cause of new and original storytelling in Middle-earth. As video games, my criticisms really pale in comparison to the sheer amount of fun I've had with these crazy Uruk manipulation simulators. But as stories that stand on their own 2 feet, they leave a lot to be desired, and with a heavy heart I'd probably say it's the Lord of the Rings elements which are among the weakest parts of the 2 games. Sadly, it seems Monolith and Warner view the duology in much the same way. It's been announced that the next game to build on the Nemesis system is going to be a switch of franchise altogether, a Wonder Woman game using Warner's DC Universe license. It's ultimately a legacy of 2 incredible games, but not necessarily 2 incredible Lord of the Rings games, and I hope that the right lessons are learned from them, not to shy away from potential negative reactions and to continue to be bold with the franchise, even at the risk of making a few odd choices. So unsurprisingly, Shadow of War also got a couple of DLC campaigns, the first of which is the Blade of Galadriel. It's an extremely short chunk of content that's designed to both mix up the gameplay with a new character and also add a little bit of flesh to the bones of the ending. Honestly, I'm not convinced that it really succeeds at either, and the streamlined campaign probably has some of the worst writing in the entire series. We pick up with Atariel right where we left her, as Sauron and Celebrimbor are drawn together and Talion begins his civil war as a rogue Nazgul. As she's still a wraith hunter by trade, we set out to Minas Morgul to kill Talion, and after a little boss fight she realises that he hasn't fallen to the darkness yet, and they begin to work together against Sauron, essentially giving us a little alternative viewpoint of the Shadow Wars. Now, if you go straight from the ending of Shadow of War into Blade of Galadriel, this is going to feel like an insanely odd premise, considering that Atariel just betrayed Talion, leaving him for dead after declaring that she supported Bright Lord fascism. It's a plot point that literally never comes up, and we're just supposed to accept that these 2 characters, previously in opposition, are now just best friends fighting the good fight. The big draw of the DLC is that you actually play as Atariel, and she works pretty differently to Talion. She can still do most of the same moves that he can, but her gameplay is really designed to work around the new light system. She has an array of powers that use the light of Galadriel to stun and then ignite her foes, and her whole combat flow revolves around building up might so you can pull off big chains of light explosions. It's fun at first, but I think the problems with this DLC's gameplay stem from its really uninspired structure. The whole campaign boils down to travelling around the very same maps from Shadow of War, where you complete story quests while working together with friendly Uruks. There's also a little plot about two female ring wraiths who want to reclaim Isildur's ring, but frankly it never really amounts to much and they really just appear in order to be the DLC's villains. The biggest issue is that there is no nemesis system, which means no dominating and no sandbox. You still fight alongside Uruk and Olog captains, but now you recruit them by completing quests for them instead of using the new ring to dominate their minds. I found this to be a seriously weird tonal shift. The lack of domination comes from Atariel refusing to lower herself to dominating orcs. But this is the very same character who had absolutely no issue trying to dominate Sauron, which would obviously entail using thousands of enslaved orcs to rule the world. It really feels like her character has just been completely rewritten to cast her in a much more likeable light. And outside of the intro section, she largely feels like a very different character. One who spends her time working alongside a cast of pretty goofy characters instead of a shadowy, vengeful assassin. Now, often the lines that came up through the Nemesis system were pretty funny, but here in the Blade of Galadriel we get a much more brazen attempt to bring comedy into the equation. We have an Uruk secret admirer who's in love with Atariel, bearded Olog who's obsessed with building towers, and a pair of blood brothers who can't stop saying boom and are obsessed with explosions. I don't mean to come across as a killjoy, but none of it's particularly funny, and it just really clashes with the story of Talion's tragic fall from humanity and his doomed war against the darkness. The whole campaign is also really short, with only a handful of missions making up the main story, and the only side content is a group of special mini-boss Uruks to fight on each map. They drop unique gear, which obviously powers up Atariel, but as a zero sandbox to play around in, I never really felt like I needed it, and it did feel quite a lot like padding. The DLC ends with Atariel and Talion defeating the two female Nazgul, but with Talion being mortally wounded in the process. He begs Atariel to take him back to Minas Morgul so he won't die in Mordor. Unfortunately, this is where the darkness finally takes him, and he becomes a full-fledged ringwraith. Now, feel free to explain this if I've missed something, but I can't work out why Atariel doesn't just give him the new ring, as that would save him from Sauron's corruption pretty much immediately. He essentially falls to the darkness because she won't give up her ring of power, but the script never actually presents it like this, which is a huge shame. It's a real missed opportunity for both characters to be struggling with ring corruption, but instead we just get the very same ending from Shadow of War all over again. It's not completely pointless though, as in the final few moments we do indeed discover that Celebrimbor is alive, having survived Sauron's destruction. With the last line of dialogue, Atariel tells us that she's taking the new ring and heading off to find him. Considering that the Nazgul flashback in this game confirms a sort of Eastern mythology-inspired kingdom out past the plains of Harad, I think it's fair to say this DLC really exists as a sort of paid teaser of what a potential Middle-earth 3 might look like, finally shedding the trappings of the War of the Ring and heading off in its own unique direction. It's an interesting idea, but just not one that's worth paying £15 to see. And unless you've completely exhausted Shadow of War and are utterly desperate for a new challenge, this whole package is probably better experienced as a YouTube video, rather than something you sit down and actually play. Luckily for Monolith, their second DLC campaign fares a lot better, and it takes the idea of the Middle-earth series going off in interesting new directions and really runs with it. This time around we play as Baranor, a Haradrim turned Gondorian defender that Talion met during the defence of Minas Ithil in Act 1 of Shadow of War. On a mission to recruit allies, he finds himself stranded in the sandy dunes of Lithlad, which is a completely new map that doesn't feature in the base game. Now, as you can probably see, it's a pretty different kind of environment, as it's set out in the deserts to the southeast of Mordor, and is all tents, caverns, and sandy wasteland. Personally, I love this setting, not only because it's an area of Tolkien's world that's pretty much been completely unexplored, but also because it's the first time that a Middle-earth DLC has actually felt distinct from the base game. That being said, don't expect massive lore drops and lengthy cutscenes about the people who live here, as unlike the Blade of Galadriel, Desolation of Mordor is actually really light on both exposition and drama. The focus is squarely on the new gameplay systems, which are actually a pretty massive departure from the formula that's ruled the series so far. You see, Desolation of Mordor takes the Nemesis system and the stealth action combat and reworks it all into a roguelike, where death is permanent and you need to try and complete the entire game in a single life. Now, it might sound completely antithetical to a series based around characters that literally cannot die, but it actually works really well and it makes for a really unique experience. The goal of the campaign is pretty straightforward. You need to conquer 5 Uruk bases dotted around the map and then overthrow the fortress in the centre. As you can't dominate orcs, you instead collect money through completing quests and killing captains, and use this to hire mercenaries who then help you take the zones. If you die in battle, everything resets, with only your progress in the story missions and Baranor's upgrades carrying over. Now, while some people might find this frustrating, I absolutely love roguelikes, and the sense of building your understanding of the map and the systems while you slug away trying to get that perfect run, to me, that is heaven. That being said, there are a few story missions that concern Baranor randomly bumping into his brother, Circa, who just so happens to lead the local mercenary group that you hire from. There's a sort of light plot where they reconnect after so many years apart, but it's really not a major part of the game, which I actually really like. After all the heavy and edgy drama of Shadow of War, it's nice to return to a more simple narrative, one with a lighter tone and much less melodrama. Now, if you're going to skimp on story, you'd best make sure that the gameplay is extremely tight. And frankly, both the new mercenary system and the changes to how Baranor plays are really welcome and feel very well thought out. In addition to not being able to resurrect and continue your run, the lack of a Ring of Power means that Baranor has precisely 0 magical abilities, which sounds pretty boring until you get stuck into the spread of Númenórean gadgets that make up his toolkit. Early on in the game, we bump into our old friend Torvin, the Beast Hunter dwarf, and through bringing him schematics, he'll create additional tools for your arsenal, which each count as an upgrade and persist after death. The 2 most important of these are the grappling hook and the glider. Both essentially turn Lithlad into a sort of Just Cause style playground, with Baranor soaring through the skies and zipping across chasms at will. You'd think losing the huge jumps and shadow strikes of Talion and Celebrimbor would absolutely butcher the movement, but this is arguably even better. Height is now a huge advantage, and it never gets old to glide over the head of your target and rain death from above. What really brings everything together, though, is the game's version of the Nemesis system, its team of recruitable Easterling mercenaries, which accompany Baranor on every single mission. They're purchased from a special shop and work in exactly the same way as the Uruk captains, with weaknesses and strengths, and with you needing to choose which ones to bring along depending on what foe you're facing. It can feel so good to unleash these bad boys and watch them tear through hordes of orcs while you play the role of the assassin in the background. Now, my single criticism of this DLC might be a bit of a weird one because I can't really work out if the issue was the game or me. Basically, after an hour or so of playing Desolation, I'd found some somewhat decent gear and cleared a few of the outposts through playing quite carefully, and this left me with a bunch of money which I invested into a top-level legendary tier mercenary. This was Boschchi the Blind, and he completely fucking broke the game. His combination of abilities was so strong that he essentially went on a killing spree of every single Uruk captain we encountered, leveling up each time and gaining even more positive traits with each kill. Suddenly the game flipped on its head and I became Boschchi's bodyguard rather than the other way round. It raises that eternal issue with the balancing of roguelike games, which is that when you're winning, things can really snowball and you can end up beating a run extremely easily. Desolation of Mordor really suffers from this because the difficulty level is quite flat, being pretty hard at the start and then getting progressively easier with each upgrade. It all culminated an hour or so later with me and Boschy taking the central fortress, accompanied by 2 other legendary captains, and slaying the Overlord with basically not an issue at all, never even coming close to dying. The real kicker is that, I kid you not, this was on my very first run. You can even see the tooltip popping up to explain how death works over the top of the victory screen if you need further proof. It's a shame, as difficulty and struggle are a huge part of the roguelike experience, and while this campaign is extremely fun, it definitely doesn't nail that element of the genre. Hades has the best take on this that I've ever seen, as that first clear is really hard fought, but then it slips into a sort of second phase where you're trying to get the high scores. Desolation of Mordor could have really taken some cues here and increased the challenge on that first go round, especially as by completing all the story missions, there is a real sense of finishing the game after the Overlord's beaten. It's ultimately a small criticism though, as the simple fact is that Desolation of Mordor is bags of fun to play, and it really recaptures that pure sandbox feel that made Shadow of Mordor such a great start for the series. It proves that when Monolith aren't fucking around with over-the-top melodrama and microtransactions, that they can make extremely enjoyable video games, and I really hope that they've learned the tough lessons from Shadow of War and stick to doing what they do best in the future. It's exactly where the Middle-earth games are at their best, and I'll definitely be playing a few more runs of this before I'm finished with it. And so we finally come to the last stop in our journey through the Lord of the Rings video game history. Although to understand what's led us to this point, we have to go all the way back to the 1990s. As we discussed at the top of this video, Middle-earth Enterprises had long been licensing out the franchise for all manner of hobbies, with the 80s and early 90s being full of Lord of the Rings role-playing games, board games, and tabletop miniatures. Well, in the mid-1990s, a little game called Magic the Gathering exploded in popularity and suddenly made collectible card games a huge mainstream hobby. Never one to miss out on the opportunity to make some cash, Middle-earth Enterprises sold the rights to Ice Crown Enterprises, who put together the Middle-earth collectible card game. It drew on a lot of the original content that Ice had made for the Lord of the Rings role-playing game, but unfortunately it was discontinued after a few years as the producer hit financial difficulty. It wouldn't be the last attempt to turn the franchise into a trading card game though, as in 2001, in that chaotic aftermath of the Fellowship of the Ring's surprise success, New Line Cinema licensed Decipher to put together the Lord of the Rings trading card game. Now, this attempt fared a little better, mainly thanks to the huge popularity of the franchise at the time, but also because it was genuinely quite an interesting game to play with some really unique mechanics. Both players used 2 unique decks at the same time, one which represents the forces of light and the other the forces of darkness. You win by either destroying the opponent's ring bearer or by destroying the ring yourself, with a sort of asymmetrical gameplay where you're really playing 2 decks at once. As I said, it was quite successful, which led Decipher in 2003 to produce an online version, unsurprisingly called the Lord of the Rings Online Trading Card Game. What's notable about this is that it was a complete replication of the game in digital form, complete with booster packs and an online market where players had to purchase cards before they could even play. Now this brings us on to the subject of this section of the video, the Lord of the Rings adventure card game, released years later in 2019, but very much a product of 2 separate attempts to break away from that traditional model of selling cards. The first influence is the living card game, a concept designed by Fantasy Flight Games. It basically retains the deck building which makes games like Magic the Gathering so popular, but removes the randomised element, consisting only of pre-constructed decks which everyone has access to. It's a format which has proven extremely popular, not just because it's well designed, but because Fantasy Flight have used it to license out some really cool franchises, like Arkham Horror, Warhammer, and of course, Lord of the Rings. Now, the second influence comes from a game which rewired how this entire hobby works. In 2014, Blizzard released Hearthstone, and it completely changed the landscape of competitive card games, as it was digital only. Through a combination of being really accessible, being really aesthetically pleasing, and running on just about every device going, Hearthstone was a monstrous success and immediately prompted producers of other card games to think about going digital and grabbing a piece of the pie. This explosion of digital card games, and the potential that the living card game model has in video game form, prompted Fantasy Flight to develop the adventure card game as their own unique take on the genre, and it is quite the unique take indeed. Lord of the Rings adventure card game, unlike most other digital card games, is completely PvE focused, and instead of putting decks together and endlessly climbing a ranked ladder, you play through a series of story-driven campaigns made up of matches with unique objectives. Now, it's extremely refreshing to play a card game that isn't trying to be the next big competitive game on Twitch, and because it's entirely focused on PvE encounters, what it does really quite well. At first glance, I'm sure the game looks pretty similar to Hearthstone, and while there are a few mechanical similarities, it's really a pretty different experience. For starters, actions pass between yourself and a computer-controlled Sauron, which is a pretty big strategic change as you need to plan each individual move rather than taking your entire turn at once. On top of this, you gain 3 resources every round, which persist in between rounds. Both of these mean that before we've even discussed a single mechanic, there's a lot of strategic depth as you really do have to think about what cards you want to play, how you're going to play them, and how Sauron will react. Another huge difference between adventure card game and Hearthstone is how the decks are constructed, with a really nice thematic choice that plays into Lord of the Rings' huge cast of characters. Essentially, every deck is made up of 3 powerful hero cards, and then a 30-card deck of allies that's based around them, with each hero assigned to one of 4 factions, which contain different styles of cards. It leads to a huge amount of deck building possibilities, because not only do the heroes themselves massively matter, but the cards you have access to depend on how many leaders of each faction you have. You might want to go for a 3 leadership hero deck and have really powerful allies that flood the field, or maybe mix in a lore hero and provide healing cards, but obviously at the cost of some of your stronger leadership ones. It's a great foundation for a really complex card game. But the mechanic which takes things up a notch and makes all of the PvE storytelling work is the game's fate system. All of the cards in the game have a third stat on top of health and attack, which is their fate score. Now, this is used for solving non-combat objectives, which are usually tied to the story of each campaign. For example, on one map, you need to escape from a camp while under attack. On Sauron's side is an objective which every turn spawns spiders, but you can't complete the map by just killing them, and you need to use your character's fate to take health off the objective before you can progress. You might investigate a ruined camp looking for clues, race to unlock a jail cell to free a trapped ally, or just solve smaller hazards that Sauron puts out. It's an excellent system that means that most maps aren't just about fighting and destroying your opponent's monsters, but actually have a flavour of adventure to them. That sense of progress is made all the better by how the travel system works and how the game's campaigns are laid out. When you complete an objective, you're given the option to travel, which takes you onto the next map in the campaign, although everything on your side of the board persists. The individual maps aren't really treated like separate levels, and it means you really need to plan out your moves and make sure that you're in good health before you set out to the next objective. There's even choices to make between maps about what your party's going to do, with branching storylines and alternative battles possible depending on which route you're taking. It really is just an absolutely incredible take on the single-player digital card game. And when you factor in the beautiful character portraits on each card, the wonderful art on each map, and the voice acting which tells the story of each campaign, this is a really pretty hardcore underrated game. I think that for a lot of people who enjoy the mechanics of games like Magic the Gathering or Hearthstone, but don't want to get wrapped up in the endless PvP grinding or have to spend hundreds of pounds to stay on top of the current meta, well, I think they would really enjoy the Lord of the Rings adventure card game. It gives you that same dose of strategic card game, but without any of the stresses and annoyance that comes from playing against other players. There's no meta or cheese, just your own plans, your own decks, and a story to complete. Now, sadly, it's not a perfect package, and there are a few negatives to be aware of. The first is that while every single card in the game is free, you do have to go through a pretty extensive process of unlocking them, which I can't really get my head around. As there are no microtransactions, it doesn't really make sense for this game to have a free-to-play style grind, and I wish that every card was just available from the off. Obviously, the ideal way to keep people coming back to the game would be to just release regular new campaigns, but sadly it doesn't look like things have worked out that way. Due to the pandemic, Fantasy Flight, whose main business is producing and selling board games, suffered huge losses and had to shut down their video game department, which obviously put the kibosh on any future content coming out for Adventure Card Game. That being said, they did open it up for outside developers to work on, and this strange setup did lead to a single update in mid-2020. Antihero Studios released a mini balance patch along with another extra little campaign based around the war in Rohan, but that's all we've had since the announcement. As of 2022, which is almost 2 years after the game's initial release, there hasn't been so much of a whisper of any future updates, so what you buy is really what you're going to get. That is, of course, a huge shame, but I still think that what you get for your money is a really unique and interesting take on digital card games. One which tries to get the genre away from the hardcore PvP and microtransaction formula and do something a little more interesting with it. To be honest, it's a wonderful note to end on. A game that sticks true to the source material while delivering an original and interesting single-player game. It's exactly what the series should be known for, and it's a game which I hope sets the tone going forwards for Lord of the Rings video games. And so here we find ourselves at our final stop, back at the proverbial Shire after our long journey through the world of the Lord of the Rings games. Tired feet finally up at the hearth, looking back on everything we've seen. I think the first thing that really comes to mind when looking at this series in totality is that it's really quite incredible that it's managed to produce multiple interesting games, as the environment for developing in this series just has none of the qualities that you'd expect from a successful franchise. It's a series that's popularity has waxed and waned massively, chopping and changing creators, becoming embroiled in bitter licensing battles, and really at its core, only being developed to capitalise on the franchise's success elsewhere. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if people don't even really think of this as a coherent video game franchise. If you strip away all the Lord of the Rings trappings, these games share almost nothing in common. No unifying design philosophy or graphical style, and nothing that would indicate that The Hobbit, The Third Age, and Shadow of Mordor all share the same creative father. And yet it's that same ancestry which means that the Lord of the Rings games, despite all the nonsense swirling around them, always have a chance at being interesting. Such was Tolkien's gift for storytelling and world building, that even mechanically average games that draw on his writing have that little spark of interest that sets them apart from the crowd. When that same spark finds itself in the hands of a talented team that has a clear direction for their game, well, the union can really be pretty incredible, leading to some of the greatest games ever made. That's really the essence of the double-edged sword of adaptation. It can lead to some truly mediocre and uninspired games, created obviously to just cash in. But when it's done right, it gives developers a pre-built world and leaves them free to concentrate on that all-important key gameplay. Now really that brings me on to my second set of thoughts, which concern how the series moves its relationship with Tolkien forwards, and if it can move out of the shadow of adaptation that we discussed right at the start of the video. It's not wholly surprising that, thanks to the sheer complexity and scope of the books, the vast majority of the adaptation that's been done is actually of Peter Jackson's work rather than J.R.R. Tolkien, and I think that's proven to be quite the weakness in the franchise. You see, it's unavoidable that the further we find ourselves from that initial success of the films, the harder it becomes to produce good games that draw heavily on their imagery. Thanks to interest being naturally lower with each passing year, developers are given less money and less time, which returns lower sales and drives the whole thing downwards. The movie's popularity drove incredible sales when they released, but it wasn't an endless well to draw on, and amazingly 20 years later, fans are still split on what they want from Lord of the Rings video games. A nostalgic throwback to those heady days of the early 2000s, ever seeking new ways to relive those classic scenes? Maybe a family of licensed products endlessly adapting more and more tales from Tolkien's Legendarium? Or what about a shared universe where new storytellers can weave their own versions of Middle-earth? We've already seen fan reactions to that last approach, with Rings of Power and Shadow of War both really taking the full brunt of fan criticism for their inventions. Arguably, it's completely deserved as well, as both lack the storytelling quality which is so emblematic of Tolkien. But it does worry me that future Lord of the Rings games will find themselves in a narrative straitjacket. I really believe that the future of this franchise should look to adapt the spirit of Tolkien's work, rather than the letter of it. Take that world building and storytelling and then iterate on it with the creativity and imagination that Tolkien loved, rather than just looking to recreate and replicate. Freedom is an important part of the creative process, and while the faithful adaptations of this video are often joyous to play through, it's the fields of the Southern Gate, Belaram the Eagle and Talion and his Uruks that I'm going to remember most of all. It seems odd to end on such a note of heresy, especially as Tolkien himself was famously very much against fan-written sequels. But the simple fact is that the world of Middle-earth has taken on a life of its own, and its destiny is now ruled by corporate moneymen. If we want to see future games that really hit those heights of creativity which we know Lord of the Rings can produce, I think it's time to let go of Tolkien dogmatism and embrace all the risk and reward that come with the possibility of new ideas. It was said best by Bilbo Baggins. Don't adventures always have an end? I suppose not. Someone else always has to carry on the story. Thanks for watching.